It's that time again.
Disgusting, is it not, Operator? Orders would enjoy
Hard your best.
Operator, no! Have you lost your mind?
Oh, you're sitting in the
stage chair. It's really good. Shaking neck. For some reason.
Once you get
Does this still make it to where you can, like, wait, they needed to be 4 mode, right, to be able to change the leg passage?
No.
Or did they remove that?
No, it's still in. So it's 2 things required. 1, you need the helmet adapter thing. Like, how do you launch your archwing segment?
Yeah.
I can't put it that cool. So how, like, you launch your archwing segment? It's a segment, but it's for the helmet. And then there's 2 of them. One that I can't remember what each one does, but one essentially lets you transfer like passives, and then the other one lets you transfer stuff into it so that you can boost your warframes. So you've got to get them. You get them from the infected and free roam thing, or you can do what I did and you can buy them for plat. That's what I usually do when new stuff comes out. That way I can get it right away and I can focus on farming new stuff rather than just farming for it, because that shit takes too long. Like farming, but like I feel like I'd rather spend time farming for the new stuff rather than
Farming the old stuff all the time.
if I can get access to the new shit.
Yeah.
Are you? Why does it echo so bad? Like,
I don't know why this one does it. Hold on, let me just fuck with the mic monitoring. Like, here, just turn it off. Is it better now? Or still
Hello?
echoes? Yeah. I don't know.
try turning down your headset, like what's coming through your headset.
Well, yeah, I'm messing with the mixer and as well as the headset volumes. So it's just tweaking.
It's not
sound.
too bad.
Okay,
Are you in my game? Oh, you're 11 now. Fuck yeah, Sam.
good. Yeah.
You ready? I'm just trying to run some survivals. So the new frame that they released is definitely like a
It's
survival.
Caliban, right? Or what's the French name?
The new frame, I can't even remember what his name is. It's like a weird name, but yeah. He has a move that lets, basically he's a melee build. He's definitely like a melee survival. I brought my Galantine.
Distract the Indians while alone preparative hunt supplies. Set off the alarms to start. steady stream of toxic spores released into the area. Emergency life support is inbound. Look for modules dropped by fallen enemies.
Then he has this. Every time Blade hits something, I get overshoot. Something.
Okay, so me being fucking stuffed, Frame kind of just counters the fuck out of it. But yours is built for it. Hold on. Wait, what?
Support incoming.
So that's the new Warframe. So he spawns blades.
Yeah. The whole thing is that he was like betrayed and stabbed.
Delivered a support capsule to the area. Activate. Will buy you more time.
It's not that effective. Like it's small.
There's kind of
basic monk.
For a capsule.
I am finding guys who live. Just
look.
yeah.
Additional life support has. Extractions ready. Life support has been replenished. I'll share in this bounty.
Whoa.
Hold out as long as you can.
I do have Umber now. I need to start focus running. And you have to kill them, right? Or do you count for support?
I've ordered another life support capsule.
Kazak can do that.
Life support active. Another Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Assassinations.
Another life capsule is now available. Life support has been punished. Another life support capsule. fight, the more successful you will be. Support activated. Another life support capsule is now
That's
available.
what, like... Well, I think it should be kind of needs and stuff.
Life support has been replenished. Life support activated. Look what our tentative just found. They could not do this without... Additional support has arrived. Another life support capsule is now available.
Yeah.
Life support has been replenished. longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
That should be ready.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. The spores have almost completely saturated the atmosphere. You need to get out of there.
I call a little invisible tanky for some reason.
Alright. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, we're part of a clan, bro. I forgot. Let's go check that out real quick.
Yeah.
I straight up forgot. Silly nitties. So we got the grand hall.
Yeah, have you checked the recruits, the stuff with the recruits?
Got the other grand hall. So let's make this over here. We got some buildings. So let's keep this wing down here. This wing is gonna be the power wing. This is where we're gonna keep all of our rooms to power everything. And then that other wing will be where our
There's
I'm gonna go and start. Are you in the dojo?
yes, I am.
Another thing, and then this right here, we are going to turn.
What rooms did you build already? What's a reactor? Window.
Wait, what are you doing?
Building. So what I'm gonna do is
Speak, don't
build.
just start placing shit.
So we're kind of doing the same thing. So I'm gonna follow suit.
I wasn't building anything. The only thing I built was the energy thing. I was saying those are the first.
Yeah, I built a reactor. It's just a time limit, and I don't have platinum, so it's asking me for platinum. Oh, it's to fasten build time. So,
So this, what I'm thinking is, this is gonna be mainly the energy storage shit. This other side for the bigger stuff.
I have a formula for that one, so only fissures, multiple fissures. I don't have them, and I just used them last one.
Alright. So, oink. I want to place the arrival gate somewhere. That's another thing we need to... So, the arrival gate I think should go in the big room with like the metal walk thing. Not quite sure. Thinking. Can you see me flying around? There's something in front of you right now? What the fuck? Oh. Alright, so I've placed the, it up here. Oh, you're flying around placing decorations, I assume? Oh, did it build instantly?
No. It was...
But that right there is where you'll spawn when you enter. Like you enter the dojo. I think what we can do is we can turn this upper part up here to like where we can address and like have meetings and stuff. I will turn this. This could be turned into a hallway. Maybe like a garden or something.
Yeah, I was thinking that,
Prosecute. Yeah, we need energy. Alright, we need to wait for the... So come here. So...
yeah, we'll have to wait for the reactor to build.
We gotta wait for reactors to build, yeah. So, this is where when you enter the dojo you'll spawn on. Up here is just like an upper level, so I figured make a raised platform. So we can have members congregate down here, and the higher up people can speak to them from up here and everything. And, you know, it'd be cool if they added some kind of clan war thing. What the fuck is that?
They did have clan wars. More focused on like factions and
Wait, what the fuck is
I kind
this?
of want the assembly room to... When the reactor turns on, it'll...
It'll do what?
Just...
It's like,
I'm not sure if you can see it well. Yeah, it just needs to build.
okay, well, it's not doing anything.
Well, it's gonna take like build time. So it's essentially like Foundry, but on a bigger scale. That takes a lot more time.
A lot of this shit fucking needs formas.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, I knew we were gonna have to do relic farming.
Good. We need to add work. Work. Get the oracle room added. Building, because that way we can add everything else. Don't add any more rooms. That's what we've got waiting to build. Let's let them finish. So I've got the cross connector there. Which will go to barracks so we can have more people. And then it can go to others. Like, we'll split the two sides. Straight will be barracks. Left can be like obstacle course and stuff. And the right can be like versus room where we fight each other. We can even do it where instead of doing barracks right away, we can put an elevator right across and have that go up
Well,
to where it's
yeah.
like barracks and some other stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Like, basically, we make it to where there's like kind of when they spawn in, if they come down and see down here, basically it's like, hey, we just built this like weird little random ass power thing down here to yeah.
Alright.
It's like and it's up here, which that's where they spawn, and then the door to go into the next room is down here. So like yeah, they spawn.
Cheers.
I've been recruiting. Although them being active, I haven't been able to really catch them.
Here, on the Lunaro pitch, we seek no injury, no death. We uphold the ancient traditions of sporting conduct and battle not for blood, but for glory. Moon now leads. The match is all tied up. Moon takes the lead. Sun scores. With that goal, the match a minute left. Seconds. 20 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Halftime reached. The match is all tied up. Three, two, one, Lunaro. Sun has pulled ahead. Minute left. With the goal. With that goal, the match is tied. Seconds. 20 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Started playing Warframe when this was first introduced.
Lunaro, here you will grow new dimensions of skill, focused not on violence, but on teamwork and coordination. Your prize, not war spoils, but friendship and harmony. Sun moves ahead. Moon has tied the match. Moon now leads. Moon widens the gap. One minute left. Seconds. Moon with the goal. Twenty seconds. Scores. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Halftime reached. Moon still leads. Three, two, one, Lunaro. Roll, Sun.
Did I make this?
1 minute left.
Yeah.
30 seconds. Seconds. Four,
basically.
3, 2, 1. Is victorious.
Here's another.
Out there exists an enemy that can be struck down, incapacitated, dismantled, and yet they rise to fight again. Annihilate the opposing team's Oro to claim a true victory. Team Sun. Team Moon has seized the lead.
Melee. base going into.
30 seconds remain. Seconds remain. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Moon's tide annihilates sun's light.
Transference still holding.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon. Heavy infestation ahead. Multiple biosignatures detected. We've got infested incoming. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Move and strike. We have to win this. Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Changing mags!
Enemy contact! Taking effective fire!
Yeah. Go off, I'm turned off. She southie turned me on, but I'm going back strong. Yeah, she set me back home, bitch. I'm back home, and I'm not dealing with the flow now. And I just think she go my dick like she pronouns. Pronouns, not binary X. We got shit like it's next, and it's going like a jet. She went Phoenix, I went did it. Yo, she got Scott Summers with a rocket launcher behind his eyes. Like fuck that shit. On me, and I bet like it's coxy, and I won't ever say like it fucking roll me. She wanna roll me now, I'm going home, hey. She got me rolling. I'm so high now. Bitch, sky clouds, she not I now. She's on pronouns. I'm like fuck that, fuck your poly shit.
I'm not on the shit. I got it on the dick. Nah, that ain't me. That's some other nigga. I'm just gonna see. So they bleed like it's fucking alkaline. Yeah. Do you guys know there's alkaline in water now? Yeah, that shit was fucking crazy. And Cali just made a psychedelics legal. Fuck that shit! It was hell! Hotel California! Hotel Transylvania! I went back and back until I got snapped. And now I'm back and it's like, oh shit, he fucking snapped like he's crazy. No, I'm not fucking crazy. I'm just trying not to do codeine and make it shit lazy. But nah, pop 20 Benadryl pills, Delora, why'd you do that? That shit was not like no. That's why I can't fucking use niggas. I can't fuck with shit. Shit can't buy out the streets. It seems like I can't trust no one. Why can't I trust anyone? It's all fucking done. Like, bro, you're next. Go ahead.
Be the one to be come with the top, you know what it's like when you hear the beat drop. Going with the flow, what we had, you know what it's like. This shit grab, no, it's my dad. Gotta be the one to walk through the park. Dog, gotta watch my back, it's coming up from behind. I gotta be the one to be down the grind. Gotta do that, you know that it feels like I'm always losing my mind. Gotta be the one to be here on cue. Why you acting brand new? You see all you gotta do is achieve your goals. You see you gotta strive to do your best. I come from the west side, Chambersburg, making these beats that you never heard. 4 words run down the block, you know what it is, cause I got many bitches up on my cock. I'm gonna be the lady to make that pussy wet. See, I gotta let you know, if you don't think so, then you got yourself a bet. I'm gonna be the one to strut for what we got. Oh, see when the girl walk through the floor, I'm gonna be the one to be. Look at that butt, gotta let you know, if I got you, I'll nut. Every now and then, I'm gonna be the one to bring it back again. But see, I gotta let you know, that hard. I'm gonna be the one to play my cards right.
Fucking A, okay, this is going. I'm fucking right here trying to go home or build a home. Either one is let's fucking go, yeah. I'm going back to old shit. Nah, I'm coming out with new shit. Yeah, niggas lacking, I think I'm sleeping. Yeah, said I'm not, I was fucking dreaming. Yeah, I've been a missing person what I mean for why, but I don't know why it's in the fucking sky. Oh wait, not sky. That's fucking weird. Let me see the sky, yeah, I'm gotta vibe now, bitch, and I'm keeping with it, even though it's her birthday. Oh wait, did I just spoil something or cheat something? I don't fucking know, but I don't want to fucking go.
I just popped the Noxy, your girl along getting off of Foxy. I'm gonna be the one to let you know, I'ma tell her she hot. I'll let you know I got her up in my spot. Sorry if she come back with a nut in her butt. I love the way she strut up for my dick. I'll let you know, never make it quick, always make it long. Gonna be the one to hang in it and we gonna stay strong. I'm gonna be the one to kill it as I feel it, cause it's the real deal. I don't know when I'm gonna be the one to see my last meal. So when there's food on the table, gotta be the one to eat. Gotta let you know that I'm tired of living on the street. Been homeless off and on for 8 years. Gotta let you know I have no more fears. I've been already had a gun pulled on my head. I should be dead.
When dreams become nightmares, you see the fear inside, but I'll die and come back like nothing. Yo, this nigga think he poltergeist. Yo, you guys say ghost spec cops. I'm not, oh my god, I'm not the cops. Black ops, you know, I be tripping, I be getting all this shit, and I know I'm fucking dealing. No, I don't deal, never fucking did in the first place. I'm just trying to sell to the disc while making my case.
Now I'm very back in the race. I'm back in it. Gotta let you know I will only be gone for a second. Now we're right back in a minute. Gonna be here to make it work you wild. See, my name is Kyle. Can't run a mile cause I'm fat, but I really don't care. People like me like that. I'ma bring it right back. I'ma pull a trick, got my hat, snap back reality. Gotta let you know that there's something wrong with the world's gravity. Every time we try to climb the ladder, we get pulled right back down. See, I'm gonna drown in my sweat and tears.
Yo, we started in war, it's World War III, but I don't want to go there because you can't see me, because you never saw me in the first place. You thought I was fucking fake? Nah, I came back and fucked you like a fucking snake. Oh wait, did the snake tell you to eat the apple? Oh, whose fault was it really? It was no one's fucking fault, it's just a fucking apple. Just bite the shit and get over your fucking... But I got to see it. I want to say it. I do guys say I want to say it. I did it. I got to yeah, you know, I don't know what I'm fucking saying. I'm sorry. So just came out because I'm on rage mode. Oh well, come back. Like it's something, like it's stable. Yeah, I'm mentally stable. It's just spiritual shit that I can try and deal with and I won't fucking quit. And this nigga said Buddha. I'm back on the Buddha shit. Yeah, I'm not really, like, I study religion because it's something that we all need to take a step back and look to where we came from. It's history and it's repeating ourselves every 10 years. Which generation is this? Yo, Gen Z don't want to work. Oh, was that Gen X? Wait, no. We trying to get back to, it's just we're all stuck in our fucking house. Because fuck COVID and it got me all fucking snapped like it's old shit.
Hit it with a back, hit it from behind. No, it's like we down the grind. No, it's like we're gonna be spitting on the mic. Keeping me, I let you know there ain't no need. I ain't got time to mess around with these drugs. Hang out with these fucking thugs. I let you know the moment what we had. Know what it's like to this shit rap. Oh, that's my bad. I don't mean to be wrong, but if you wanna be the one to hang in there, I wanna be the one to be staying strong.
Yo, let's raise up like it's nothing, right up like it's nothing. Back, no, I didn't. Did I just say that? Yo, come on, for real, we need to rebuild and not fucking get on these. I can't pop pills for thrill, it's not my game. I smoke weed every day and I don't fucking play. Yeah, it's my medicine, I got fucking, fuck everything else. I can't do this shit no more. I can't go back to where I came from. This isn't fucking high school. Let's grow up and soar like what I do. Except I do it in my mind. Yeah, now I'm not cuckoo. I'm not your tutor. Little bird, that shit's being not really respected to me. Oh, yes, not a pyramid scheme. I'm just trying to be and get off the thrill. Get off the thrill. Because it's never a thrill. This is never fun. I don't do these stuff for fun. Because I go down the sound, grab a book, now it's
I ain't ready to act a fool. I just gotta do what I gotta do to be a man. See, I never been the one to really give a damn about what you know. It's like this the deal. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna be the one that kill them you. I'm gonna be the one to be never acting brand new. I'm gonna be the one to be my man. What I do twice a year. See, I got the years I run. Looking down the barrel of the gun, keep pop bang, no second, get up on rank. I'm gonna be the one to pick up. I'm gonna be the one to go and save. I'm gonna be the one to go on the run. See, I gotta let you know we ready to have fun. Now I got my loaded 6-4, know what it's like when I open the door. Be ready to shoot, you know what it is. We're going in the scoop of the loop of the bag. You know what it's like when I'm ready to hang. See, I'm gonna be the one to be reload. You know what it's like when we're going to flow. We had to do this shit, rap. Oh shit, my bad. Cause you know I don't even know my real
Let's just
dad.
not repeat our past because it fucks us up mentally.
Every great song needs two.
See, I'm going in. I'm crazy with it. I'ma get it as I feel it. Food on the table, gotta be the one to eat. See, I'ma get up. I'ma turn my life around. I'ma turn my ground. Turn my way in like me. I don't wanna have to be like that. I will put the world to kill. Get to the way. Something wrong with the world. Let me motherfucker blow the head off. See, I gotta be the one to turn my shoulder and call. I didn't see a thing. I let you know that I'm gonna come up like a butterfly. Think like me. Gotta let you know that I gotta be the one to be me. That's what I'm gonna do. See, I gotta let you know that I'm gonna be the truth. But I got these seeds going down the blues. See,
make me fly because I go whoop 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 whoop. You got it, what? I got it, nup. I'm not done. You know, back to shit. I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm like, cut that shit. I'm like, sit that shit. I'm like, ha ha ha. Got it, hee. I'm like, blah blah blah. Yo, 6'9", yo, I'm a fucking dancer, but I'm not Takashi. That Takashi, you wanna hit it? Up my life, and I fucking tried several fucking times to get back to life. I tried to better this shit. Yeah. Oh, ooh, what you say? You got a busted leg. Yeah, just keep going. What?
I think Mimir is inarguably the weirdest and most likable character introduced in all of God of War 4. I think the most fascinating aspect of his character is how he demonstrates the balance of tempering brilliance with compassion. Now I'll explain what I mean. For most of the story of God of War 4, Mimir is a talking severed head hanging from Kratos' hip, telling funny stories, making clever quips, and providing advice and guidance to our heroes, both practical advice for how to further their physical journey and also personal advice for how to navigate their emotional journey. Being a severed head is actually really clever game design. The writers needed a guide character present basically at all times to explain the world and lore to Kratos and Atreus, and also to the players. But from a gameplay perspective, it wasn't practical to have a third character running around with them all the time. Like, would Mimir fight during combat sequences? Would they have to create an entire combat moveset for him? During dramatic emotional scenes between Kratos and Atreus, would Mimir just awkwardly shuffle off to the side? So, their solution: cut off his head and have Kratos carry it around for the whole game. It's brutal, kind of hilarious, and really smart. Anyway, in God of War 4, Mimir's most important role is that of a vehicle for he introduces Kratos and Atreus to the world, backstory, stories, characters, and rules of Norse mythology, and through them he introduces the player to all that as well. He provides the player with a lot of critical information about the lore, history, and magic of the 9 realms. Information critical to understanding how all this works and why the world is the way it is.
Mimir, you never did tell me why Freya spit in your face.
Well, she blames me in large measure for her present circumstances, and not for no reason. It all goes back to the long war between the Aesir and Vanir. Prior to that, wars for the Aesir were easily won. The Vanir had proved their equal and exacted devastating damage. Both sides suffered tremendous losses, and for many of us, quite frankly, war was simply no fun anymore, but a rather senseless waste of precious life. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Precisely. Enough was enough. And at last, Odin's most brilliant advisor became determined to find a more enlightened path. He set about to broker a peace between the gods. It took some convincing, but ultimately Odin was persuaded to marry his deadliest enemy, a certain Vanir goddess, legendary not only for her fertile beauty, but her genius at the very Vanir magic that Odin had long aspired to master.
Freya married Odin? What was in it for her?
It was a sacrifice to protect her people, a selfless act of love. Truly, she deserves better than she got. Of course, there's more to that story.
I think this is a brilliant way to handle exposition in a video game, and to demonstrate just how brilliant and effective it is, I'd like to make a comparison to another game, Death Stranding. Like God of War 4, Death Stranding is also set in a world full of very complicated lore and backstory, and what basically amounts to magic, and just tons of extra information that needs to be communicated to the player in order for them to fully appreciate the events of the story. Figuring out a way to communicate all this extra information to a player is always a challenge. Some games, like BioShock, will provide in-universe audio logs that narrate over gameplay, so you can learn about the world without interrupting the playing of the game.
Doctor, she's not booked for a facelift.
Come in here.
Doctor, stop cutting. Doctor, stop cutting. Get me the chief of surgery. Get me the chief of surgery now!
Some open-world games like Red Dead Redemption will make use of travel time between destinations to have characters chat about what's going on. You're going to spend a lot of time riding around the horse regardless, so why not use that time to communicate some information to the player?
So how are things with you and John? Fine. Ain't it about time you let it go now?
It was a year, say. He ditched us for a goddamn year.
I've spoken to him many times. He knows he did wrong. He just wants to put it behind him.
I'm sure he does. Running off on that kid is one thing, but there's Cole. He knows that. He ain't Trelawney. Dutch and you pretty much raised him.
So how does Death Stranding solve the problem of how to communicate all this extra information to the player? Well, some of it is communicated through some bizarre but amazing cutscenes, and way more of it is communicated through some very, very long and dry monologues.
You may recall me explaining that these incubators connect babies via the carbon network to their still mothers back at HQ. Bridge babies are quite literally bridges between this world and the other side.
Their place is not here with us, nor with the BTs over there. They belong precisely in between, with no greater affinity for one world or the other. But BB-28 here has been moving further and further towards the world of the living. Towards you, Sam. That's my partners.
I'd never manage without your help. Check the delivery terminal upstairs for the details. Be ready, of course.
And way too much of it is communicated through this codec, where your character receives messages. There's like an entire novel's worth of information about the plot and characters that is locked in what are essentially in-game emails. I'm
My first master was a cool piece of work as well. You learn heavily enduring conflict. Certainly not using God's light. Never speaks of a last. I don't know, Mr.
Mimir's stories are presented in such a personable and charming way. The character has so much personality and charisma that the player wants to hear those stories. I mean, it's not like this is an amazing story he's telling you. There were so many times playing God of War 4 that I actually stopped just so I could hear Mimir finish one of his stories. And in doing so, I was learning about Norse mythology, learning about the setting, learning about the lore and the history of the character. Whenever Mimir started telling one of his stories, I was genuinely like, oh nice, another Mimir story. By comparison, there was never a time in Death Stranding when I was like, oh great, another freaking 10-minute humorless, esoteric, rambling monologue. Or oh great, another email. Again, I'll admit I'm probably being unfair. If you like Death Stranding and its story and how it told its story, you know, that's your truth. Don't let anybody take that away from you. But by packaging God of War 4's extra information in the vehicle of Mimir, by presenting it with personality and character and charisma, the God of War developers managed to make players want to learn about
ご苦労様。
Destroyed all other bridges to their realm. They locked this one up. If it still exists, she'll help. Himself personally.さあ始めようか。君と一緒ならきっと勝てる。
In this case means being honest with his son. He has only known Kratos for like 2 minutes, and he's already trying to push Kratos. He manages to do this without coming off as overbearing. Yeah, Amir is awesome, but for all my I'm all for his because he's just himself the smartest man in the world, and all the other characters appear to take his post literally, because he always seems to know the right thing to do, both literally and morally. He never says the right thing. He's a guide and role model for Kratos and Atreus, and a beautiful for exposition. He's a complex and nuanced character. Now, I'm not criticizing the writing here. You can't expect every single side and supporting character in a story to be as fully fleshed out and complicated. Totally fine to have a supporting character who is a basically role model. start of the game, he has pretty clearly become Kratos' closest friend and confidant. Someone Kratos trusts, someone Kratos listens to, and whose counsel he values, which is really sweet. That's really not something Kratos has ever faced before. In all the games in the series, he's basically been going it alone. He's never really had a friend, never had someone he could share. So this is a really gratifying development to see.
I'd like to.
なんだい困ったな。はあ、力を借りたいんだ。はい。
However, Mimir doesn't come off quite as perfect in the character's journey to Swaddle, the realm of the dwarves, we learn some unpleasant things. Mimir has always been really smart, but that intelligence was not always tempered by compassion and empathy, the way it is in the present. Mimir's past discipline, logical, and smart, without getting too is an example of a character whose rationality and brilliance is not tempered by compassion. Mimir in the past is another such example. So, once upon a time, Mimir was Odin's nemesis. Now that in that role he did some very bad things. While looking for Tyr, the characters meet this dwarf in a tavern, named They're about to leave, the dwarf says, and while you travel through this realm, meet new people. Of this deal, so it didn't sound so horrific, lied to them, because what it is slavery. Mimir helped Odin enslave the dwarves, helped build these mining rigs so the enslaved dwarves would work in the most efficient way possible, helped soften the language of the conquest so the dwarves would be less likely to resist. Even worse, these mining rigs are poisoning the land, so much so that the dwarves can't grow their own food anymore. They have to rely on Odin for food now, and that means they can never oppose him, never get out from under his tyrannical thumb.
Mimir, are you really the one who had those rigs built? Odin wanted the dwarves under his control, and well, I convinced him he could buy their allegiance instead of demanding it outright.
貴族について教えてくれないか。
わかったよ。僕もそんなに色々と知ってるわけじゃないけどね。
貴族っていうのは特権階級で豊かな生活をしていたりする人たちだっていうのは想像できるんだけどさ。その貴族がいるのはこのノーランガルス北帝国だけじゃないんだよな。
うん、そうだよ。このノーランガルス北帝国だけじゃなく、 普及の壁で隔てられた4帝国それぞれに存在するみたいだ。
そういえば円形になった王都の町を取り囲むみたいに東西南北に4つの帝国があるんだったな。
ああ、それぞれの帝国は大理石でできた普及の壁で4等分されていて、それが国境になっているんだ。
王とセントリアもその壁で4等分されているんだよな。
うん、だから北セントリア、東セントリア、南セントリア、西セントリアにそれぞれの町が各帝国の首都になっていて、皇帝もそこに暮らしているんだよ。
そうか、帝国だから皇帝がいるのは当たり前。なるほどな。皇帝が貴族たちのトップ、じゃなくて帝国の貴族たちの序列ってどうなってるんだ？皇帝の下にも貴族がたくさんいるんだろ？
一等爵家から六等爵家までの貴族がいるみたいだよ。
なるほど、6つの階級があるのか。そういえば貴族って結構な人数がいるよな。貴族は狩猟地から収入を得たりして裕福な暮らしをできるのはわかるんだけど、他は一体何が平民と違うんだ？
そうだね。大きなところで言うと、平民には姓がないけど、貴族にはある。あと、貴族は定立修験学院を無条件で受験できるんだ。
And this is an interesting moment in the story, because this is essentially the first true wrong thing we've ever heard of Mimir doing. Sure, he negotiated the failed marriage between Frey and Odin, which ended up being a huge disaster for everyone involved. But in that case, he was at least trying to do the right thing. With that marriage, he was trying to end a bloody war, trying to create compromise and peace. I think the choice to reveal something this troubling about Mimir's past is a really intentional one by the writers. Before this side quest, Mimir was basically perfect. After this side quest,
そうい
he
えば
feels much more
キリトが
like a
ザッカリアの
flawed,
剣術大会で戦った彼も貴族の血を引いていたんだっ
In the
け？
present, Mimir is a character who's guided by empathy.
まさかあんな風に近畿目録の裏を書こうとする奴がいるなんてな。おそらく近畿目録を守る気はあるんだけど、奴らは法律に対して平民とは違う感覚を持ってる。自分の欲望を満たすためならその法の抜け穴を見つけることが有用な手段だって考えた。
Mimir captured and enslaved this creature to impress Odin, and so that its oil could be harvested in the oil harvesting process is a
身も蓋もない言い方だけど、
where the creature, while
それは
alive
主
and
に
fully conscious,
狩猟地からの収入で生活している貴族が自分は働かずに狩猟地の小作に。
貴族が特権階級だってことは分かったけどさ、貴族に与え
そうだね。貴族採決権は帝国基本法に定められた5等爵士、6等爵士および狩猟地の民に好きな懲罰を与えることができるものなんだって。
そんなことが許されればめちゃくちゃじゃないか。ありがとう、友情。貴族のことは前よりも分かった気がする。
そうかい？また気になったらいつでも聞いて。 Yeah.
But I didn't know what it was like to be chained in one place for years at a time. Nothing to occupy your mind. Pain.
Ah.
Remember the feeling of a yoke around my neck.
大丈夫
Why enslave the
ごめんな。
Its fat was a good source of oil. Things like it.
oil for lantern?
うんあのね。つまりもしかしてそういえばそれと
There! You're free! Can you get me closer to its eye? Face to face with it.
To rectify his mistake, Mimir guides Kratos and Atreus towards freeing the Lingbacher. However, even after destroying its body, the Lingbacher doesn't free.
On, you great blubbering beast! Shoot! It's not moving.
ちょっ
Why is it
と
not moving?
It's grown accustomed to its chains.
No, we can fix this. We just need to
Oi.
chase it off. Scare it.
Better than they were.
Its wounds, both physical and psychological, as a result of decades of torture, are too deep. This creature, even if physically free, will never psychologically be free of its time in captivity again. Its wounds will always be a part of it. This is a mistake that Mimir cannot undo. I want to go back to Cat's Cradle and Felix Honecker, because Felix Honecker was a brilliant character, a genius, but he never gave any thought to how his inventions would affect people. Past Mimir seems to have been the same way, creating those mining rigs, capturing the Lingbacher. Those were amazing feats, something that only a truly brilliant character could have accomplished. But Mimir didn't give any thought to how the things he did would affect others. This is what I mean by brilliance tempered by compassion. Mimir in the present is just as smart as he was in the past, but now his brilliance has been tempered by compassion. In the present, he chooses to do what is smart while also being guided by what is compassionate. There are these hyperlogical, discompassionate characters that get popular every now and then among certain audiences. Think of Spock from Star Trek, the half-human, half-Vulcan who has chosen to cut off all his human emotions to live a life ruled solely by logic. Or Rick from Rick and Morty, who is a total genius who doesn't care what anyone else thinks, but is also a total asshole who just doesn't care about anyone. Sometimes people get attached to these kinds of characters. They say, that's my ideal. We would be so much better off if we could just stop letting our feelings affect our decisions. If we could just stop caring. Let cold facts and logic dictate all our decisions regardless of how it makes anyone feel. I think Mimir's character is an interesting response to that idea, because Mimir is probably as smart as those characters. Within the world of God of War, Mimir is the smartest character alive. He is the Spock or Rick of his world. And yet, unlike them, in the present, his genius is tempered by his compassion. We've seen what kinds of decisions he made in the past when he wasn't compassionate, where he helped enslave the dwarves or helped enslave the Lingbacher. But in the present, he is as brilliant as he is empathetic. And that allows him to be not just smart, but also wise.
Mimir, I still don't get why you ever wanted to work for Odin.
Back then, I was young enough to still be ambitious. These are godly, powerful forces I've come across, but they clearly lack for strategy, focus, and sage counsel. This could I faithfully provide. And so, a stranger on a far-off island found himself in Odin's ear, trusted as he trusted no one but himself. That kind of power, laddie, I must confess, there are bounds. Never claimed to be perfect, laddie, only clever. Not clever by half.
What'd you do to get Odin so mad at you?
Well, for a long time my job was to be and I was fucking excellent at it. Gradually, as I grew more to care about people and the world, my job became to contain him, to protect him from himself. By serving peace, I served his interests as well, that's the truth. But he saw it as disloyalty. No longer trusting my motives, but not wishing to part with my brain or tongue, he bound me to a tree and adopted a new pastime of casual torture.
Well, I'm glad we came along to cut off your head.
Aye, lad. Lucky break that was.
Oi!
The Nazis weren't exactly shy about the fact that they didn't really care for individuals of a race other than the one they idealized. Further, the Japanese seemingly had no problem with peoples like the Jews, even going so far as in World War II taking in Jewish refugees from German lands. Further, unlike Germany's European allies during World War II, when the Nazis attempted to pressure Japan to join in on their anti-Jewish activities, the Japanese government not only didn't listen, but even had official policy in place explicitly expelling any Jew from Japan or territories they occupied, a policy they maintained throughout the war, even as Jews who escaped from Nazi-occupied regions continued to flood into Japanese territories. Japanese diplomat Yasuke Matsuoka summed up, "I am the man responsible for the alliance with Hitler, but nowhere have I promised that we would carry out his anti-Semitic policies in Japan. This is not simply my personal opinion, it is the opinion of Japan, and I have no compunction about announcing it to the world." Given all this, it seems rather odd that Japan and Nazi Germany should sign a series of agreements with one another, culminating in the famous Tripartite Pact in 1940, which ultimately famously Nazi Germany, Italy, and Japan, but also eventually like some other countries such as Hungary, Croatia, days, Yugoslavia, all into peace and coalition Axis powers in North. Interestingly, Yugoslavia's joining the first in 2 years, and the bonus max later on in today's video. So why did Japan join up with the Nazis? For that matter, why did the Nazis want to join Japan not only so far away from their own country, but also populated by non-Aryans who less about Nazi ideology, but actually pretty fundamentally disagreed with it? Now, before we get into any of that, as a point of clarification, despite popular perception, it's a major stretch to say that Japan and Germany were actually allies in anything but the most surface-level sense. In fact, outside of Hitler's eventual declaration of war against the United States shortly after Japan attacked the US, the two sides didn't really do much of anything use to support the other. Japan even refused to offer so much as economic concessions to Germany until 1943, with initial rejections stemming from the fact that Japan felt it would hurt their negotiations with the US in the early part of the war if they supported Germany in this way. This was more or less part of the course with the so-called alliance between the two nations, which really wasn't much of an alliance at all, or at least not anywhere close to the extent of the Allies who named the whole act of war. In contrast, Germany and Japan, particularly, more or less two separate groups, and in these times when the American world sought to work together, as we soon see, they ended up not only not that out of the way, let's dive into why begin with the German Empire. also appreciated it beyond made a proper step. Not only that, but his doctrines got to World War I, however, Germany's core by the mid-1920s, chose Germany first. Also of note, which variant? Pro tip. Also alien.
Generator aerial element. Generator umbrella element. Generator metallic element. Generator umbrella element.
Present familiar combinations analysed, it becomes immediately apparent that not only is the group not merely anti-communist, but that its policies and practices equally run counter to those of the so-called democratic powers. Thus, it can be seen that the question resolves itself into the simple fact that it is a combination of those states which are bent upon upsetting the status quo, as opposed to those states which wish to preserve the status quo, or more simply, of the have-nots against the haves, and that anti-communism is merely the banner under which the As for this desire for expansion, as stated there at the time, much like the relatively young German Empire, Japan was interested in moving away from the so-called nation status to the
Yes.
During the Age of Discovery, many nations like Britain and France had taken advantage and expanded their empires around the globe, something both Japan and Germany had missed out on. Japan because of its isolationism, and the German Empire because it didn't exist until 1871, and its first expansion after not just ended with World War I, but with much of their advancements on this front. On the Japanese side, given the rapid industrialization of Japan in the preceding century, Japan found itself in a situation of being a heavily industrialized nation, but also had very little in the way of the resources needed to supply the industrialization engine. Thus, they had to rely on other nations to get them. For example, leading up to World War II, approximately 80% of Japan's exports were to the United States, and another 14% from other nations, allowing the US to exert significant influence over Japan if it so wanted at any time. That weren't exactly greatly improved when looking at things like access to coal, and other such staple resources. Thus, the Japanese were interested in copying the British, French, and such nations and expanding their influence beyond their borders. They further felt that the Western expansion into various Asian nations was something of an affront that they couldn't understand. Putting two and two together, the Japanese leaders felt an expansion would allow the Japanese empire to become more self-sufficient and in the process remove Western influence from Asian nations and forming their own. This was not in any way that Germany's own stated goal, seeking to expand their borders owing to the supposed living space problem, with Hitler stating, "We are overpopulated and cannot feed ourselves from our own resources." That was on the German front of expansion before World War I had seen Japan and Germany somewhat at odds, both wanting to expand into the same areas in East Asia. Germany wanted Europe and was happy to use Japanese. On top of all of this, as previously alluded to, both nations had a vested interest in ceasing the spread of communism with the Soviet Union, so relatively close. As bordering nations, Germany and Japan would both like to add to their future empires. On that note, if it were not for that anti-Soviet stance so staunchly held by the Germans and their long-term plans to attack the Soviets, World War II and the subsequent Cold War may have gone extremely differently. You see, and this was talked about I think today, is that the original tripartite pact came close to being a quadpartite pact. Shortly before the tripartite pact was signed by Japan, Germany, and Italy, a fourth major power expressed their desire to try and find very favourable concessions to Germany, as well as rather sizable economic offerings. In perhaps one of the biggest blunders of the war, Germany didn't even bother to reply to the Soviet proposal to join, as Germany had already planned to invade, despite about a year before Germany signing the Molotov
れはメディナじゃないか。
This pact in a nutshell
でも
was the
ちょ
two
っと様
nations
子が変
agreeing
だ
not
ろ。
to attack one another or aid an enemy of the other, as well as in secret defining various borders for the two nations in regions in between should either side, just so happen to totally by coincidence go to war in the area at some point, maybe. Had the Soviets been accepted into the Tripartite Pact, it not only allowed Germany to focus their full might against the British with their backs covered, but also given Germany better access to supplies from the Soviets and connecting over to Japan. This one perhaps allowing the Axis powers to eventually truly work together in the way the Allies did, instead of just being an alliance mostly on paper when it came to the Japanese and Germans. In any event, even though many of the German Empire and Japan's overarching goals for their nations aligned and their immediate plans didn't conflict with each other in any way, this still doesn't say why they actually, at least on paper, decided to publicly join forces. After all, as just alluded to, given the vast distance separating them, there was little hope that the two sides would benefit directly in the form of joining forces or even resources. And that is, again, not to mention the whole fact that the Nazis weren't shy about noting any other race outside of Aryan was helping form in their view. As to that latter point, some true Nazi fashion, when reality conflicted with their stated ideologies and beliefs, they
それにしても法学の授業の試験勉強って大変禁忌目録だけで1000を超える禁止事項があるのに、その上帝国基本法まで覚えなくちゃいけない。
キリトは記憶喪失で禁忌目録の項目を全部覚えていないから余計にしんどいよね。
笑い事じゃないぜ。それからこの上級法を優先せよって決まりはともかく厄介だよな。
もちろん禁忌目録が上で帝国たまに似たような法律が重なった場合だとかを想定した引っ掛け問題があるからね。
法の序列としては禁忌目録、それから帝国基本法、その下に学院則とかの掟があるってわけか。貴族採決権は5等爵士、6等爵士の貴族、それから治療地民に何でも命じることができ、貴族採決権は帝国基本法の中にある法律、つまり禁忌目録の方が上級法として優先されるってことだよな。
確かにそうなるけど、それ
いやだから人を罰するにせよ貴族採決権にも一応限界が設けられてるんだなと思ってさ。
それでも恐ろしいよ。修験学院を退学だとか学院の外周を走り続けろなんて命じられたらどうする？
なるほど。上位貴族のやつらはいくらでも法の抜け穴をかいくぐれるってことだよな。今友情が挙げたようなものならばまだ可愛いものだ。きっとやる気になれば貴族はもっと残酷なことをできる。禁忌目録の抜け穴をかいくぐるようなこと、言いがかりだっていくらでもつけられるし、貴族には今後やっぱ
キリト？ぼーっとしているようだけど、そろそろ勉強に戻った方が良くないかい？
まあ悪い友情。そうだな、また始めるか。今日もセントリアは賑わっているな。たまには普段行かないような店も覗いてみるか。お、この食べ物、なるほど、動物用の餌か。
access to Going back to the story at hand, science Rob returns to Germany after the massive documentation of the mass murder, rape, beatings, etc., including photographs and film footage. He then began lecturing about attempting to get and to stop such appalling in China. As you might expect, this all not only fell on deaf ears, saw Rob promptly arrested the company's Siemens AG.
そういえば学院で見つけた猫、まだあそこに住み着いているなら腹を空かせているかもな。せっかくだし餌を買っていってやるか。前に見たのはこの辺りのはずだけど。
While nothing is black and white, and there are numerous things that went into it, including, as noted, the threat the Soviets still held for both nations' plans, despite other pacts leading up to the Tripartite Pact somewhat neutralizing that threat, ensured the United States had become a major problem. Germany and Japan were both looking for a way to keep the US out of their respective conflicts as much as possible, and one of the ways to attempt to encourage this.
もう餌は無駄になっちゃったけど、仕方ない。帰るか。
ふざけるな。
この声。
まさかこの私に反論する気か？
そういうわけで。
ではなぜ断る？
ただ今は都合が悪いだけで。
言い訳をするな。お前ごときが欠陥品のくせにこの私に逆らうとは生意気だ。
おいあんた。
お前は以前メディナといた男か。邪魔をしないでもらえるか？今は大事な話をしている最中だ。
悪いけど目の前で友人が叩かれるのを黙って見過ごすなんてことはできない。
まあいいだろう。だがお前が私の邪魔をしたことは忘れない。次に会った時は覚えておけ。
大丈夫かメディナ。
余計なこと
あのまま見過ごすことはできないって。
このままではまた。
頬痛むか？治療が必要なら。
触るな。
ごめん。本当に大丈夫なのかメディナ。手が震えて。
気にするな。平気だ。では私は行く。
おいメディナ。普段は勝ち気なメディナがあんな風になるなんて。
Unfortunately for the Germans, when Japan made it very clear they would not That said, Stalin wasn't Other things to contrast and change in September 1941.
Yeah.
German journalist sent a message.
Lina senpai.
Daga.
However, within a month, so that was the On the other end of things, with the US, Japan did at least inform the Japanese United States,
なるほど。
giving them a heads up mere days before the attacks and not giving any specifics whatsoever on how or when they'd do this. On this note, you might now be wondering what on earth the Japanese were thinking trying to bring a nation
そうだ。
the Japanese were grasp. Well, they had zero chance of protracted conflict against could further completely shift the balance of the war.
それと
And just for reference here, for what it's worth, the gross domestic product of the United States was 17% higher.
よし。
When the US entered the war, on top of that, neither Germany nor Japan had any hope of actually attacking the US mainland directly in any meaningful way. Further, as alluded to at the time, there was extremely strong support on the United States for isolationism following the war, which resulted in the passing of various neutrality
ありがとうございます。
30s to help keep the US out of any conflicts. These were initially some absurd allowing the US to supply most original firearms once the conflict was ships. And then following this Roosevelt. Then followed that up with the March of 1940 Peace Act, which allowed the US to give supplies of equipment to allied nations for free, $50 billion. However, despite all of this, US citizens along with many within the government still had little interest in involving itself in the conflict with the Axis.
キリト、だいぶ上達したな。渇水の構えも様になってきた。
Germany's decision-making power seemed extremely questionable, and indeed, ultimately, their choices were catastrophic.
いえ、先輩みたいにうまく受け流すまでにはなかなかなれません。
使いこなせるに越したことはないが、問題はないさ。
This left southern expansions ultimately had to do because of the United States' actions.
キリトの剣は私以上に攻めの剣だ。攻撃の力を伸ばしていくことがさらなる上達への近道だろう。
That was nonetheless a series of progressively For reference here, at the time,
剣を交えるたび、お前のアインクラッド流は進化していく。毎度、お前には驚かされるよ。
さらに進化しないといけませんね。リーナ先輩。
少し休憩してからまた再開しようか。
わかりました。
お前も飲むか？水なしでは干からびてしまうぞ。
ありがとうございます。
お前とはもう半年以上の付き合いになるな、キリト。
ねえ、なんだかあっという間でした。
それでもお前は変わったぞ。入学試験の時より顔立ちまで大人びたような気がする。
リーナス。
なんだ？
なぜ先輩は俺をそば好きに選んでくれたのですか？
それはお前の剣、アインクラッド流の剣風に我が流派セルルト流に似たものを感じたからだ。
This was a non-starter for Japanese leaders, something Caesar's example to provoke Japan to influence and thus hopefully allow the US to enter the war.
つまりアインクラッド流が実戦向きの剣術だから。
ああ、だが我がセルルト流も、そしてお前は入学試験で試験官と誰よりいい勝負をしていた。実はお前をそば好きに指名するにあたってはちょっとした慣習破りをしているのだ。
problem here again was that to do so, they would
慣習破り
force the US to declare
先
war
輩が
on precarious position of not yet being fortified positions they were planning on taking.
ああ、貴族の子女がそば好き練習を選ぶときは同じ貴族のしかし等級が自分より低いものを指名するべし、そんな慣習があるのだよ。私がお前を指名したときは上級貴族代表どもが寮の部屋まで抗議に来たものさ。
知りませんでした。
Noted by the Pacific Fleet Admiral James O. Richardson when he asked Roosevelt if the US would be going to war with Japan. He states Roosevelt responded, "If the Japanese attacked Thailand or the Kra Peninsula or the Dutch East Indies, we would not enter the war. But if they even attacked the Philippines, no time
それでも私はお前話しすぎてしまったな。今度の検定試験は3回目。油断せず対策を行って勝ち進むことだ。このまま実力を磨けば、お前と裕次郎は昇級して。はい。
数時間後。
Europe and the Pacific had one decision difference. But, rightly or wrongly, the Japanese were convinced the US would declare war on them the second they attacked the Philippines and other nations in the region, something they had to do before they ran out of oil and other supplies because of US embargoes against Japan. So, what to do about it, especially when they knew they couldn't win a war against the United States? How about sink the Pacific Fleet in a surprise attack, thus temporarily crippling the US's ability to retaliate while Japan simultaneously performs their own little blitzkrieg, taking over every nation they needed for the supplies and self-sufficiency they wanted, which is exactly what they did, for example, attacking the Philippines the next day after Pearl Harbor. They then would dig themselves in, such that it would require a massive effort by the United States to get them out. Something they knew the US could do, but Japanese leaders felt that the US would have no interest in such an effort given their general aversion to conflicts so far away. At that point, now from a much stronger negotiating position and dealing with a nation that wouldn't really want to continue the war, the Japanese could simply negotiate a truce with the United States that favored Japanese interests. It's,
どうしたのキリト？ぼーっとして。
ああ、少しメディナのことが気になってさ。
メディナのこと？もしかして。
まあ、そんなところかな。
気になっているなら早く謝って仲直りした方がいいよ。メディナ。
まあそうだな。で、俺が怒り。
だってキリトは結構僕相手だったら特にそれで問題ないけど。
まあ否定。でもメディナはあの時確かに怯えていた。あの顔も声もメディナらしくなくて心配で。
World ruled by the principles of gangsterism. We are now in the midst of a war not for conquest, not for vengeance, but for a world in which this nation, and all that this nation represents, will be safe for our children. We expect to eliminate the danger from Japan, but it would serve us ill if we accomplished that and found that the rest of the world was dominated by Hitler and Mussolini. Speaking of Hitler, he went ahead and did Roosevelt a massive favor by almost immediately after Japan attacked, also declaring war on the United States and supporting his Japanese allies, not just assuring them the US would go to war with Germany, but also increasing public perception that the attacks had been coordinated and that the two nations were allies in the mutual name, second massive blunder in a week by the Axis powers. As historian Max Hastings notes, 4 days after Pearl Harbor, Hitler made the folly of the strike comprehensive by declaring war on the United States, relieving Roosevelt from a serious uncertainty about whether Congress would agree to fight Germany. As for the German side of things, let's just say that all this perhaps showed why plans to assassinate him were at one point cancelled because he was such an incompetent general that the war was sure to end with Allied victory if he was left in charge. As Japanese General Tomoyuki Yamashita had stated of Hitler, he may be a great orator on a platform, but standing behind his desk listening, he seems much more like a clerk. On this note, Hitler's reaction to the surprise news of Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor was apparently, we can't lose the war at all. We now have an ally which has never been conquered in 3,000 years. He also states that the Japanese strategy of a surprise attack gave them the right declaration of war. This method is the only proper one. Japan pursued it formally, and it corresponds with his own system, that is, to negotiate as long as possible. But if one sees that the other is interested only in putting one off, in shaming and humiliating one, and is not willing to come to an agreement, then one should strike as hard as possible and not waste time declaring war. And a very slight defense of Hitler's decision here to declare war on the US instead of just waiting it out and seeing what happens. He had technically verbally promised Japan he would before the attack. It should be noted here that leading up to the attack, Japan had spearheaded an amendment to the Tripartite Pact wherein if any nation should not just be attacked by but attack the United States, the other nations would be obligated also to go to war with the US. However, this amendment was not able to be completed before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Also noteworthy here, it would seem that there were efforts in the amending of the pact to oblige Japan to go to war with the USSR, but this was resoundingly rejected by Japan, with one communique from Japan to Berlin in December of 1941 stating, in case Germany demands that we participate in the war against the Soviet Union, we will respond that we do not intend to join the war for the time being. If this should lead to a situation whereby Germany will delay her entry into the war against the United States, it cannot be helped. Yet Hitler did it anyway. So why? What was Hitler's more detailed reasoning for being excited Japan had brought arguably the most dangerous country in modern world into the conflict? To begin with, Nazi politician Joseph Goebbels wrote of Hitler's thoughts at the time, "We are now to a certain extent protected from this. The United States will probably no longer make aircraft, weapons and transport available to England so carelessly as it can be assumed that they will need these for their own war against Japan." To be fair, this may have been what actually happened had Hitler not declared war on the United States. In his speech announcing this historically catastrophic decision on December the 11th, 1941, he also doubled down on antagonizing his new enemy, taking pot shots at the US and President Roosevelt, stating, "I will pass over the insulting attacks made by this president against me. That he calls me a gangster is uninteresting." After all, this expression was not coined in Europe, but in America, no doubt because such gangsters are lacking here. National Socialism came to power in Germany in the same year as Roosevelt was elected president, while an unprecedented revival of economic life, culture and art took place in Germany under National Socialist leadership. President Roosevelt did not succeed in bringing about even the slightest development in his own country. A threatening political opposition was gathering over the head of this man. He guessed that the only salvation for him lay in diverting public attention from reform to foreign policy. It was strengthened in this by the Jews around him. The full diabolical meanness of Jewry rallied around this man, and he stretched out his hands. Thus began the increasing efforts of the American president to create conflicts. For years, this man harbored one desire, that conflict should break out somewhere in the world. The fact that the Japanese government, which has been negotiating for years with this man, has at last become tired of being mocked by him in such an unworthy way, fills us all, the German people, and I think other decent people in the world, with deep satisfaction. It was also noted that Hitler was happy that he could now actually have his U-boats openly attack US shipping lines that were supporting the Allies at the time. And he assumed that with the conflict in the Pacific, the US would have their hands full with much of their navy there, further making such supply lines on the European front vulnerable. While there were certainly pros from the German front, there were also a massive amount of very obvious cons that didn't seem to factor in at all, such as the subsequent influx of US troops he'd soon have to meet on the battlefield. On this one, he appears to have simply been delusional, noting US soldiers were unlikely to fight nearly to the level of Germans, owing to being comprised of a mongoloid mix of races. Not only this, he felt that it would take several years for the US to adequately ramp up their armaments once they were directed at Germany instead of Japan, at which point the war in Europe would be over. What he apparently was unaware of was that for some time Roosevelt and co. had already long been preparing for war on the armaments side, and on top of that, in large part thanks to Hitler declaring war on the US, it would not be Japan the US would be too bothered about, with Roosevelt devoting around 10% of US forces to supporting their British ally directly in Europe, which had something of an afterthought at first, despite it being Japan attacks the United States. On top of this, despite Japanese assertions to the contrary, Hitler apparently was also under the impression that if Germany declared war on the US and supported Japan in this way, Japan would change its mind and aid Germany against the Soviets, something that not only didn't happen, but also Japan didn't bother interfering with US supplies being funneled through the port of Vladivostok in the Sea of Japan in support of Soviet efforts against Germany, something that pissed Hitler off, as you might expect. We should also note of the supposed allies in Japan and Germany at this point of the war that both sides were exaggerating or outright lying to one another about their respective statuses in their two wars, with Hitler exclaiming in March of 1943, "They lie right to your face," and in the end, all their depictions are calculated on something which turns out to be a deceit afterwards. Of course, the Germans weren't any better, and at the time of Japan's attack on the US, they seem to have generally been under the impression, based on German communiques, that Germany was very close to wrapping up the war in Europe and the conflict with the Soviets. Going back to Japan and their own blundering all this, perhaps not adequately understanding American culture and the classic modern day, these colours don't run America, yeah, type attitudes. As noted, while they had hoped the attack of Pearl Harbor would drive US citizens to even more advocate for isolating and withdrawing from these conflicts so far away, in reality their attack had more or less completely gotten rid of the American apathy toward what was happening in the world at the time, undoing the isolationism that the US had embraced post-World War I. But all this because of the attack, which was perceived publicly as unprovoked, even though the reality was, for example, doing everything in their power to provoke Japan, the US populace now had zero interest in negotiating a treaty with Japan. The American people wanted those deaths and the supposed unprovoked attack avenged and weren't going to stop until Japan was crushed. Not all the Japanese military leaders have been so deluded, however. For example, Marshal Admiral Soroka Yamamoto, in charge of the entire combined Japanese fleet, was not shy about his opposition to the original signing of the Tripartite Pact because of it being so subtly directed at the United States. He stated that this on August 14, 1940, "To fight the United States is like fighting the whole world, but it has never decided. So I will fight this again. Doubtless I shall die on board Nagato. Meanwhile, Tokyo will be burned to the ground 3 times. Kono and others will be torn to pieces by the revenge war." He would also state after the fact, "Unlike the pre-tripartite days, great determination is required to make certain that we avoid the danger of going to war." He further stated, seemingly understanding his potential enemy in a way other leaders in Japan did not, should hostilities once break out between Japan and the United States, would not be enough that we take Guam or the Philippines or even Hawaii, San Francisco. To make victory certain, we would have to march into Washington and dictate the terms of peace in the White House. I wonder if our politicians, who speak so lightly of a Japanese-American war, have confidence as to the final outcome and are prepared to make the necessary sacrifices. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't listened to and was even in charge of the attack on Pearl Harbor that would bring about the result that he feared. And if you're wondering here, he was not killed on his flagship as predicted, but rather when the US intercepted an encrypted transmission outlining Yamamoto's plans to tour around the South Pacific inspecting his forces and nevertheless able to shoot down his plane. Perhaps not too bad a death for a man who stated, "To die for the emperor and nation is the highest hope of a military man. After a brave hard fight, the blossoms are scattered on the fighting field. One man's life or death is a matter of importance. All that matters is the empire." As Confucius says, "They may crush cinnabar, yet they do not take away its color. One may burn a fragrant herb, yet they don't destroy the scent. They may destroy my body, but they not take away my will." In the end, thanks to Pearl Harbor, a drawn-out war with the US, something the Japanese military brass had known they'd lose quite handily if it happened, is exactly what happened. And while nobody in Japan could have anticipated the end result of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the overall outcome was inevitable from the start, given the US had no interest in a treaty. Making the move even more mind-boggling, as Japanese commanders had noted with the attack on Pearl Harbor. In this case, it would only be a mild delaying measure, and given the shallow waters they knew well, it was likely that the ships sunk there would be relatively quickly repaired and put back into service, which is exactly what happened with 6 of the 8 ships that found themselves on the bottom of the sea after the attack being repaired. In short, not a great plan, though at least was more defensible given the known information of Japan, the St. Louis decision to bring the United States into the war on the European side. But in the end, going back to Japan and Germany's supposed alliance and why they both entered into it, while they did technically have an alliance on paper, it was exceptionally loose. And in practice, they were 2 nations fighting 2 separate wars at the same time. Both nations, however, were intent on attempting to mimic the imperial expansion of certain Western nations to become one of the have-nations instead of have-nots. Most importantly, allowing the nations to have direct access to resources they utilized to help the nations. And for a little while at least, the parents and allies in Japan, for various reasons, benefited both separately. While even if they were much the main, always ideal. Much from the beginning of Japan's Of course, as mentioned, the Japanese committed their own series of atrocities during the war. Discussed in data despite 3 to 30 million people being massacred in the region's tribes. Their view, liberating, but that's a story for another day. Bonus fact. If you're wondering why only 2 days for Yugoslavia to withdraw it's insanely complicated. In an overly simplified nutshell, the government at the time was in a rather tricky situation, no real ability to fend off the Germans, and the British Empire explicitly agreed. Funnily enough, the British were less than Germany anyway. After a whole lot of negotiating, Yugoslavia made as well. The Germans were offering committed deals. They weren't really asking for anything other than Yugoslavia to publicly join up, but otherwise not requiring any military aid from Yugoslavia. But even accepting Yugoslavia's terms did not allow any military transport or presence of Axis powers in the country. Unfortunately for the leaders of the country, while this all may have made sense from a practical standpoint to preserve the country's sovereignty and rescue the war, from an ideological standpoint, the people were rather upset with the decision, and so revolted, with the British doing their best to encourage peace. Almost immediately, with the help of the British, the people overthrew their governments with such slogans as "Better the grave than a slave, better a war than the pact." Funnily enough, almost immediately after this and the new government's rejection of the treaty, Hitler decided to withdraw demands of that chance within a week going to war with the country which went through its conflict, already brave and for a massively more detailed explanation of this resistance, collaboration, thanks for watching.
I want to tell you a story. From 1937 to 1945, Unit 731 operated as a biological and chemical weapons testing facility, using thousands of civilian prisoners as its test subjects. It's the worst tales of Nazi Germany's concentration camps, only this wasn't Nazi Germany, and you've never heard of it, because this was the Empire of Japan, and the United States government covered it up. Tell me this, how should we talk about the darkest and most terrible things in our world? A lot of the time we use fiction to do it, and Imperial Japan is no different. The Fire Nation from Avatar: The Last Airbender was a genocidal colonialist power bent on conquering its neighbors under the thinly veiled lie that it wants to share its prosperity with the world. While it was certainly not intended as an allegory or to symbolically represent Imperial Japan, it's no secret that it bears a striking resemblance to it, in its culture, its rise, and its fall. This comparison comes up a lot, but for all their similarities, I don't think it's morally right to compare the atrocities of an imaginary Fire Nation to those of actual Imperial Japan, to pretend they're in any way comparable. They're not. But as I tell you this story, I want you to think about how it exposes a problem with how we use fiction in this way to explore these darker ideas, and in particular, how it reveals something about what I'm going to call the stories we don't tell. The Last Airbender is incredible because it isn't afraid to explore these darker ideas of genocide, war, and trauma. I will never forget the third episode of the series where our main character, Aang, returns home to one of the Air Nomad temples, only to find it a ruin and empty. And not only empty, but a mass grave. Hundreds, if not thousands, of those he knew slaughtered in a single night. The anguish is palpable. Hundreds of civilians massacred purely to weed out the Avatar. Better to kill them all than to risk the one person you're searching for survive. Then again, we have another genocide in the Southern Water Tribe. All of their benders systematically wiped out, and we're given an episode where our characters hunt down the man who perpetrated it. But when Katara confronts him, the show recognizes that there are some crimes that you just can't forgive. These are powerful stories to tell, but they are ultimately just stories. And I've always used stories like this to explore difficult ideas because they give us such a powerful lens to examine the world around us. But we have to make sure that we don't let our analysis get away from us and mistake these fictions for a complete truth or understanding of anything. Especially not these darkest, most nuanced and complicated ideas and topics, right? Especially because they can obscure the darker reality about the world we have created. Because the Fire Nation can teach us a lot about Imperial Japan and the horrible things that it did, but it deliberately and inherently can't come close to the darkest depths humanity has gone to, that Imperial Japan managed to find. And so if we want to not only understand what those depths are, but what they mean, then sometimes we need more than fiction. Sometimes we need to start with the truth. The reality. So yes, in this experiment we are going to talk about the ways they truly are similar in their rise to power and their culture. But when it comes to those atrocities, we're not going to compare them. Instead, I'm going to tell you the truth. It's true that both of them were seafaring empires that underwent a rapid industrial revolution that allowed them to outpace their neighbors militarily, politically, and economically. The Fire Nation developed railways, steam power, engines, and eventually even flight, partly aided by their ability to work with metal and heat so easily. See, in the world of Avatar, each of the four nations are based around the ability to control one of the four elements: air, earth, water, and in this case, fire. Hence the Fire Nation. Imperial Japan followed a similar path with the 1868 Meiji Restoration, which saw it industrialize far faster than other countries nearby like Korea, Russia, and China. And these technological shifts saw both Imperial Japan and the Fire Nation revolutionize warfare on a global scale. The Fire Nation's superior logistical capacities, strong centralized government, and steam engines not only gave it a powerful navy, but it meant it could outmatch their numerically superior opponents in the Earth Kingdom. The Japanese, on the other hand, were really the first in the world to truly realize the power of the aircraft carrier. Huge floating islands of metal capable of projecting force around the Pacific. At the beginning of World War II, Imperial Japan possessed the largest carrier fleet in the world, with the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941 concretely demonstrating their effectiveness, not simply for reconnaissance, but as a focal point of a fighting force. And because of all this, both of these nations won a series of stunning early victories that really put their name on the map. The Earth Kingdom, in turn, took a lot of inspiration from China. They, too, were a decentralized power plagued by infighting. China in the early 1900s was caught in a civil war between the nationalists, the communists, and the regional warlords, who all held a lot of economic and political power. And with the upper hand, both empires used their economic prosperity to justify their expansion as a benevolent cause, when in reality it was underpinned by a much darker belief in their own supremacy, culturally and racially. In 1943, the Imperial Japanese government produced a secret report describing a world run by the Yamato race. With Japan at its apex, the propaganda asserted that Japan's 3,000-year history and unparalleled racial supremacy bestowed a civilizing mission on the country. The report drew connections between racism, nationalism, and the justification of imperial ventures. The report highlighted the need for living space, uniting their people and the cultural supremacy of Japan. If all of this is sounding overtly familiar, then that's for a damn good reason. In reality, this document really ended up meaning very little, but the racial and cultural sentiments it expressed had been around for decades by this point. Perpetuated by propaganda and the education system, these feelings were widespread in the population. It all came together in what they called the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere Doctrine, and they would be its leader.
Our nation is enjoying an unprecedented time of peace and wealth. Our people are happy, and we're so fortunate in so many ways. We should share this prosperity with the rest of the world. In our hands is the most successful empire in history. It's time we expanded it.
While the supremacist ideology is less evident in the Fire Nation, it is certainly there. When speaking to Earthbenders, one man says, "You notice, Earthbenders, that this rig is made entirely of metal. You are miles away from any rock or earth. So if you have any illusions about employing that brutish savagery that passes for bending amongst you people, forget it." Likewise, people who are born in the colonies are seen as lesser because they've been infected by other cultures. There's a sense of purity to it. But on top of this, there's something different about Japan. See, Japan saw itself as a symbol of resistance to Western colonialism. When they looked around, what did they see? French Indochina, British Burma, the Dutch East Indies. China was under the colonial thumb following the Opium Wars of 1839 to 1860. They called it the century of humiliation. But Japan, in amongst them all, had survived. They wanted to be one of the great powers of the world at the time. And what were all of the others doing? Colonizing. So they propagandized it as a binary choice. Colonize or be colonized. In 1905, they established themselves as a great power by smashing the Russian Navy so badly that the Russian Empire had to sheepishly agree to let Japan own the entire Pacific, be virtually landlocked in the East. And there's an irony to all of this, isn't there? That Japan claimed to be a symbol of Pan-Asian identity, but in becoming Imperial Japan, they adopted a lot of European practices, often at the cost of their own identity, something that many in Japan continue to lament today. They painted themselves in opposition to European colonialism while simultaneously emulating and admiring much of what they did in attempting to do the same. The racial doctrine is no different. Eugenics was a popular scientific theory in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and it played directly into their imperial ambitions. The Yamato race is no different to the ideas of the Aryan race. With these comparisons, we can see how Avatar also uses the Fire Nation to expose how dangerous supremacist ideologies are, how they justify atrocities, and how they embolden people to commit them. That is all fair and true. But if we're going to talk about atrocities, then we have to be honest about them. I cannot tell you about all the crimes Imperial Japan committed, but I can tell you about one. One which starts with a man whose name you have probably never heard, whose name deserves to be amongst the ranks of Joseph Mengele, Heinrich Himmler, and Adolf Eichmann. A man whose name was not lost to history by some accident, but was wiped from it by the United States government trying to cover their tracks. That man's name was Shiro Ishii.
We called the victims logs. We didn't want to think of them as people. We didn't want to admit that we were taking lives. So we convinced ourselves that what we were doing was like cutting down a tree. When you see someone in that state, you just can't move. Your mind goes blank. The fear is overwhelming.
Ishii was born into a wealthy family in 1892, growing up through the height of Imperial Japanese power. In 1895, Japan took Taiwan as one of its colonies, and in 1910, when he was 18, they annexed Korea. From a young age, Ishii was intelligent, resourceful, and was described as a brilliant, unstable, charismatic, but spellbinding advocate for causes he supported. Some accounts suggest that he had a photographic memory, able to recite huge, complicated texts with ease. But keep in mind that we have a tendency to mythologize people like these from history, our worst villains and our greatest heroes. Even so, as Japan's empire expanded, Ishii grew into an ardent, ultra-nationalist, echoing all the sentiments of that greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere doctrine, with a special interest in the racial and cultural supremacy of Japan, and on top of that, eugenics. In 1916, at age 24, Ishii was admitted to Kyoto Imperial University to study medicine, excelling far beyond his years and coming to the attention of his professors. He graduated 4 years later in 1920, and shortly after, he joined the military as a surgeon lieutenant. His undaunted, fervent nationalism and dedication to his work above all else saw him quickly rise through the ranks and gain allies amongst the most extreme factions of the military. Recognizing his military value, Ishii was allowed to return to Kyoto Imperial University to get his PhD in microbiology. He had few friends across his life, but he did have his studies, preferring to keep companions in petri dishes of bacteria that he called his pets. rather than people. Across this time, he would also frequently hire young girls, rarely over the ages of 15 or 16, while he himself was in his mid-20s. But these few years were formative for him in his ideology and motivations, because two things happened. First, she became obsessed with the possibilities of bacteriological warfare, seeing it as the weapon of the future. Second, he became enmeshed in a number of right-wing militarist factions that dominated Japanese politics. The militarists and like-minded politicians formed many secret societies to promote their objectives in the 2 decades before World War II. By 1941, Japan had nurtured between 800 and 900 fanatical, emperor-worshipping, expansionist, proto-fascist secret groupings. The Cherry Society, founded in 1927, was perhaps the most influential body within the right-wing militarist network, and every group, no matter how small or insubstantial, made its contribution to Japan's increasing militarism. She had positioned himself within the circles of the influential and ambitious. In 1926, she completed his PhD in microbiology and started advocating for a new bioweapons program for the military.
We must look to the future. Biological warfare must possess distinct possibilities. Otherwise, it would not have been outlawed.
Using his military and political connections, Ishii was appointed professor at the Tokyo Army Medical College and promoted to lieutenant general. There, he began his bacteriological warfare research in secret. But he very quickly came to the belief that any real progress required more practical, applied research. In other words, human experimentation. But she had a problem. Tokyo wasn't the right place to do it. It was too open to prying eyes, too closely monitored, and Japan had outlawed experimentation on Japanese citizens for a long while. But this was not a right extended to those outside the country, to those he considered beneath them. No, he required a secluded site that would not be open to the scrutiny by hostile forces of the outside world. And in 1932, Imperial Japan conquered Manchuria.
We seize new lands for the betterment of our people. Why not use them? I must go there, where human material can be plucked from the streets like rats.
Having been careful about gathering the right allies at the right time, Ishii made his bid to establish a facility in Harbin, a small town close to the Soviet border. He would maintain for years afterwards the Soviets were the ultimate enemy. Ishii was given a staff of 300 and an annual budget of 200,000 yen, or about $1 million US today. The facility had to be moved several times after a number of prison escapes and rumors of what was being done there beginning to spread. But in 1936, Ishii was given a huge tract of land in a place whose name would go down in the memories of those around it for all the horrors that went on inside its walls. The name of that place was Pingfan. 24 kilometers south of Harbin, it was so isolated and secretive that even trains traveling through the region were ordered to board up their windows. Construction began on a new facility. More than 150 buildings, larger than any before, thousands more staff, dozens of specialized biochemical laboratories, a library, a massive administration building, even a school for the children of personnel working there. It was a swimming pool as well. It was a self-contained world of its own. But behind all of those, there was a massive prison complex for test subjects, 3 crematoriums for the dead, an organized mass grave, a comfort station where Chinese and Korean women were kept, exploited or against their will, including children. It was just one in a network of thousands across Imperial Japan's empire. To be clear, the comfort stations were virtually state-sponsored rape, and they deserve to be mentioned as one of Imperial Japan's worst crimes, even if we can't discuss them in detail today. The facility was surrounded by barbed wire, an electric fence, even a moat to prevent escape. Does this sound familiar? It should. Pingfan was the world's most advanced bioweapons facility at the time, and secrecy was of the utmost importance. And there were 2 layers of lies to protect Ishii's true purpose. The first one was for the Astorians. Officially, Ishii was appointed the head of the Anti-Epidemic Water Purification Bureau. He was appointed by imperial decree signed by Emperor Hirohito himself. This decree permitted Ishii to establish, quote, water purification laboratories wherever he saw fit. The trick being that Ishii did genuinely invent a water purifying kit for soldiers in the field, and their work was, at least tangentially, related to disease. Because what use were bioweapons if you couldn't make your own soldiers immune? If the outside world came sniffing, then they could fall back on this immunology research as an excuse. The second lie was for the locals and the world. See, the Pingfan facility was so large that it drew a bit of international attention, and when asked, the Japanese simply insisted that it was a lumber mill. Among themselves, the Japanese researchers furthered the image of a lumber mill. Candidates for experiments in the biowarfare camps were referred to by the medical researchers there as marutas, or logs. Logs were brought into the lumber mills, examined or tested for an assortment of impurities, cut up, autopsied, and then, to continue with the metaphor, burned as firewood in the camp's incinerators. Chinese workers were drafted or hired to build the facility. Some accounts say they were treated with such little care that many froze to death in the winter and their bodies were tossed into the foundations. Others say that after their work was finished, the laborers were killed. They would keep the secrets of Pingfan in their graves. Pingfan was initially called the Ishii Unit, after Ishii himself, but hoping to scrub his name from any association with the work in the eyes of the world, the facility was given a new name, the one that would have for the rest of its existence. An innocuous name designed to hide its true purpose behind numbers. It would be known as Unit 731.
You should not kill living creatures, nor should you admire hunting or fishing. In our school, teaching about poisons is prohibited, nor should you receive instructions about poisons from other physicians. You should rescue even such patients as you dislike or hate. You should do virtuous acts, but in such a way that they do not become known to people. To do good deeds secretly is a mark of virtue. You should not exhibit avarice, and you must not strain to become famous.
Test subjects were chosen from a wide variety of backgrounds, though officially they were only communists, rebels, prisoners of war, and criminals. Only that wasn't really true, not the whole truth. Documents would later reveal that it included infant babies, children, pregnant women, the disabled and elderly, any undesirables that could be lured in with promises of food and work. You have to understand how indiscriminate Japanese military violence was. The line between civilian and soldier, if it was there, was very thin. And I don't think any story demonstrates this better than one from the Nanking Massacre. Imagine for me a small boy crouching in the ruins of the city. Half of it has already been destroyed in a bombardment, but his house is still standing. His name is Tang. And he and his two friends, Big Monk and Little Monk, have hidden themselves by stacking bricks over the front door to make it look like a wall, disguising the entrance. And yet, Tang is a young, curious boy who doesn't know the horrors of war. Not yet. He was always told how similar the Japanese looked. They were brothers from another country, and he wants to see them with his own eyes. Though Big Monk and Little Monk try to dissuade him, Tang unstacks the bricks and sneaks out into the city. He is quickly caught and ordered to line up in a row with others. There is a large ditch behind him. This is his account.
A competition began among the soldiers. A competition to determine who could kill the fastest. As one soldier stood sentinel with a machine gun, ready to mow down anyone who tried to run, the 8 other soldiers split up into pairs to form 4 separate teams. In each team, one soldier beheaded prisoners with a sword while the other picked up heads and tossed them aside in a pile. I stood there, frozen in silence as people dropped to the ground, one by one. Kill and count, kill and count. They were laughing at us. They showed no sign of remorse at all. I only survived by chance.
The Japanese wiped out entire villages on the suspicion that one of them might be housing a communist. Better that they kill them all than one of them escape. They would execute civilians who were walking around at night because who would do that but a soldier? The Japanese would simultaneously smuggle opium across the country and profit from it, and then arrest people for using it. The smallest agitation or inconvenience could land you being sent to Unit 731. There were no court proceedings. Many prisoners were taken from a nearby detention camp, but many were simply taken from the local population, those rats that Ishii talked about. And while talking about Japanese war crimes, I want to give a special mention to the Philippines. When we imagine Imperial Japan, we often focus a lot on things like the Nanking Massacre or Korean comfort women. But the Philippines suffered greatly under Japanese rule. Their suffering is often ignored, and I want to acknowledge it. In keeping with the mirage of a lumber camp, victims would be brought to Unit 731 in the dead of night, crammed into freight cars underneath the lumber logs, or in nondescript trucks owned by the Kinbei Tai, the Japanese secret police. When a she needed more, he simply filled out a form for them. Many were packed so tightly into sacks that their heads and feet were bound together, and they were brought in via a secret tunnel into the facility. The secrecy of transport, being deprived of any knowledge of where they were going, rings all the bells of Auschwitz. Especially because upon arrival, she would have each of the prisoners assigned a number, from 100 to 1500. This number wasn't tattooed on them the way we see in Nazi Germany, but it is the same tactic. Dehumanizing your prisoners makes them easier to kill, to experiment on, because they don't have names. They're just Maruta number 769, just another log in the records. Documents refer to them this way as well, no names. This is also part of the reason it is so difficult to determine just how many truly died at Pingfan. The same numbers were recycled when the person bearing it was murdered. The only rule was this: nobody was allowed to leave Unit 731 alive, lest rumors spread again. And so, with a willing workforce, a new facility, and a steady stream of test subjects, she got to work. First and foremost, disease testing. She experimented with just about every deadly disease under the sun and attempts to manufacture a deadly bioweapon the Japanese troops could be immune to. The methodology was simple. I prepared 1 liter of sweetened water, which I infected with typhoid germs. This was administered to about 50 imprisoned Chinese war prisoners, if I remember correctly, only some of whom had been inoculated against typhoid. People were inoculated to different degrees against a given disease to study the damage done and what inoculation might be effective in the long term. These experiments were then repeated over and over and over with typhoid, then anthrax, typhus, tuberculosis, cholera, and especially the bubonic plague, which she seemed to have a special passion for. And most of the time, these experiments would kill most of the people involved. And this was after they had suffered through stomach ulcers and debilitating fevers and lymph nodes and boils and their organs rotting inside them. Even if you survived, it bought you little time. If a prisoner survived the inoculation of lethal bacteria, this did not save him from repeated experiments, which were continued until death from infection intervened. Fundamentally, all of this was just torture until death. In other cases, people would be forced into gas chambers to breathe in anthrax spores. Others would be staked out in a field around a bomb filled with infected fleas just to study the impact when it exploded. She was also intent on studying sexual diseases. Women would be injected with syphilis, or they would be forced to have sex with others who had it. And then their symptoms would be studied over several weeks before eventually they would be condemned to a live dissection to look at the impact on their organs. All of this meant death. But soon enough, Ishii's little workshop of horrors began to spread. On October 27, 1940, the 300,000 people of Ningbo took shelter when the bombing siren sounded. It was a par for the course those days on the front lines. And yet, as they braced themselves for the inferno, something strange happened.
A lone plane circled slowly over the heart of the city. A plume of what appeared to be dense smoke billowed out behind the fuselage. I thought it must be on fire. Then the cloud dispersed downward quickly, like rain from a thunderhead on a summer day. And the plane flew away.
This moment stuck in the minds of those living there because Ningbo had been systematically bombed by entire squadrons of Japanese planes every morning for a while now. But this plane came alone, and no fires or explosions followed in its wake. Instead, wheat fell from the sky, like manna from heaven. Days later, bubonic plague appeared. Dozens began dying every day, but by the time the Chinese authorities had clued into what was happening, the plague had already spread. While the chaos of the time makes it impossible to know just how many died, the epidemic went on for another 2 months before they truly managed to get it under control. To eradicate it, Chinese authorities fenced off the city center, laid a trail of sulfur into it, and burned it all down to dust. All their homes, all their belongings, all in hopes of killing every last rat and flea. See, by this point, Shi had come to believe that his human experimentation in Pingfan was not sufficient. He needed to apply his science practically, out in the real world, a vastly different environment to his lab. And so, Shi, with the support of his superiors, began to secretly wage bacteriological warfare on the Chinese population outside. Just like this. Despite the relatively low death count of the Ningbo attack, it did confirm to Shi and his allies that not only bacteriological warfare could work and put a strain on the enemy's resources even with a small outbreak, but it could preserve their infrastructure while killing them. A golden prize for an expansionist empire. And to add insult to injury, Shi ordered thousands of bread loaves and cookies baked and infected with typhoid and paratyphoid. They were then distributed amongst the prisoners and the already starving civilian populace of the Zhejiang region, in hopes of causing another outbreak. Sure enough, one did, killing thousands and wreaking havoc. Shi's bacteriological weapons saw another use in 1941 when one of his loyalists, Colonel Ota Kiyoshi, introduced that same bubonic plague to the city of Chengde, a major business and communications center. Shi's bacteriologists coordinated with the Kuomintang army, who were assaulting that region in December. The aim being to soften the defenses and logistical support of the Chinese before the Japanese army arrived. Just like Ningbo, a single plane flew over the city like a lone ghost heralding what was to come. The sounds of death not in the rending of metal and eruptions of fire, but the pitter-patter of food pellets, rice, paper, and miscellaneous animal materials. 10 days later, bubonic plague appeared, and Shi was no longer dealing in the hundreds of cases like we saw in Ningbo, but several thousand, of which an unknown number died. Again, these things were difficult to document. Chinese authorities by this point were well aware something was happening, because Chengde had no history of bubonic plague. Either way, all of this only further convinced Shi and his allies that bacteriological warfare was the way of the future. A single plane could wreak the same havoc as a fleet of bombers, and at a fraction of the price. Then once more, in 1942, field experiments continued with a small village called Kongshan in northwestern China. Again, a single plane, a trail of material described as nothing more than a strange dark mist. And then 14 days later, people began to die. Over a third of Kongshan would perish. And if Shi could scale that up to a city, a country, then he had the greatest superweapon the world had ever seen. And you know what the cruelest thing was? After each of these experiments in 1940, 1941, and 1942, Japanese epidemic specialists would arrive on the scene to supposedly administer care. The reality was, of course, they were there to collect data, to study the results of their experiments, painting themselves as the saviors against such horrible diseases. In the case of Kongshan, though, Shi had other ideas. Many of the survivors were injected with further doses of bubonic plague under the guise of vaccinations. After all, if they could survive one bout of it, then what if they could survive two? Most of Kongshan would die. These are only 3 of the best documented biological attacks that Shi ordered, but they were certainly not the only ones. Across his tenure, Shi would have countless lakes, reservoirs, and rivers infected, the water sources that people relied on, including the Derbil River that flowed across the Soviet border, as he did maintain for years that everything he did was preparing for an inevitable war with the Soviet Union. We can never know how many truly died from his infections, nor which outbreaks were natural and which were orchestrated from the start. Some accounts suggest that Unit 731 exacerbated the 1938 to 1939 cholera outbreak in Guangdong, which killed over 1 million. And yet, each of these attacks also exposed catastrophic failures with Shi's bioweapons. Firstly, delivery. Injecting prisoners or passing out infected food and clothes works, but it requires close contact you simply don't have with an enemy that's kilometers away, with plenty of guns between you and them. It took several attempts to infect Chengde, making Shi's weapons notoriously unreliable, and one attack on the city of Jinhua failed to spark an epidemic entirely. Likewise, planes had to fly low and slow to ensure the pathogens even stayed alive long enough to infect, and a low-flying plane was an easy target. Finally, the pathogens had to spread without explosives that would kill the material. Secondly, it's uncontrollable. Disease is indiscriminate and will kill you as much as it wants to kill your enemy. In one instance, she killed hundreds of Japanese troops with cholera. And so, in 1942, undeterred, she set out to create a new bioweapon, the Ishi bacteriological bomb. The Kuomintang army had previously invented the defoliation bacilli bomb as early as 1932, and it was used in several other biological attacks over the years to spread anthrax, the plague, and other diseases, but it did not address these problems. So instead, she designed a bomb that used a ceramic shell which could easily break apart with very little gunpowder. It could be packed with infected fleas which could survive the fall and scatter across the landscape, and the packaging allowed it to be dropped from a greater height, which in turn protected the plane. Of course, as with all research done at Unit 731, it meant horrendous cruelty for their human test subjects. 20 Manchurians were tied to poles at a proper distance, that is, enough distance to prevent their death from the bomb, which was electrically exploded or dropped from above from a plane. The bomb blast and its fragments allowed the plague bacilli and anthrax bacilli to penetrate through the wounds into human bodies. There was surgery for some, autopsies for the rest. By 1944, the Ishi bacteriological bomb was perfected and put into heavy production, but world events conspired to ensure that they were never used. While disease experimentation was the bulk of Unit 731's research, it was far from all they did. Vivisection was common. Operations on living people, usually without anesthetic, and not only for experimentation, but as punishment. The Kempeitai would sentence people to Unit 731 specifically for vivisection purposes. Whenever a she or his scientists wanted a specific organ for their research, they would just choose a prisoner and have that organ taken from them. And little, if any, care would be given to ensure they survived afterwards. There would always be more. This included lungs and stomachs and livers, and they would take blood from people on a regular basis just to see how little blood someone can survive on. And when they were too weak for anything else, they were murdered. There was also extensive research done on frostbite. Every year, between November and February, in the depths of winter when temperatures reached negative 15 to 30 Celsius in the Heilongjiang region, people were taken out into the forest near midnight. They were forced to place their hands or feet in icy cold water to keep them there, and then take them out and stay outside overnight until they induced frostbite. Many would be left with amputated limbs. Those are the ones that survived, just to study how to treat it. Many others would just perish. People would rarely survive for more than a couple of months at Unit 731, but more importantly, I want to emphasize the pointlessness of Ishi's research, because sometimes we look back on things like this and we go, well, you know, that was horrible, wasn't it? But at least we learned some good things, even passively thinking that. But so much of Unit 731's research wasn't just useless, but it was pointless in the first place, and they knew it. These experiments included replacing blood with seawater, excising lungs, stomachs, livers, and other organs from prisoners of war, interrupting blood flow from arteries of the heart to determine the time death would occur from such a procedure, and drilling holes in craniums, then inserting scalpels into the brain to determine what, if anything, medically useful could be discovered from the procedure. What, if anything? Think about those words. There was no universal execution method at Unit 731. Some were shot, some were poisoned, some were injected with potassium cyanide, some died from disease, some were hung upside down until they choked, some were stuck in centrifuges and spun around until their bones began to break. If you can think of a way to die, Ping Fan probably did it. This focus on Ishi and Unit 731 might make it sound like it was a lone incident, a rare anomaly within Imperial Japan that few knew about, few participated in, and few would have ever supported. That as bad as it was just another small incident within the theatre of war. But no. The truth is, Unit 731 was just one in a network of dozens, most established under Ishi's biowarfare empire. Some focused on chemical weapons, others on poisons, others purely on experimentation, but all were institutions of torture and death, of which Unit 731 was simply the largest. All of this meant Ashi had a number of important allies and followers to run these facilities across Asia, and so a number of other characters enter our story. The first three are Dr. Katano Masaji, Major General Kawashima, and Major Kurosawa, who all played fundamental roles in the death factory under Ashi at Unit 731, as chiefs of different divisions, equally responsible for the horrors committed there. The fourth is Dr. Naito Ryochi, who was originally stationed in Unit 731 before being given command of a similar facility in Hong Kong called Unit 9420, a likewise innocuous term to hide its true purpose. There, they produced huge amounts of pathogens, of particularly typhus and bubonic plague, which would eventually be unleashed on the battlefield. Naito's story after the war is actually even more important than his during it, and we will come to that in a bit. Then there was Dr. Wakamatsu Jiro, who commanded the second most prolific facility in the entire network, Unit 100, focused on pesticides, poisons, and chemical weapons and their mass experimentation on humans. Lastly, there was Dr. Masuda Tomasada, who ran Unit 1644 from Nanking and murdered hundreds, if not thousands, in their experiments with plague, anthrax, typhus, and typhoid. Ashi's acolytes were everywhere. All in all, we know of 8 major facilities in Ashi's network, though we have no idea quite how many there were beyond them, nor the precise death toll, but we know that it had a staff of thousands, and mass graves continue to be found today. And this network becomes even more deeply rooted in Japanese society when you understand just how involved the medical field was in Unit 731 and its associated facilities. The staff of thousands meant that Ashi had to constantly recruit new people to work for him. So, Ashi maintained ties at the Tokyo Army Medical School, spending 3 months there each year and recruiting hundreds of physicians and medical students to do rotations of research at Unit 731. He also leveraged his old position as professor to do university tours, which would include videos of those very dissections done at Unit 731. Over 450,000 students would see them, including members of the royal family. The truth was, if you wanted to get anywhere in the medical field in Japan at the time, then you needed a military job. And that often meant being part of Ashi's biowarfare empire. Dr. Naito Ryochi would later confess just how widespread this truly was.
Most microbiologists in Japan were connected in some way or another to human experimentation programs.
In some sense, it was an open secret in Japanese society that they were experimenting on people. Dr. Katano Masaji would even publish papers based on his research done at Unit 731, referring to his test subjects as Manchurian monkeys or Taiwanese monkeys, and those who paid close attention clearly knew what he meant, and most just didn't care. One way countries tried to dismiss the idea they ever committed war crimes is by insisting it was the work of a rogue agent, that it wasn't sanctioned by the government, that they were unaware. Unit 731 was not that. Ashi's plans were fully integrated into the way Imperial Japan grew and worked. It was systemic. It was organized from the top down, possibly up to the Emperor himself. His seal was on orders secretly commissioning the facilities in 1936 and 1940, and in 1940, Hirohito supposedly ordered Ashi to increase production at Unit 731 and to tell Wakamatsu the scale of the resources, manpower, the material devoted made all of this just simply impossible to hide within the bureaucracy. At the height of his power, in 1944, Ashi commanded a fleet of warplanes, several thousand medical and scientific personnel, and a sizable army of soldiers. Most importantly, he exercised total control over huge capital expenditures. Ashi had created a biowarfare empire, he was its sovereign ruler. And yet, did you know his name? Did you know what he did? So many stories are told of Joseph Mengele, the Angel of Death, the Nazi doctor. And yet, this is the truth. A total of many thousands more were exterminated in Harbin, Bayen, and Pinggan from 1936 to 1945, and in Unit Unit 731 satellite.
そうだ。
Thousands more were destroyed by
俺と
Unit
立ち会いしてくれ。
in 1644.
恐ろしいほど唐突だな。
Conservative estimates
一
total
体なぜ
fatalities would be between 10,000 and
試験が
12,000
もうすぐだし
women and children
練習したいと思ってさ
research conducted at the various
メディナの件はすごいから
Nazi doctors
対策にぴったりなんだ
are estimated to have killed about 1,000 individuals.
構わない。付き合ってやる。
Other estimates put it well
手加
higher,
減は出したぞ。
and when taken in combination with those killed by the bacteriological warfare that arose from Ashi's experiments, the death toll rises as high as 500,000. Altogether, not only was Ashi's network responsible for some of the worst horrors imaginable during World War II, but it was institutionalized in a way made only possible by religion. Until 1945, when everything came crashing down and the cover-up.
私の剣に耐えられる。
I thought I was serving the Emperor. At first, I felt very bad, but after a few operations, I got used to it. What is scary is that I don't get nightmares. The logs were there for experimental purposes. There was no guilt associated with the process. I take pride in having taken part in this work. I have no regrets. It was a war.
By the middle of 1945, Nazi Germany had surrendered. Japan's empire was crumbled, one island at a time. General MacArthur was leading the US military south across the ocean, and while it was a grueling campaign, it was one the Japanese this night, the Soviets crossed the land border into Manchuria, just 500 kilometers from the sea. Troops were abandoning their posts in droves, and the Soviets were quickly defeated. Fearing his revenge, many of his work through the ordered the facility and all evidence destroyed. All people kept there. Not a single one of the 900 prisoners kept at Unit 731 had they were not taken with the retreating forces, nor were they left to starve. They were poisoned or shot, and the information ensured that no remains could be immediately found. Virtually all evidence and documents of the horrors committed at Unit 731 were burned. The facility itself was destroyed. She fled to Japan and faced escaping. When the Soviets closed in, not 10 days later, all they found on the outskirts of Harbin was the burned out husk. Few walls remained standing. The Soviets might have thought it was just another factory gone to dust, passed it by, and not the images themselves scrawled with pleas for help, prayers for death, and the rumors from the surrounding towns of what happened. Investigators were sent in, and soon enough they identified a number of laboratories, crematoriums, and a mass grave nearby. But it wasn't until they captured dozens of scientists who worked at Unit 731 that they truly began to understand the scope of Ashi's operation. See, while most of Ashi's key acolytes escaped, Major General Kawashima and Major Kurosawa were amongst those captured by the Soviets, and interrogations soon after began. On August 15th, a week after the Nagasaki atomic bombing, Emperor Hirohito announced Imperial Japan's unconditional surrender. She was horrified and even tried to launch a suicidal disease attack on occupying American forces, but he was stopped. He was told to, quote, wait for the next opportunity. The Empire of Japan and Ashi's place in it had fallen. Unit 731 was. But the world faced a new question now.
First, destroy the military power. Punish war criminals. Build the structure of representative government. Modernize the constitution. Hold free elections. Enfranchise the women. Release the political prisoners. Liberate the farmers. Encourage a free economy. Abolish police oppression. Develop a free and responsible press. Liberalize education. Decentralize political power. Separate the church from the state.
This was General MacArthur's manifesto on a post-war Japan. He did not succeed. Avatar works to explore what to do with a country that has committed horrible atrocities. Can you find justice in a world like this? And what does justice even mean? Zuko promises to usher in a new era of love and peace when he ascends to the throne. What does that really mean in a world where your nation has committed some of the worst crimes in history? Love as an ill-defined place in geopolitics? Love for one's country or for its victims? Does peace mean punishing war criminals or allowing them to keep their positions to ensure a smooth transition of power? These are valid questions to ask, but they also run into what I have called the good story problem. When discussing real-world issues that require a lot of nuance and where misinformation can be really damaging. I've talked about it before in my videos on mental health, and the principles do apply to discussing war crimes like this as well. What makes for a good story does not necessarily make for a good reflection of the truth, or of the complexities of reality, or a message you really want to pass on to your audience. If we look at The Last Airbender, after the war, Fire Lord Zuko de-radicalizes the Fire Nation. He prosecutes war criminals, he makes constitutional and structural changes to ensure such a war might never happen again. He pays reparations and he assists the cultures of the Southern Water Tribe and air nomads who were genocided in rebuilding themselves and their sense of identity. But even while Avatar recognizes that this post-war world is a complex one, all of this fundamentally works. Any problems outside of these are treated as exceptions to the rule. This is a story where the good guys win, where the arc of history bends towards justice. And even if there is trouble along the way, it always turns out alright in the end. It's almost a perfect template, you might say, for how we're meant to deal with these types of issues. But in being that, it can ignore elements of our own history when discussing that history. Even when we tell stories about the darkest sides of humanity, we tend to prefer those that give us something to root for, that give us a glimmer of hope at the end of all of this horrible stuff. Rich Brownstein is a Jewish scholar on Holocaust film portrayals, and he's talked extensively about how when we imagine the Holocaust in films and TV, righteous Gentile stories dominate what we see. These are stories about non-Jewish people who save groups of Jews. Jojo Rabbit, Schindler's List, The Hiding Place are some of the most famous. These stories are tempting to tell. They give us a hero and a triumph out of a time of terrible adversity, a sense of hope, and as well as a way for the audience to think that no, we wouldn't be party to these atrocities. We would not be a part of them. We would...
policies that are then adopted by organizations such as the UN, World Bank, IMF, and national governments. And this private organization has no democratic vote, and yet it is quite clearly one of the most powerful organizations the world has ever seen, not just affecting the West, but also Russia and China. So when they unveiled their plan for a Great Reset, this marked a new chapter in human history, and the leader of this organization is Klaus Schwab, who claimed the Great Reset would provide a unique window of opportunity to reshape our world.
I see the need for action. I see the need for a great reset.
And one part of this agenda was to make the world greener and more carbon neutral, which sounds great, but what exactly did he mean by this? Well, as you might have noticed, all governments in the West in just the last year have promoted these policies heavily, with the West now being forced to cut their ammonium and nitrogen emissions by 50% alone. However, for many farmers in Europe, their livestock normally produce ammonia in urine and feces, and so farmers all across Europe were recently forced to cut 30% of their livestock, which meant huge swaths of farmers were forced out of business by the government. And yet these same rules never applied for sectors like the airline industry. So suddenly, farmers and workers across Europe protested. But at first, these protests were smeared as just crazy right-wingers. But as this resentment grew and the protests gripped European nations, the government acted harshly, with live rounds being fired upon these protesters. I mean, in the Netherlands, they even changed the law that officers who killed protesters were now immune from manslaughter charges. And whilst the media covered this up, the Dutch government would never receive any backlash, as they were cowing to the World Economic Forum orders, and the working class people in Europe were forced to see their futures destroyed before them, as they were attacked and mocked in the media. And so it was no surprise that around this period, Klaus Schwab, the leader of the World Economic Forum, warned of increasing anger.
We have to prepare for a more angry world.
Because Western governments were now forcing the food supply to run dry, whilst artificially inflating the prices amidst a global food shortage, only deepening the economic crisis that the majority of the West were facing. And in an act of doublethink, something that came straight out of 1984, media outlets like Reuters would then claim that there was no evidence that the Dutch government worked with the World Economic Forum to impose these new laws, which really isn't all that surprising given the World Economic Forum partnered with Reuters for exclusive content distribution, as the World Economic Forum, otherwise known as Big Brother, controls the flow of information. And whilst you might not see the anger in the news, these protests haven't stopped in Europe. I mean, just recently, protests have gripped the country of France, as the President Macron has risen the pension age, meaning it's going to take longer and longer before workers can ever receive a pension. Even though the majority of France hates this idea, this was imposed anyway, as democracy in Western nations is becoming a facade. In fact, democracies aren't even obeying the people anymore. They obey corporate and financial interests rather than the popular vote, the World Economic Forum over the people. And that's why our freedoms are slowly being stripped economically and socially. Because if everyone had social and economic freedom, then the whole system would collapse. And instead of new parties emerging and addressing these protests, you're now seeing the militarization of the police, more surveillance, more distraction. And it's following this agenda that people like Bill Gates are claiming at the World Economic Forum that during our current worst cost of living crisis and the ongoing fuel shortages, Bill thinks that workers should now also be paying carbon taxes, all whilst people like Bill Gates are using the most carbon of all. They'll preach things like private property for the average person will be a bygone relic, all while snapping up record amounts of farmland across the US, following their mantra of you'll own nothing and be happy. And all you're left with is again more distraction, more noise, more misery, more tension and more depression. No more family units, less farms, less freedoms, and no more rights to pursue happiness. This is just one of the reasons our habitus has been violently shifted towards consumerism and hollow material wealth, because we're being starved of it. And it's the perfect means to keep control in society. But how did things ever get this bad? This has never really happened in living memory. But what Orwell didn't foresee was that pleasure was just as useful a tool to keep the masses numbed. You see, as they slowly siphon the wealth out of the economy, the elites keep us distracted with hollow, empty hedonism. And modern technology is the perfect tools for this. By exploiting the basic social need to be accepted, social media applications exploit your dopamine receptors in the exact same way as cocaine. Years of split testing, perfecting the algorithms, and billions of dollars in research have made big tech companies like Facebook and TikTok as addictive as possible. And as people build up a tolerance, they always need more content faster to stay engaged, all while procrastinating and wasting their life away, being numbed into flaccid apathy in their bedrooms. The rise of TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and all these other short-form social media sites is just a direct result of this process. It's why we're developing parasocial relationships with streamers and not our own communities, giving the people the illusion of community and knowing what's going on in the world, all without any real substance or true information, and by providing a drip of anodyne lethargic dross. The meaning in your life is sucked away. The resentment you feel at the government is numbed and repressed inside of you, and so you accept it.
And anytime you feel depressed, isolated, like things are just outside of your control, there's always that little dopamine fix just sitting in your pocket, pushing people more and more into the online realms, stuck alone in your bedroom. And the result of this is what you see today, the most depressed and downtrodden generation in living memory. As the normal societal habitus is breaking down, it's taking away your motivation to go out in the world and make something of yourself. You don't have the energy to call out bullshit against your government and the people preaching their agenda. Responsibility, duty, purpose, these key pillars that have motivated men for millennia have all been pushed out of the societal framework. Instead, consumerism and greed are the only things to look up to now. But the worst aspect of this is the effect it's had on people's relationships with each other. I mean, our current habitus right now is leaving 63% of men under age 30 single and alone, and a large majority of them aren't dating at all. Millions of men are experiencing the exact same lovelessness that Winston's known his entire life up until now. Before we continue, I want to tell you about something I've been working on this past month. You see, I've built something that I legitimately think will change your life. Because you see, for most of your life, you've always been fed a constant stream of lies. Lies that have poisoned your value systems, purpose and passion in life, whilst also poisoning the community around you. And it's why you feel so lazy, so meaningless, so lonely. And so it's time that we've come up with real solutions. Not just modern day BS solutions. I'm talking about a new form of community. A way for us to take back control of our lives. Where I will go deep into the real solutions, answers and value systems of thousands of philosophers condensed into an easy to understand package. All to help you improve your life. All at no cost to you. I will send you a weekly essay on the solutions to the problems we discuss on this channel. So just click on the link in the description and add your email and name down below. After Winston and the woman get to know each other a little better, we then transition back to the antique store, where Winston plans on renting out the place. And once they're sure they're finally somewhere private, the duo secretly engage in an unsanctioned relationship against the state. We also finally get the name of the woman, being revealed as Julia. In this moment, both of them can finally relax and enjoy themselves, even if just for a little while. They then enjoy some contraband items that Julia smuggles from the party, like real chocolate and coffee. And for a while, their little conspiracy works quite well for them. Up until this point, Winston has been completely in the dark on whether there's an active resistance movement. But in his mind, he's certain that he has some level of understanding with an inner party member, a man called O'Brien. So when O'Brien corners Winston in a hallway, he's full of hope for a way to resist. O'Brien tells Winston that he's a fan of his writing, but he does mention that there were a few unwords in his latest piece, and recommends he reads the state's next dictionary edition. When he goes to collect it from O'Brien's office, Winston is astounded by the luxuries that he enjoys. He offers him real wine, something that Winston has never tasted before, and O'Brien can even turn off his telescreen. But the most precious thing O'Brien offers Winston is hope, when he tells him about the resistance against the party, and it's here that we get an introduction to the shadowy practices of how INSOC truly operates. Between the pages of dictionary that O'Brien gave him, Winston finds a different book titled The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism, which is basically a manual on how INSOC and Big Brother operate, and the author is listed as Emmanuel Goldstein. Now it goes over a lot of what we've already covered, but it also tells Winston about what's really going on in the world's politics. You see, in the world of 1984, 3 superstates have reached global dominance. There's Oceania, which controls the Americas, South Africa and the UK. Then there's Eurasia, a Soviet successor state which rules over Russia, parts of Asia and Europe. And then finally there's East Asia, a successor of China which controls the Far East. The 3 states exist in a constant cycle of war, endlessly shifting alliances and fighting for control over the rest of the world. But they're not trying to win. They all have enough resources for their impoverished people. The states are also pretty much the same in their beliefs. Eurasia's neo-Bolshevikism and East Asia's obliteration of the self are almost identical to INSOC, meaning there aren't really any ideological differences. Instead, this war only exists to suck up resources and keep people in poverty. It keeps their societies and their brutal ideologies running, all in order to maintain control. George Orwell envisioned a dead end, to put it simply, a world where progress and forward movement have been stifled by 3 world powers to guarantee their control of the people. And so as Winston sits at home, we learn that Oceania has once again shifted alliances, and now the war is with East Asia, and Eurasia is now their ally, which is just another bit of doublethink, and it doesn't really change anything for Oceania's people. It's just more propaganda and more control for the populace. And that's why the parallels of our real-life politics and that of 1984 is truly uncanny, where secret families and powerful shadowy organizations like the World Economic Forum fuel both sides of wars, where world enemies are friends behind closed doors, where governments continually change our enemies and ally with people that we're told to hate. But then this really does beg the question, where do these big powerful governments and these shadowy organizations actually come from? Why does Big Brother exist? why do we decide as humans to follow the order of these totalitarian regimes and governments? Well, the answer simply lies in understanding how governments form in the first place. Now, Thomas Hobbes was one of the first political theorists to understand this. In his widely renowned book, Leviathan, now he wrote this after his experiences during the English Civil War, a brutal conflict where the country for over a decade was split into two by the parliamentarians and the royalists. During this period, beheadings were common and the violence was barbaric. And it was this chaos that inspired his thoughts on governance. In this book, he first talks about human nature and primitive life, back in the time when humans were cavemen, living a tribal existence. And he famously described this life as nasty, brutish, and short. The lack of laws and complete chaos of nature led to a constant fear of death in the people. There was no actual progress, because people were either too afraid of each other or just too busy in their fight for survival. There was hardly any social cohesion, there was no rule of law, and there was no societal development. And it was this primitive fear for survival that laid the groundwork for society. So to avoid this constant struggle for survival, men willingly laid down their claims to the world to live in a peaceful collective under one powerful ruler. And for Thomas Hobbes, this was the optimal form of government, where one powerful state with a sole ruler did his best to protect the people. That way, everything follows one trajectory of the leader. All quarrels between the masses are distilled by ultimate power, and only then can the lives of everyone improve. But you see, Thomas Hobbes was actually wrong with this, as this only ever works with a truly virtuous and benevolent ruler. And yet the oligarchy of 1984 and the oligarchies we see today are just the complete opposite of this. But nonetheless, when there is this benevolent ruler who controls a massive population, the culture and societal norms of that population always trickle down from the top. And this is where social habitus forms. Now, it may change based on the environment and the people that form the society, but a specific code of conduct always takes shape along the same lines. You see, for example, in a healthy society, the habitus is always focused on ideals like liberty, responsibility, virtue, and discipline. These would be the values, virtues, and moral code of the elite, and then that would trickle down into all areas of society. So this is how the habitus works, and sociologists use the idea of habitus to illustrate the manner in which a society's culture works. You see, there are many unspoken assumptions and standards that underpin society. These are frequently carried out automatically, and they are more akin to acquired skills than deliberate actions. The French thinker Bordeaux, who popularized the word, frequently linked it to sports. For example, the rules of football are set in stone, and you play the game without thinking why the rules are there in the first place. And yet these rules are crucial, otherwise the whole game just wouldn't work without it. And this is also how societies and culture flourishes. And that's why the Renaissance was so remarkable. The new habitus that was developing in Europe in this time gave birth to a whole new wave of creativity, discipline, focus, moral code, and beauty. But then what happens when the values of the elite starts to crack, and the habitus becomes poisoned? What does this then mean for the rest of society? Well, you don't really have to look very far to see how fractured and malformed our habitus has become. I mean, we only need to take a look at who our icons are in society to give us an understanding of what has truly happened here. Due to our hyper-crony capitalist system, the elites and their greed and love of money has spread into every level of society. And I'm not talking about simple capitalism here. I'm talking about the special kind of corporatism and socialism for the rich. You see, for example, we no longer value the European holistic lifestyle, where a person's value is based on many layers of their personality. Instead, today in the West, we only value the superficial to understand someone's value. And this explains the rapid rise of these fake gurus you see online. People like Grant Cardone, London Real, and these vacuous new megachurches. You see, things like this would never even exist without millions of people orientating their self-worth and motivations entirely around money. You see, in contrast to the Renaissance period, they used to care about art and religion, but our new religion is following hedonistic and materialistic pursuits. Now, obviously there's always need for money, and it's a great way to have freedom in your own life, but it's these sorts of scammers that completely rely on greed to survive, and greed is the name of the game in modern society. And that's why the greediest of all are then promoted even further, going all the way up to the top of the World Economic Forum. And in a lot of cases, people are just making money simply by talking about money and nothing else. Nothing on actual societal value. And it's not just these sorts of people. Our society now praises these celebrities whose only value lies in their image and wealth. The Kardashians are always mentioned, but there's just so many others, people like Cardi B, the entire cast of Love Island, or any other vacuous hollowed out shell of a human being celebrity. And because we praise these false idols, everyone then buys into the societal delusion, helping to perpetuate this broken habitus even more. And that's why lots of well-meaning rational people are swept up to becoming mouthpieces of a failing system. And one of the perfect analogies for our twisted habitus could be seen with the FTX scandal recently. From celebrities to established financial institutions, Sam Bankman-Fried fooled the world by using his own artificial pumped-up currency that had no attachment to anything real to make billions. Everyone believed in it, and that's where the value of these coins came from. By everyone believing in Sam Bankman-Fried's lies, he was able to make unthinkable money. But at the top of the pyramid of FTX, this CEO was a lazy gamer playing League of Legends in the Bahamas, with his whole value being tricking everyone into believing his money was worth something. But then when a gust of wind came, this whole facade came tumbling down in just a matter of days. And our society is heading exactly the same way. You see, as the habitus gets twisted even more, it becomes harder and harder for people to reconcile it with the real world. Then when the illusion breaks and people realize everything is built on a lie, it eventually collapses. And Winston and Julia have also been living a lie separate to the great lie of their society. You see, despite knowing they'll eventually be found out, they carry on seeing each other in the room above the shop. A taste of real life is just too tempting. So Winston enjoys reading subversive literature to Julia, all while enjoying the contraband food that Julia smuggled from the inner party. Things are going great. They finally escaped the clutches of Big Brother. They've had a taste of freedom and love. All until one day, when Julia and Winston are relaxing in their room. As they watch a working class woman washing some clothes and singing a song, they marvel at the beauty of life, all the more stunning because they know their time is limited. Winston says to Julia, "We are the dead," and Julia says the same. And then a voice from behind says, "You are the dead." They turn around to see a painting fall off the wall, revealing a telescreen with the visage of Big Brother. The voice directs them to stand in the middle of the room as the thought police break in through the window and the door. Even worse, the antique shop owner walks up the stairs and reveals himself to be an agent of the thought police. Ever since Winston set foot in the shop, he was always under their supervision. The agents take Goldstein's book and smash the piece of coral, one of the last things of beauty left from the old world. And it's one of the last things Winston sees before they take him away to the sinister Ministry of Love. We are then shown Winston in custody, along with his neighbor Parsons. Parsons, not knowing it himself, is apparently an agent of Goldstein, and also a thought criminal. However, he reveals that he was taken in because his daughter reported him for things he said in his sleep. Despite Parsons coming across as completely indoctrinated, he's still going to be tortured and broken down anyway. The two remain in custody for some time, until an announcement wakes them up. Room 101. Parsons seems to already know what this entails, and begs the correctional officers not to take him there. Winston, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have a clue about what's going to happen, but gives a knowing look that it probably isn't going to be good. Despite all of this pleading, Parsons is then taken to room 101, and Winston waits alone in his cell for some time, until he is met with O'Brien. O'Brien takes Winston into an interrogation room, where he is tortured with an electric restraining device. Throughout the time, O'Brien educates Winston on the principles of doublethink. He reaffirms the notion that Oceania has always been at war with East Asia instead of Eurasia, despite the country being previously correct. Along with this, O'Brien then asserts that 2 + 2 can equal 3, 4, or 5, sometimes even all of them at once. And this is the final and most essential ingredient for keeping the party and their stilted habitus alive: rejecting real, authentic reality itself. They need people to trust the party over their own eyes and ears. It's how people are willing to accept that the enemy can change at a moment's notice, and it's how the party will have taken power in the first place. It's in times of great chaos and upheaval that regimes and governments fall and new ones take their place. It's just the cycle of history, and we've seen it happen over and over again. It's how the world order changes, and in our current world right now, the transition is almost here. One of the most famous experts in this field, Ray Dalio, describes the process in a study on historical cycles, beginning with the rise of civilizations. This is when a new state, founded on the dominant ideals of the time, grows in power to take control of their world, like the Roman Empire all the way to America after World War II. Then comes the golden age of prosperity, a long period of time where a civilization enjoys their position at the top. But this is also where the problems start to arise. People make financial bets on the world order continuing forever, unable to see a future unlike the present. As the leading power's economy grows to dominate the others, their currency becomes the international standard. Internal conflicts also arise as the founding ideology becomes out of date with the world, and eventually a bubble forms as people bet more and more on continued growth and prosperity, whilst internal divisions and problems only get worse. Those with power try to consolidate their grip on it, alienating more of the people whilst hoarding all of the wealth. And this then only fuels extremist sentiment and revolution even more. However, sometimes this can be peacefully dealt with, although eventually these problems get so large and the power structure becomes so stagnant that a revolution and changing of the guard becomes inevitable. Then another rising power eventually eclipses the stagnating one, Most of the time there's a war or sets of wars until the dust settles and a new world power comes to the forefront. And time again this cycle has just repeated itself. In recent history it was the Dutch who were dominant, followed by the British, then the US, and now China is rising to challenge the US. And that's where we are today, on the cusp of this transitional period. And because of this, our current societal habitus just won't be able to cope with the changing world. As the cracks start to show in the habitus, and the society becomes more and more deranged, we'll then see a massive shift back towards traditionalism. Because as birth rates fall, young people fail to find love or happiness, the standard of living starts to drop, and the ideals of the constitution start to get ripped apart, right-wing sentiments will rise again. Meanwhile, the elites at the top are going to keep tightening their grip on power, bringing us closer and closer to a 1984 future. I mean, for starters, we've already talked about the Great Reset, but this is only the tip of the iceberg here. Because right now it's becoming very clear that corporate elites will keep pushing their elitist fake leftism on the masses, all to maintain control of the world order. I mean, we're already seeing this in the West, with huge companies like PayPal's recent announcements on handing out fines for, quote, misinformation, or like MasterCard's carbon fees, where their new credit card cuts people off for exceeding carbon emission levels. All while oil companies make record profits but can't find the money to fix their pipelines and stop massive oil leaks. However, the most disturbing part of this is the new idea of CBDCs, one of the most odious forms of corporate control. And so if corporations and financial institutions manage to push the idea into the mainstream, it will eventually give the banks and governments greater control over people's lives.
It's digital currency but controlled centrally through the banks, Bank of England. So instead of having a bank account with whatever, HSBC or Bank of America, you'll have a bank account directly with, in the American context, with the Fed. In the UK, directly with the Bank of England. You have a personal bank account and you're given digital money in that bank account. These are called central banking digital currencies.
Because a centralized bank digital currency means that the government then has full control of the money, and so that everything you spend it on is tracked by the government. And with one push of a button, they will be able to cut off your funds entirely, all for saying the wrong thing. And this will then paralyze you, leaving you at the government's mercy. And this is also a response to the rise of crypto. And yes, crypto may be a paradise for scam artists. The crypto world does also offer currency out of the government's control, which is a massive threat for the growing control in Western society, and is something that can't be accepted by the elite in this transitional period. Now obviously in 1984, the party and Big Brother are far more advanced in their efforts to control the people. But then again, all the ingredients for their kind of tyranny in our own world are already present. They won't need to torture and indoctrinate people in the way the party does. It's much more subtle than this. It's just a small shift in the habitus, but eventually the end result is the same: complete acceptance of Big Brother's control. And that's why during his torture, Winston begins to disassociate and hallucinates being in a grass field, along with O'Brien. O'Brien states that Winston is one of them, and under significant delusion, Winston says that he loves O'Brien, who suddenly turns into Julia. He still isn't broken down yet. His love for Julia is still there, but just as this happens, the image of Julia is shot, and Winston awakens back in his cell, where he is delusionally talking to himself. Winston then snaps back to reality after being met with O'Brien once more. O'Brien then asks Winston what he thinks of Big Brother, and Winston responds that he hates him. This comes to the distaste of O'Brien, who states that it's not enough to obey Big Brother, but in fact you must love him. So O'Brien escorts Winston to room 101. Room 101 is a torture chamber where the worst things in the world await his prisoners, a specialized room that houses the victim's worst phobias. Winston is then strapped to a chair and starts experiencing the horrors of room 101. Now throughout the movie, we've seen that Winston is deathly afraid of rats. He's dreamt about them and he associates them with his tragic past, and O'Brien knows about this, and he's going to exploit it to finally eradicate Winston's desire to resist. And so in room 101, we see a compartmented cage filled with rats, with a set of 2 doors that is attached to Winston's face. O'Brien then threatens him and opens the first door, letting the rats out within inches of Winston's face. And after what could have been months or years of this torture, this is the last straw, and it's here that Winston loses his final bit of humanity, as he pleads with O'Brien to do it to Julia, to finally put the woman that he loves the most through the same unbearable punishment. It's the final betrayal, and what seals Winston's fate as a broken puppet of the party. O'Brien is finally satisfied. Winston has been completely broken. Sometime later, Winston is released, and we then transition to the Chestnut Tree Cafe, where Winston awaits at a chessboard. Julia arrives, but they're both apathetic. They've been changed forever, and after their betrayals, they don't really love each other anymore. They only love Big Brother. And just as Winston makes a comment on thought crime, Julia then excuses herself with a half-hearted,
"We must meet again,"
to which Winston apathetically agrees to. We are then shown Winston on public television, embellishing his supposed crimes, along with admitting to crimes he didn't commit, such as poisoning the water supply and guiding rocket bombs onto Airstrip 1 through coded radio signals. Eventually, Winston charges himself as guilty on all counts, labeling himself a victim of Goldstein's influence. We are then shown him alone at the cafe, fiddling with the chessboard. Using the dust on the table, Winston then writes 2 + 2 = 4 on the countertop, and grabs a night piece just as another announcement is made on the television. And that's when we are then shown a final shot of Winston gazing longingly into a picture of Big Brother. He then turns away with tears in his eyes and says, "I love you," as the credits roll. But then this brings up the question, how can we avoid a situation like this, where people are nothing more than just mindless individuals becoming statistics on a government database? How can we avoid being just another loveless, depressed, nihilistic cog in an uncaring machine? Well, I'd love to tell you that the answer is simple. I'd love to say that the solution is just waking up at 4 AM, having a cold shower and going to the gym. I'd love to say it's hiding away in the middle of the forest. I'd love to say it's money, or a Tony Robbins lecture. I'd love to say it's as easy as buying a $3,000 dropshipping course and escaping the Matrix, driving a Lambo in the Palm. But let's be real here, this doesn't actually do anything. By themselves, these are all great things to make you have an easier life. Self-improvement is vital, and it's incredibly lacking in modern society, but it doesn't really change the world that you live in. It only changes yourself, but it doesn't change the system that put you where you are today. It doesn't change your values, the values of your associates, friends, and family. It doesn't change the why behind all of the self-improvement stuff. Why should you improve your life? Why should you seek freedom? Why should you even care about Big Brother? If life is just so cruel, hopeless, depressing, and empty, why bother chasing rewards from that system, when the system itself is so demented? Well, trust me when I say that the solution to all of this is just so much deeper than you've ever been told. And to understand why, we need to go back 3,000 years in time, to one of the earliest philosophical texts in human history, a text that has transcended time, culture, and religion, a text known as the Book of Job. Now, for those who don't know, the book is a thought-provoking and complex piece on God, giving direction on the meaning of life in face of overwhelming nihilism. You see, the story centers around a wealthy and righteous man named Job, who is living a comfortable and prosperous life. However, in short, Satan challenges God's assertion that Job is righteous, suggesting that he is only faithful because of his good fortune. So God agrees to allow Satan to test Job's faith by taking away his possessions, his family, and his health. This causes immense suffering for Job, but Job refuses to curse God or renounce his faith. However, he does struggle to understand why he is suffering, and he moans about the injustice of his situation, as almost all of us would. He questions why God would allow such terrible things to happen to a righteous person like himself. He's forced to go through various trials and tribulations. Job is tested to his core, which forces him to grow through a journey of himself. Job's friends who come to comfort him offer him traditional explanations for his suffering. They suggest that he must have sinned and that his suffering is just a punishment from God, that he's a bad guy who deserves it. But Job rejects all these simple explanations, insisting that he has not sinned and demands an audience with God to plead his case. Eventually, this whole book culminates in God's response to Job's demands. God speaks to Job from a whirlwind and challenges him to consider the vastness and complexity of the natural world, asking Job if he can even comprehend the mysteries of the universe. And Job humbly acknowledges his own limitations, as God tells him that he made all these terrible elements of society and nature. He made the universe, and all of the badness in the universe is God's creation. And so God's response to Job is, how dare you question any of these things? As these challenges put on Job are just tests of his ethical ability. They're essential for Job to evolve and grow as a person, just like it is for us. You see, I'm not even religious here, but the terrible parts of nature and society that God has supposedly created are only noticed with consciousness. Like Job being aware of losing his family fortunes and the future he could have had, and then the resultant suffering from it that has come from his consciousness. And then you see, when we are unconscious like animals, we are always in the present, unaware of true reality. But as consciousness emerged in humans, we became more and more aware of the dark realities around us. Realities like the horrors of death and human suffering. And it's with these dark, soul-crushing realities that we have an impulse to return to unconsciousness. And we do this through instant gratification and empty pursuits, like never maturing, choosing to be ignorant, drugs, alcohol, and terminally living online. These are just some of the things that we use to cope with the real world and the pain that comes with it. But Carl Jung suggested that what the Book of Job tells us about our own life is that to escape the horrors of man, Job and you watching this needed to become more conscious, as consciousness was actually the true solution to all of this, as by being more and more conscious of reality, it allows you to elevate above it, because all the burdens and pain of life are just a necessary process to make you a whole person. To be a good person, to build a great civilization, you have to face these trials and tribulations. You need to be more aware, more thoughtful of all the evil in the world to be a better person, to be strong in the face of evil. You need to be strong in the face of all the devastating facts of life, of the derangement of the elites, and the degeneracy of the society around you. You should never avoid all the terrible thoughts and events confronting you. You should never ignore all the pain, suffering, and nihilism being thrown at you by our corrupt society. As Young famously said, that which you most need will be found where you least want to look. And that's why instead of following your bliss like modern culture tells you to, you need to instead follow your blisters for a true awakening. And so with all of this in mind, Job then finally understood that God was there to build order from chaos, because he is the embodiment of evolution and growth. While on the surface you may just view this as some basic religious story, the actual meaning to the story is deeply profound and provides a perfect solution to the problem of 1984 and our own modern world. You see the whole point of this, the whole point of why this text has transcended thousands of years of history. The reason it's been studied by millions of scholars is for a reason. The writers use the story as an allegory of the spirit of individual growth and thus the whole of human civilization. God in this instance is the analogy for the spirit of meaning, growth, and human potential, the spirit that generates human culture. And that's why throughout all religions of mankind, God has been above the culture, as he is the spirit of it. And there's a reason this is so important to understand. I'm not trying to convert you to any religion here. This is just the very necessary foundation to understand the solution to all of the subversion and control of Big Brother. You see, this whole story is one of faith in the face of adversity, of trusting in your mind and intuition. And that's why God, the spirit of growth and potential, is revealed to us through the actions we undertake in our life. This is why prayer is a key element of all religions. And I'm not talking about the kind of prayer where you ask for something and God automatically gives you it. Prayers aren't a vending machine. The idea of true prayer is saying the problem and then changing who you are so that God treats you differently and the problem fades away. You're not supposed to be the same person before you pray. The prayer is meant to instead act on your mind by trusting your intuition and mind to be the better person. And then through your actions, growth and rewards come to you, which is ultimately the solution to Big Brother in our modern world. By trusting your intuition and gut and by being an individual. You know, before in the US, the dignity of the individual was paramount. But now, if you notice, this concept is being betrayed. As Oscar Wilde said, most people now are just other people. Their lives are mimicry, their passions are quotation. Which is why you must trust yourself. You must reject Big Brother. All the supposed authority figures you're meant to believe are liars. They're the worst among us, and they will lead you to your own destruction. The world you live is not some democratic liberal utopia where everyone has a piece of the action, where culture and policy is determined by all of us. That is total BS. The priestly caste at the top, Big Brother, wants to control you. They're not there to save your soul or fire the spirit up inside of your mind, which is why the more you follow their narratives and their lifestyle, the more you start to poison yourself. You see, the reason you're lazy, the reason you have all these bad habits, the reason you never achieve the life that you want or chase the goals and passion that you believe in is because you've been repressed. The meaning and soul of your life has been stripped away from you, making you a cog in an uncaring machine. Your life is someone else's, where your best years, your character, creativity, and hopes are being stolen from you. And that's why you must insist on your dignity. You need to free your mind. You must reject all the noise around you and embrace the chaos, the pain, and the sorrow to grow. And if you don't, you become another pawn of Big Brother. You're the person who didn't even fight back. You never did anything to go against the system poisoning your life. Too passive to actually care what's happening to you and the people around you. Is this the life you want to live? Well, for many of us, we're starting to see the rejection of all of this. Because as we enter the age of Western civilization collapsing, with the government trying to control us more and people becoming more atomized, depressed, and lonelier than ever, we're now starting to see antibodies being produced to overcome this societal disease. We're seeing more and more people rejecting the values of our twisted habitus. With all the bullshit fed to you by Big Brother, the pendulum towards individualism is swinging back. And that's why when I see this rise in self-improvement, this rise in individualism, when I see all these big political changes happening in the world, it just shows to me that the new world order is on the horizon. The spirit of growth is nearing, a spirit of dignity, empowerment, and hope for young men. The hope that our culture has killed and used against us. And so after millions of successfully lived lives throughout all periods of history, the challenge to grow now passes on to you. You will determine the future of the next generation. Your mind determines the direction of everything. So don't just give it up for some sick cultural narratives, giving your genius to the worst among us. You should act without regret. Follow the path in front of you and take back control of your mind. I want to tell you about something I've been working on this past month. You see, I've built something that I legitimately think will change your life. Because you see, for most of your life, you've always been fed a constant stream of lies. Lies that have poisoned your value systems, purpose, and passion in life, whilst also poisoning the community around you. And it's why you feel so lazy, so meaningless, so lonely. And so it's time that we've come up with real solutions. Not just modern day BS solutions. I'm talking about a new form of community.
history. If you wanna be a villain number one, you have to chase a superhero on the run. Just follow my moves and sneak around. Be careful not to make a sound. No, don't touch that. We are number one. Now look at this net that I just found. When I say go, be ready to throw. Go! Throw it at him, not me! Oh, let's try something else. Now watch and learn. Here's the deal. You slip and slide on this banana peel. What are you doing? We are number one.
People need to realize that there's a difference between predictive AI and generative AI. Instead of just going for the generative AI, that's just going to inflate the problems you already have.
You're saying, hey, making a ton more shit is still making shit.
Yeah.
What I'm hoping is with predictive AI, we can start teaching all these bozos. If you actually make something that somebody wants to watch, they'll actually watch it. My friend, welcome to the show. Why don't you tell everyone who you are and where you're from, and then we'll get into it.
Sure. I'm Thomas Ramsey. I'm the CEO and founder of Neurons, which is an applied neuroscience company where we use neuroscience and AI to predict consumer behavior, basically.
Right. So for everyone who's not a genius who's listening to this, break that down a little further for us.
Sure. So it basically means that when we're trying to predict how consumers are responding, so how,
responding to ads,
yep, to websites, to any assets you have along the consumer, any part of the consumer journey, basically.
Yep.
So you could put a microphone in people's head and say, how do you feel now and now and now? But that is a very poor predictor of what people actually will choose and how the market will respond. So that means there's this gap in our understanding, and that has been filled with neuroscience. So we have been, for the past 10 years, been able to show that there's an added value of using eye tracking, EEG, brain scanners to basically measure emotional and cognitive responses and attention to those assets that are highly predictive of market effects. The problem with that is that it's not scalable. It's basically it's expensive. It takes time. It requires technological soundness, so to speak.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just been reserved for just a few kind of Fortune 500 or 100 companies, basically. So what we have done is then during the past 5 years is to take AI or machine learning to say, can we actually use the vast database that we have built to create predictive models of the same thing? So now we can predict what people are going to pay attention to and emotional and cognitive responses within seconds instead of weeks and months.
So let's break down a little bit further. So for the audience that's listening, your company is in the business of trying to really understand us consumers on the other side when we see a commercial, a banner ad, a website, a text, an email, a social media post. In plain English, how does one even go about doing that? When I hear brain scans, I'm thinking about the audience that just heard that and like, what is this dude talking about? Like, how does that even happen? Is this focus groups? Is this normal consumers? Are the people listening right now actually in this without realizing it, or is it more selective? Break down your journey a little bit.
Sure. Sure. So we started 10 years ago.
I apologize. Let's use a scenario. Let's pretend I'm Reebok.
Yeah.
I'm Reebok. I call you and be like, hey, met you at the Vayner Expo at Cannes. Thought it was interesting. Let's have a meeting, right? Now we're at 2-3 weeks later. I canceled on you once because I'm Reebok. You know, I'm the one who's writing the check. So it's another 3 weeks. Now it's mid-August. We finally have our meeting.
Sure.
You know, if I'm really just new to this, if I'm like, hey, okay, I'm spending millions and millions of dollars on advertising. I'd like to get more information, better prediction. How do we go about doing that?
Yeah, sure. So I would actually take a step back to like 6-7 years ago. That conversation would be very different. We would contact you, would offer you to run a study to say, we'll test your assets. It will take, we'll test, let's say 100 people in the US or your preferred market. Whatever segmentation, we would have to add people to cover different segments. Test how people respond with, measurements, hardware-enabled eye tracking and EEG to then measure how people actually respond.
So I would say, hey, I'm really focused on Asian men, 18 to 25, and you would go out and find 100 Asian men, 18 to 25, across the U.S. Let's say if I said that was the region, and you would pay them or find them, and then they would come into some sort of environment.
Central location, yeah.
And so this is humans you would find, and you would pay them, I assume, right?
Yeah.
To come in and put on this headwear, and the way their eyes would move, and would they put on a helmet and like the brain scans and all that? Like break that part down for me.
Yeah, so that you would actually have eye tracking glasses either on or under the screen, or connected to a phone, for example.
Makes sense.
So that means that you're measuring where people are looking. At the same time, the brain scans will actually, we have been working for many years. So my background is in neuroscience. I took a PhD in neuroscience and built these kind of metrics of how can we actually measure emotions and cognition in the brain.
Yep.
So that instead of using this kind of highly sophisticated neuroscience paper, so to speak, we just build it down to metrics that you can, that are meaningful, basically. So do people have a positive emotional response, negative emotional response? Do they understand what you're showing them, or does it, overload with information, for example? So even though that's a very kind of cumbersome approach, that will still have a lot of added value to these brands, to Reebok, for example, but it will still be time-consuming, high budget, and it's still kind of sophistication level that you will need to have to do this.
For the people at home, why do 100 people in a category that may have 4 million or 40 million? Why is that significant enough?
You can. The best analogy is that if you walked into a movies, right? Let's say it's a horror movie, and instead of taking a seat, you would go to the the picture itself, and you would actually observe people.
Yep.
Then you would see that everybody jumps in their seat when there's a jump scare. Some jump less, some jump more, right? But everybody's jumping. That's a very coherent and consistent behavior. So what we're doing is that we're identifying those consistent behaviors, and that's the measures that we're building, and then later on predicting as well.
Understood. So that's how it used to be done.
Yep.
And you're saying now with the advancements of artificial intelligence, what has happened? What makes it faster? What makes it easier?
So you can think of it this way. AI and machine learning has kind of two components. So one, you need to be able to create good models. The second is that you also need to have a very good data set. It needs to be up to date, right? So we've been spending the past decade just building that database. And machine learning is not actually a new thing for us. As a neuroscientist, we've done this for 30 years, right? At least. So we identified this, that now we have enough data to start training those models. And we created like a 95% accurate model for predicting attention. This means that you could upload an image, get a prediction in 10 seconds, and that would be 95% accurate compared to if you did a test of 100 people in the US, for example.
I understand. So now, instead of doing all these focus groups, because you've been doing this for a long time, you have the data that as the machine learning gets stronger and stronger, or off of the first data set that you've had and the modeling that you've done, which is unique to you, we as advertisers can upload images and videos and get a better sense of, is there something there?
Yeah, exactly.
So what your technology has done is, in a lot of ways, I feel like I, for example, have built a fairly successful business career heavily on intuition of consumers and consumer behavior. I've been like very happy about that because I realized that was not something teachable. So for the first time, this is why I'm so fascinated by AI and ML, is that it's really fascinating that the black and white is coming to the gray, right? That was gray. People couldn't touch that. That was my competitive advantage. But what is inherently intuitive to me, or my own brain's pattern recognition of what will work on getting people excited or engaged, is now at a rapid pace becoming commoditized. Right? I mean, I really genuinely believe that the skill sets of a musician who writes songs, or a producer or script writer for movies, or a marketer like myself, like some of this magic is potentially, or maybe even not potentially, it's realistic that it's here, that some of that magic is being commoditized by these technologies. Yes?
I would say yes and no, because on the other side, sometimes you would also see some of the problems we have currently, some of the inefficiencies we have will also get exacerbated with the boost of technology and AI, for example. So I'll give you an example.
Please.
So imagine, for example, you are now setting up, like, you want to do like 100 versions of the same asset, an ad, for example. Okay, so you use a generative AI model just to cram out 500,000 different versions. Now, based on the models that we currently have, they're basically trained on whatever's out there, right? We know that when we have done, eye tracking testing, and then the AI model already has learned this, is that 50% of all ads are presenting the brand in the bottom right corner.
Yep.
4% maximum are paying attention to that brand.
Yep.
So that means that there's a huge loss if you're doing brand building for that ad. That means that about half of all ads will actually miss the target if brand building is part of the purpose of the ad.
I got good news for you. I don't need your AI tools. 99% of the ads are missing. Because there's also, to your point, you're just talking about the creative variable.
Yeah.
The thing that fascinates me is everybody in this town for this whole week assumes that the ads are being seen. Before you even get into the part of the creative fucking it up, there's the ads are being run and people aren't seeing them.
No.
And there's a incredible, is there a way that you can build an AI bot that can instill common sense into anybody here this week, please? Because the level of common sense that's been completely and utterly eliminated from the ad world is fascinating. One of the excitements I have about AI is actually putting black and white around magic. Even though it's been this huge competitive advantage for me, the truth is, I think when you're great, you can adjust to new realities. So I'm not scared of anything. Number two, it's just like, it's so scary out here this week to me. Like, the amount of conversations I'm going to have that are about math or subjective opinions that has nothing to do with common sense around consumer behavior is devastating.
Yeah, I agree. I see it's like two things to do that. One is that you need to train people. That's one thing. Inspiring people. Fortunately, the thing is that people love hearing about the brain, especially their own brain. But so there's certain things you can kind of sneak in that way.
Yeah.
So people can learn. I think the other thing is, to your point, commoditizing this solution. AI neuroscience sounds extremely difficult, right? So our kind of biggest challenge is actually making this available where people are doing the design. So that means that if you're a performance marketer, if you're a designer, for example, a brand designer or an ad designer, this means that you need to be able to access those tools in a meaningful way that is meaningful to you and helpful to you at the time that you're using it. If that's a Figma plugin, if that's an Adobe plugin, that's commoditizing it for you, so to speak. So it should actually be below the radar instead of teaching people.
And do you view your technology as like an Intel Inside, like it's integrated into products more so than a front-facing, using the analogy you just used?
Definitely. So our approach is kind of API first. That means that we want to be on the platform where people are using it instead of forcing people to come to our platform.
And then once you get as much API scale as possible and it's strong, then you can start charging more for it once it's an integral part of the product.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing more and more of. Makes sense. Parting words, anything we didn't touch on that you want to make sure the audience hears?
No, I think that the most important thing is that people need to realize that there's a difference between predictive AI and generative AI. I think that's kind of the big thing here, is that people, instead of just going for the generative AI, that's just going to inflate the problems you already have if you don't solve the kind of the baseline.
Right. So for everyone who's listening, the generative AI, you're saying, hey, making a ton more shit is still making shit.
Yeah.
If you understand the predictive nature of it, it may tell you where to go, or more importantly, what to make.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think that there's a potential cost of bad ads for the brand. So it means that if you put a ton of shit out there and people are responding negatively to that, they're overloaded with information, it has a negative brand value for you.
Well, it's funny you say that. That's my overall argument, period.
Yeah.
My overall argument, period, in this world that I've entered 14 years ago was, you're doing nothing good for us. I always think consumer first, not what I'm trying to sell. Like, you interrupting me with a pop-up ad when I'm like on my mobile device and I can't like exit out because it's so small, and I clicked it, and back home you're like, hey, we got to click. But in reality, not all impressions and awareness are equal.
No.
You know, everyone's like, you know, I need brand awareness. I'm like, well, Hitler had 100% brand awareness. Everybody on earth knows who Hitler is. That's not good.
No.
It's not like that was like good. Like, it's, you don't need to, you know, just because people know, like, this concept of all publicity is good publicity is like a laughable concept. If everyone hates you, everyone hates you. And I would say that most people hate ads. Like, there's nothing good about them. Like, why on earth do I want to watch you? And especially this town, this week is going to continue. Here we are in 2023. And luckily for you, AI is the flavor of the year. Just like, you know, NFTs were last year. There's always a flavor. But let there be no confusion for anybody at home. All the people from around the world that came to this fancy place in France this week, they're going to be talking about TV commercials still. Television commercials. The ones that nobody actually watches. Not a fucking person. None. All that disrupt you from what you're watching, which is why streaming services have come to dominate. Nobody wants to watch that commercial. Nobody wants it. And it's unfortunate because they could. If you go back to the 60s and 70s, people actually did look forward to the breaks between their shows because people were making more creative ads at the time. They were, you know, it was just better. Like, the ads now suck. Like, they really do suck. Like, the Marlboro Man was kind of cool, and like, you know, like those Saturday morning cartoons of like cereal, they were cool. Like, people used to make good ads. Like, where's the beef? Today, ads are just so fucking boring because the talent in the ad world is not that creative. Like, you know, I'm sorry to say it, but like, the creative people are doing it for themselves on their own social media, going to Hollywood. Like, you know, like Don Draper's dead.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think, you know, we just have to get there as an industry to understand. And that's why I agree. Like, I love that you said that. I'm really glad. I know we're going a little over here, but such a good point. Everyone in ad land is like, yay, I'm going to be able to make a lot more stuff with the generative stuff. It's great, but if it's more bad stuff, that's how we got here. The last 20 years of bad stuff. Banner ads are bad. Nobody listening right now would even contemplate clicking a banner ad. But it didn't have to be that way. They could have been good. They could have been high value, right? It's why we're back to scanning QR codes. Nobody scanned QR codes because the first 100,000 QR codes that hit the US, because it was happening in South Korea where it was actually having some traction, but in the US, the first 100,000 QR code campaigns was a link to a commercial. The ad world fucked it up. And now the QR codes give you the menu, and now the QR codes get you to like a game. Now as humans, notice what I just did. Everybody, when I just said, will you click a banner ad, said no. Everyone listening, I promise you, I get it. Yes, I'm sure someone's in their car right now. Carl's like, oh, I click them. Yeah, okay, because you wanted to buy something that you had looked at before, but you're not compelled. As a QR code, though, I think a lot of people right now will agree with me. Pre-COVID, you never would scan one. But again, now I bet you anyone listening right now is like, well, I'd consider it. It's not like you always do it, but there's utility behind it. There's something of value. To your point, what I'm hoping is with predictive AI, we can start teaching all these bozos that, like, if you actually make something that somebody wants to watch, they'll actually watch it.
Yep.
And that's what we have to get back to. And that's what, to your point, that's what I leave here with. If we get serious about predictive, it can actually educate people on how to make better stuff. If we get too focused on generative, which we will, because we love more, and listen, I'm a quantity guy too, but I like quantity of quality.
Yeah.
Like, I want to post on social media as much as possible, but I want it to be something you actually want to watch or look with. So anyway, thank you, my friend. One more time for everybody who might be interested for an internship or to work with you or do a little more homework. Where should they go? Spell it out.
Easiest is to go to neuronsinc.com or
spell that out for me.
So neuronsinc.com, or you go to Neurons at LinkedIn.
I love it. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Being that on my latest Uncle Ruckus video, I hit the 10,000 like goal, and people have been telling me to watch more Uncle Ruckus stuff. Sensei made a video about Uncle Ruckus, the self-hate champion. We're getting into this, and once again, we got the 10,000 like goal mantra thing, so let's see what we got in store for us. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yo, Sin, what the f are you doing? Oh, my bad, bro. I was trying to practice this goddamn voice for this video. What goddamn video are you doing? The Green Goblin? Like, what is that? Nah, bro. It's Uncle Ruckus video for the... Uncle Ruckus? Yeah, the Uncle Ruckus.
Dude, Uncle Ruckus is truly a man of men.
Stop. Don't say anything else. Said, come here, hurry. Where are you bringing me to? Where the... You have a dungeon in the house? What the... Listen, Sid, I didn't want to tell you this, but I've been keeping him down here. Been keeping who down here? Uncle Ruckus.
Oh, God. What is this lore? What is happening?
Not enough room for a goon like that in this world. I had to lock him up. You got a grown man tied in a dungeon in our house? What the f... Oh, my God, wait a minute. Sid, he's not here. What? Oh, my God, the door's open. Oh, my God, he got out. I think he got out.
Oh,
so
God.
y'all niggas wanna be down in the basement and think that you can tie up old Uncle Ruckus. There's some real strong in my foot, and I'm here to stop it.
God.
Oh my.
Nothing as terrifying as Uncle Ruckus escaping from your basement.
God. Yo, that dream was worse than the sting meter, John. Yo, I swear to God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh man, I don't even know if I want to get this goddamn Uncle Ruckus video done, but Alright, so I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I almost had second thoughts about this video, man, but I put this goddamn poll up the other day, and I put up some heaters on this poll. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no.
Wait for everyone that picked all the other videos. They will get done too. But 47% of the voters was Uncle Ruckus? Oh, y'all. This must really fuck with this nigga. Now, there are so many moments in Boondocks with Uncle Ruckus in it, so I'm not gonna talk about every single episode he's in.
Why?
Video would be like 2 hours long. However, we gonna go through some of the funniest moments and talk about just how much of a coon this nigga really is.
There are two wolves inside me. One is Uncle Iroh, and the other is Uncle Ruckus. Every day I'm pulled to one side or the other. When I see a person doing something, I have two options. I either can believe in the inner Uncle Iroh, believe in Zen and acceptance, or the Uncle Ruckus side of the Force that pulls me to do some truly heinous Twitter cancel-worthy shit.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, the garden party episode, this man was a menace. This is the very
I've seen this clip. Oh, no.
first episode of Boondocks, and we've talked about it before, so I don't gotta go through the details too much, yo. But as soon as Gramps, Riley, and Huey pull up to this motherfucker Ed Wensler's garden party, this nigga Uncle Ruckus came running out, pushing past him. He said, move, Kota Kente, push.
Oh, God, what?
The nigga out the way, went and greeted this white guy. Now I'm thinking to myself, I know that this big Hershey kiss with a f***ed up eye did not tell these niggas to move like that. This nigga out here looking like the hunchback from Courage the Cowardly Dog. Y'all remember the one playing the bells? That's Uncle Ruckus.
Listen. Here's the thing. I appreciate evil characters a lot. I feel like that they're some of the best written characters, just the villains, the evil guys. Why is it that when I say that I think Hisoka, you know, a pedophile, when I say that he's a great character, everyone's sleeping. No one's got shit to say. All right, so you like him, all right, whatever. But I say I like Uncle Ruckus, and suddenly I'm a racist. Suddenly, how dare I? Listen, I will not stand by any of this. I will not. I will continue finally giving Boondocks so much. I will stand by my morals. White guy calling a black man Uncle Ruckus, don't begin to sit right with me. Well, when this black man is evil, not calling him out would be the racist part, okay?
I know he not talking to my nigga Huey, Riley, and Gramps like this, but yeah, he definitely was, bro. But just to add insult to injury, this nigga hop on the phone, right? He talking to Ed Wensler. He said, yeah, sir, we got a code black. Ed Wensler on the
No way! I can't believe that they got away with this.
Phone like, what the hell is a cold black? There's some hungry niggas out front like, bro, this nigga is racist. Basically, yo, Uncle Ruckus think he got this called Revitalago. We gonna talk about that episode too, bro. Because I can't even begin to fathom how in the world his mother brought him up, making him think this. I can't even believe this shit, and I'm still confused about it. Does he have the skin disease or not? The garden party episode moves along, and this man is just cooning it out. I'm talking about straight cooning. Shit is a menace. Bro, he made a whole song for these.
Yo, I saw this song years ago. I didn't even know it was Boondocks.
Bro, he on the microphone. I'm like, okay, what is this about to be? Showtime at the Apollo?
Is proud to present It's Showtime at the Apollo. Starring Steve Harvey.
My man about to go crazy. He got on the mic. He says, testing, 1, 2. Don't trust those niggas over there. I said, don't trust those stinking niggas over there. Bro, this man made a whole anthem for these niggas. Bro, there's no way that I'm letting somebody that looks like Uncle Ruckus talk about me like that. How in the hell did y'all let him do this to y'all? This man up there going triple diamond on y'all, bro. He got a whole hit. Bro, I ain't gonna lie though. The next moment I want to talk about is mad funny. So
I just want to see the crack den the writers were in when they came up with this, man.
Uncle Ruckus and Grandpa, they always be sitting and playing chess at different times in the
That's checkers, brother.
story. Now this one.
Listen. I know that you don't like chess. Chess is one of the most racist games known to man. The fact that black never goes first and it's advantageous to go first in chess. Listen, one of the most racist things in mankind. However, chess, a lot of you don't know, is actually one of the most woke games of all time, with the woman being able to do freaking everything and the king just moving one space at a time. So, I mean, it's racist, but it's also woke.
One time, they were playing chess. There's another chess incident, too, that I want to talk about, but it wasn't really like chess. It was Grandpa training for Stink Meter, but they had been playing chess. Anyways, that's not important. My point is, they sitting down talking, right? Now I'm like, okay, what Uncle Ruckus about to get into? So he telling this motherfucking story about how this black dude got accused of shooting 3 little white girls. Now all
Oh my god, I saw this clip also. Holy crap, bro. Oh my god.
I knew it was gonna be some bullshit because they did a flashback where these niggas had a whole image and it was just in some like tan coloring. You know when you got a flashback like this with this color scheme, it's finna be some bullshit. Now this dude in here, and I ain't gonna lie, he looked like Jamie Foxx from Ray. This nigga looked like Georgia. Like bro looked like Ray Charles. So we sitting in here, this dude has to be Ray Charles. That must have been the joke. There's no way it's not. So they sitting here, they talking. I'm thinking that this dude gonna get off the hook because he blind, bro. Uncle Ruckus talking about, nah, he thought he was gonna get off, but he didn't. And next thing you know, you see a jury and it's his ancestor there. This nigga points straight at the blind dude and said he's guilty. That nigga is guilty. Bro, there's no way that this dude has been racist through his ancestors. I thought maybe his whole family was like this, but then I realized that they're not all racist, but most of them are just full of hatred.
Did you see that man picked up the noose? Man picked up the freaking noose!
Accused of shooting 3 little white women with a Winchester rifle from about 50 yards away. See, now he thought he was gonna get off with that old I'm blind excuse.
The whole I'm blind excuse,
boy,
no
he
sir.
had another thing coming. The jury will now go off and deliberate on... Guilty! Guilty!
Bro! Nothing.
Sir, settle down.
Nothing hits like this. Oh my god.
Now, you have to go deliberate. I don't need to deliberate. Hang that now. I got the rope right here.
Oh my god! What the frick?
Dad up. I'm not gonna lie, even his grandmother. But in this flashback, bro, this man in the crowd looking just like Ruckus talking about that guilty. Ain't no way. But speaking of the other chess moment, right? So they was playing chess and shit. This man training to fight Stink Meter, bro. This man, Uncle Ruckus, talking to Huey. This part was hilarious because he talking to Huey about how black people can't fight now. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. But nigga is telling me to my face, as dark as he is, bro coming straight out of Wakanda looking like a Black Panther extra. Dark as hell, telling me black people can't fight. Talking about all the great fighters are white. He talking about they don't got the strength or competitive wit to fight. Then he start naming niggas talking about Jack Dempsey, Rocky Marciano, Sylvester Stallone. He talking about name one good black fighter. And I'm like, Michael Jahai, White, Roy Jones Jr., Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson. I'm just naming niggas straight off of my head. Sugar Ray Leonard. Like, what are we talking about? Kimbo Slice. Like, I can just keep naming niggas all day. He like, oh, what you gonna put Muhammad Ali out your ass? And I'm like, yes, cause he's black. He talk about it, he's so tough. Why ain't he go to Vietnam? Like, what do you mean?
My man really said you can't name a single good black fighter, and they're like, Muhammad Ali. He's like, yeah, well, he didn't go to Vietnam, so he's a pussy.
Mean. Maybe he didn't want to end up like Lieutenant Dan. I'm not trying to go to Vietnam. You know they put all the black people in front. Them niggas have no chance at all, bro. They put all the black people in the front and they be like, all right, let's go to war. What are we, human shields? What are you talking about? Talking about because he's scared. I hate this nigga, bro. Speaking of scared, yo, this nigga Uncle Ruckus was scared as hell in this next moment, yo. Y'all remember the episode with Gangstalicious? Yo, this was so funny, bro. So this man Riley in the hospital, y'all know he talking to him and stuff. Gangstalicious on some straight zesty time, and I'm not gonna lie. Him and all this little zesty ass gangsters, bro. They all zesty, bro. All these niggas is sus. Yo, editor, put a sus counter up for these niggas, bro. I'm just saying. So Uncle Ruckus, they got the straps pointed at him in the hallway. Uncle Ruckus got a billion jobs. This literally has a job everywhere.
Dude does everything in the world This man is the Swiss Army knife of racism.
Remind me of Chris Dad from Everybody Hate Chris. Like this nigga, bro. So this nigga being a janitor, they got the straps to him. When I tell you he shit himself, he said, yo, what did you say? I couldn't hear myself over the sound of me shit myself. Like this. Like, yo, nah, that was so funny, yo, because they got his little tooth in the picture.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you over the sound of me shitting myself.
First off, zoom in on this nigga's mouth, yo. I'm not gonna lie, bro. What's up with your mouth, man? You got this little tooth in the front, you got a chiclet in the front, nigga. He was not chewing nothing with that. Nah, I ain't gonna lie, though, man. Speaking of little, y'all remember them little kids in that Christmas episode? The Christmas episode might be my favorite episode, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. But why did they make Uncle Ruckus a goddamn Santa Claus? Why did y'all make him Santa Claus? That nigga talking about, I want to see all the good smiles on the little vanilla children's faces. First off, Paul.
What? Oh my God, what? He did not say that.
What type of weird shit you on, Uncle Ruckus? I'm not gonna lie. Then he talking about, I know that Santa Claus look a little darker than normal. No shit, boy. You look like the lump of coal, nigga. I'm just saying. Hey, hold on. Let me chill out before they start trying to cancel me in the comments. Yo, they talking about I'm colorist. Like, I'm not just saying he black as shit.
Dude, no one's gonna cancel you. You have nothing to fear. I have everything to fear.
Ma, he got the opposite of what Michael Jackson got. No, you don't. They all running away from this nigga at this point because they scared to death of this nigga. He like, I am the real Santa Claus. Look at my belly jiggle. Like, no. This nigga weird as hell. I ain't gonna lie, though. One moment that had me weak as hell with Uncle Ruckus show is the bus scene, bro. Cause Jesus Christ, bro. Why did they let this be a bus driver? This dude on this bus called.
Well, because he likes white people. Don't you understand anything about society?
On these little kids, like, bro, what school district let him be a bus driver, bro? Fire him. What? I ain't gonna lie, though. One about Uncle Ruckus is, though, that nigga got hella hands. I ain't gonna hold.
Bro!
I ain't gonna lie, though. One thing about Uncle Ruckus is, though, that nigga.
He pulled out a metal detector because black kids wanted to go on the bus. This man is a supervillain.
Got hella hands. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. You remember the movie theater episode? Bro, him and Huey was going the at it, bro. I don't know who taught Uncle Ruckus how to fight, bro, but this man was going crazy with the nunchucks. Bro was out here looking like Mr. Popo in that motherfucker, bro. This nigga was going crazy. Him and Huey going at it. They connected kicks and everything. I ain't gonna lie, he was getting with Huey ass for a minute, though, with them chucks. But the funniest thing about this episode was that Uncle Ruckus was looking for Granddad and them the whole time. He knew that they snuck in that movie. He is going in the movie theater with a flashlight looking for them niggas. Found the little girl. Bro, he thought she was white for a minute. Like, this is crazy. This nigga so much of a coon. He was gonna sell out his only friend Granddad, bro, over a movie ticket just for the white man. There ain't no way that this nigga is really like that, bro. But all of this culminates in his self-hatred, bro. And the episode in which we learn why.
What do you mean self-hatred? He's not black. He has revitiligo.
He hates himself. Now, I ain't gonna lie, this is gonna be a little bit more of a serious topic, but you know I'm gonna keep things fresh, funky, and funny. I'm just saying. But this is real shit. This nigga Uncle Ruckus is self-hatred personified, bro. Like, fuck Black Air Force personified. He's self-hatred. This nigga is such a menace. He hates himself, bro. He hates black people. And it's all because of projected trauma from his parents. Bro, in the beginning of this episode, we see his grandma, right?
Oh, now, I didn't actually, I don't know the backstory of Uncle Ruckus. I didn't get there.
She is basically about to die. And she's saying she don't want to die in this trash-ass house at the end. Tells this nigga dad that he was never going to amount to anything right in front of him. Now, Uncle Ruckus's dad, basically, they tell this nigga a story that he got found on the porch and he was really white, but he became black and all this shit. They lied to him his whole life. That was his mom projecting this racist ass view on him. What? And that was her response to all the trauma and abuse she was getting from this bitch ass nigga that was his dad. They sitting down, yo. He's like, Mom, who's George Washington Carver? This nigga look at him and say, that nigga is the one responsible for all the peanut allergy deaths. Let's talk about Eli instead. He invented the cotton gin. Like, what? Because his dad was so goddamn abusive, he hated himself because he had to work and slave his whole goddamn life. He took it out on him and his mom.
They actually took a character like Uncle Ruckus and they give him such a tragic origin story?
Oh, his mom was just basically putting up this facade that he was really white and putting this act of self-hatred in him this whole entire time. It's so crazy, bro. She got fake blonde hair.
It all comes from nurture. Nurture is so important.
You got a wig on. If you don't take that fucking wig off, you want to be Aryan so bad. This even describes his dad so terribly, bro, that he was a loser even amongst being a loser black person. His dad is fucking terrible. His dad walk in the house, this nigga in there playing with a teddy bear. He's like, did I just catch you having fun? And smacks this nigga. Bro, I can't even have fun in here. Nigga, did you watch SpongeBob? F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. Like, come on, I know you heard my nigga singing. Ain't no way that you smacking me because I'm in here laughing. Ain't no goddamn way. He beat the shit out of this nigga for laughing and having
I cannot believe that I'm actually feeling something for Uncle Ruckus.
fun. Then one day he reading, he talking about he want to be a doctor. His dad said, "Did I just catch you wanting to be shit?" Smacks this nigga. This nigga can't even have dreams or aspirations. Bro, there's no way that this nigga wasn't going to end up a psychological warhead. There's no way. This nigga's getting treated like dog shit. Smack the shit out of this nigga. The whole episode is describing how his dad is saying that black people can't ever get ahead. Nigga, of course you're not gonna get ahead if the whole time a nigga is telling you that. Your whole life you got this ugly ass nigga telling you can't be nothing, can't get ahead. Nigga, no shit. You projecting that on me, then I'm gonna start living that. This nigga even told him, bro, man, I couldn't even get a living back then, but that was in Jim Crow days. I don't know how you ain't a millionaire yet with a black nigga in the White House. Like, god damn. This nigga basically saying it don't matter what nigga is famous and how famous he is, it does not matter. We always gonna be second class in a Forrest Gump ass nigga.
Dude, this is so dark and sad. You actually have a guy like Uncle Ruckus with such a real backstory that I feel like that low self-esteem that's just bred into people from a young age. Like, that's so dark.
This nigga's whole life is a facade that he's white, bro. Like, it's really sad, bro. Y'all remember when he found out that he was 102% African in that reality TV show episode?
He finds out that he's African. He's like, no, Lord! Oh, Lord!
This nigga became suicidal because he found out he was black. It's given.
He finds out he's black, and he's like, and the first thing I did was quit all my jobs. It's like, oh, no, you're not gonna go there.
The Dave Chappelle show. Y'all remember when Dave Chappelle was the blind guy that was in the KKK? Then he found out that he was in the KKK and killed his wife because she was sleeping with a black man.
What? Huh? What?
Ruckus, this nigga believes in a facade and the dream that he's white this entire time. Nigga, you're not white. It got to a point where he was 102% African with a 2% margin of error, and this nigga was like, oh yeah, I'm 102% definitely about to smoke myself. About to off himself because he's a nigga. But I ain't gonna lie, yo, there's so many more things about Uncle Ruckus in this show that made me really understand just how demented of a nigga he is, bro. Like, bro, you remember the time that Granddad had to go out and Huey and Riley needed a babysitter, so he got Uncle Ruckus to come in? This dude walk up to the front porch. He's like, hey there, Robert. I would help you with your bags, but you're a coon. Like, off rip, you call him bro Sly Cooper as soon as you step up on the step? This man was relentless with the insults. So Granddad had left Huey and Riley some bread, so we
literally found the worst possible babysitter in the history of babysitters.
Hey, I left you some food money, but that's all you get. Make it stretch. This man comes straight in here demanding that they shut the fuck up, bro.
Good afternoon, parents. Good afternoon, boys and girls. Shut the fuck up.
He come in there talking about, now first off, ain't nobody gonna be talking while I'm talking, so shut the fuck up. I'm like, excuse me? I ain't gonna lie, yo, I would never let the monster from the Goonies talk to me like that. Like, first off, watch your mouth. Why your eyes so big like that? You keep talking to me crazy like that, I'm gonna throw some dirt in it. This man,
I love the big eye. I feel like that is so iconically Uncle Ruckus.
And Uncle Ruckus was a menace, I'm not gonna hold you. He talking about Robert picked him because he was a licensed zoologist. That he is
so bad. That's so bad. What? Oh God, he got hired because he's a licensed zoologist to be a babysitter. Oh God. Oh man, I'm sweating.
Studied all types of animals, and he can definitely watch these monkeys. Who the fuck are you talking to? Right then, there would have been a problem. I would have dropped this big nigga, bro. There's no way that he's gonna talk to me like that. This continued until they drove him nuts and he ended up leaving. But nonetheless, this is just another example of how much of an evil ass dude this guy is. He's a menace. Bro, Uncle Ruckus, the reality show, was so funny though. Like, this man is basically explaining his life the whole time.
Hey guys, what's up? Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, I created a Draw My Life video.
Get up at 5:45 in the morning, and I start my day off by thanking a white man for the...
That's what it is. Like, this is like, what is that? Well, I see the eye, so I know exactly what it is. Character design at its peak.
Sunshine. You're thanking the white man for sunlight? Nick, no white...
This is so unbelievably cursed. Oh my God, dude.
Man created the sun. I mean, unless you're religious, you believe in like Jesus and God and stuff like that, and he was white. But I mean, besides that, but then again, this man probably is a Catholic or Christian or something, knowing him, bro. He probably a Baptist. I ain't gonna lie. He also thanking them for that.
Why is this man shooting strays at Christians? He's like, oh, Uncle Ruckus, yeah, he's probably a Christian. What? Whoa.
Air he breathed. And no white man made the oxygen, bro. What are you talking about? That shit come from...
Oh, thank the white God, Jesus Christ. Oh my
plant life. And then you talk about he also gonna apologize.
Right, there was the one episode where he went to White Heaven. Oh my god. Dude went to White Heaven. This is so cursed. This is so cursed. This whole concept, this whole character, it's like, who came up with this man?
For niggas, because I know they not gonna apologize for themselves. Bro, I am flabbergasted. This dude reminds me of the character Samuel L. Jackson played in Django, bro. I'm not lying, bro. That's who Uncle Ruckus is. They should have got him. Talking about, I am not black, nor do I consider myself to be black. Then he start talking about the revitiligo, bro. Yo, if you keep talking about this fake skin condition, bro, I can't believe that your parents lied to you like this. Why did they tell you that? Somebody like you needs to know that they're black. The self-hatred in you runs so deep, I don't even understand how you live with yourself. If you found out that you was black, Uncle Ruckus, you would literally off yourself. I'm just saying. This gonna wake up and be like, I'm black? Me? I'm black. And then smoke himself.
Oh, God.
Talking about it's the opposite of what Michael Jackson got. No, it's not. This man wake up every day and put suntan lotion on because he don't want to get any darker. Nigga have melanin, bro. You are the ultimate sunscreen, you dark motherfucker. This nigga got shrines in his house, bro. Literal shrines in his house of white leaders that are racist, bro. I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Motherfucker got George Bush up there. I ain't gonna lie. The funniest thing about this little episode, though, was this dude's truck. Because it reminded me of from Sanford and Sons. Y'all remember that shit? He got the same truck as that nigga, bro. Fred Sanford truck having ass, the old truck having ass, nigga Mater from Cars having that. No, let me stop playing. Yo, you remember when that nigga Uncle Ruckus was the leader of the neighborhood watch though? That shit was hilarious.
What?
This man Riley come riding up on his bike talking about no snitching. He started interrogating this nigga. He said, where was you at 11 p.m.? He said, nigga, I was in bed. He said, no, you wasn't, nigga. You was out there robbing white people's houses. I saws you. How you gonna interrogate a little 10-year-old kid? That make no goddamn sense. Bro, my favorite thing though on a reality TV show, back to that, yo. You remember he was the bus driver, yo? He greeting all the white kids like, hello there, sunshine. But as soon as Riley and Huey walk up, he like, where's the guns, huh?
Oh, it's so cursed. Please stop.
Said, dude.
Oh, please, white God, make it stop.
Your little hyphy dances and your little Negro shuffle somewhere else. This bus is here for white people. I swear to God, this nigga racist. Bro, then he riding the bus beside him while they walking to school. They said, that's right. Go ahead and walk. He said, y'all niggas just gonna be rappers. Y'all about to shoot something. Like, bro, how is he getting away with this? There's no way that someone knows that this is this racist and just allows it to happen. What kind of shit is this? Yo, this next
Sensei sees a much brighter world than we do, I think.
next part though, I can't even really say half the stuff he said, bro. You remember when Riley was copying Gangstalicious and all them, bro, and he was wearing mini skirts and stuff? Yo, this man is not only a bigot, bro. He's not only racist. He's also homophobic, like terribly, bro. Him and Granddad standing beside the house, they looking at this man Riley walk out. Now I ain't gonna lie.
Oh God, this scene is crazy.
My man Riley was zesty as hell in that outfit, bro. Why did you have a secretary skirt on, bro? First off,
there was a femboy Riley episode. What?
You look like you was about to go film for the casting couch, Riley. I'm just saying. But this man says, oh my God, Robert, I can't believe it. You got a gay grandson. There ain't nothing worse than that. This man Robert was like, nah, maybe it's just, you know, a phase. No, all the gay evidence is there.
What the frick is happening? Who greenlit this stuff?
Only a matter of time before he's a grown man getting bent over on the table.
This is what it's gonna look like when your grandson gets dick inserted in his asshole.
Penetrated by another grown man. Choo choo. Last call for, and I can't even say the next word, yo. But all we gonna say is it rhyme with Maggotville. That's all I'm gonna say. Maggotville. Hey, y'all do what y'all do with that information, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know I ain't saying that shit. I'm getting straight age restricted if I say that. And you know
that's why you're not saying it? Because of getting age restricted? I wouldn't say it because it's derogatory.
They gonna cancel me? I'm just saying. You know I like LGBTQ and all that. You know I love y'all. You feel me? But no,
Man sounded terrified for a second there.
All that though. My favorite Uncle Ruckus moment is Stank Meter Returns, yo. Because they
Oh God! I know this one. I just posted the video. My first time seeing this one.
They tried everything with this nigga Stank Meter, yo. They tried literally everything to get this man to become Tom again.
They called Reverend Father Uncle Ruckus.
So they called up Uncle Ruckus, bro. Bro, this man Stank Meter upstairs singing, oh yeah. And oh my God, bro. Uncle Ruckus is so funny. He said, man, removing a Nero is just as hard as removing stank from a piece of shit.
What the frick?
He said, but don't worry, because we got these great tools that the white man has provided.
Oh my God! He really said that? No.
Noose, a whip, a nightstick, a branding iron. These things strike fear into it.
Didn't he also have like a job application?
A job application?
Yeah, he did. He literally had that. Oh my God.
He said, avoid conversation with the nigga. The nigga will lie. The nigga will make excuses. He will use words that he doesn't understand the definition of. He might even start to rap or dance. Bro, this is the funny.
Did he really say that? Did he really say he might even start to rap?
Ever. He approached the room, he started breathing, air coming out of his mouth. Bro, you go in there, you just see Stank Meter wilding out, bro, books swirling around. It look like it's a tornado going on in the Barnes & Noble. I'm not gonna lie. He said, in the name of white Jesus and all white souls that came thereafter.
Oh my God.
I command you to go back to hell. Stank Meter said, is this all you got now? He says, no, that's just the tip of this iceberg. Read, nigga, read. It puts a book in his face.
Oh, bro, anything but that. Anything.
This, yo, they literally just start whipping this dude. Literally looks like a slave movie, bro. They are just whipping hella belts. Riley picked up the nightstick, starts smacking him, and they just start repeating, get your broke ass out of here. Like, bro, I couldn't even believe that this was happening. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. He said, y'all niggas ain't shit. Your mothers ain't shit. Bro, I couldn't even believe it, yo. Bro, but I ain't gonna hold you though, man. Something else that was mad funny, yo. Back in the episode with the babysitter, bro. These niggas pulled the straps on this man Ruckus, bro. I mean, they went and got the goddamn y'all meaners on him, bro. They start to do. Of course, it was just BBs and shit, you feel me? So it didn't really, hurt him that much. But, it didn't kill him or nothing. But that nigga was scared as hell. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This shit ain't out the house. Nigga, stop it, nigga. But I ain't gonna lie, yo. I'm gonna end the reality TV show section off, yo. This man is cleaning up in the bathroom, yo. He says, I ain't gonna lie to you. Black man don't smell the same as white man. White man just got a better liver. I swear. This man racism is so deep, yo. It goes down to body parts, bro.
Oh God, dude, this man, he's so racist. He really did that. Oh my God. He goes to smell the shit of white people because it smells good. Oh my God. Like, I am blown away every time that a character like this not only exists, but is like a fan favorite to so many people.
Man, I swear to God, it's crazy. This man, Uncle Ruckus, is goddamn terrible, bro. The type of nigga that be cutting lawn for a white person. You call him like, yo, come cut my lawn. He like, man, I can't do it, man. I'm cutting this grass for this white person. They paying me nothing, but it's better on my resume. Oh, wait, he did do that. This nigga's a goddamn super coon.
Oh Lord, 10,000 likes and I'll do another something about Boondocks, racist, Ruckus, something. I don't know. I promised you I would keep doing this. The like meter ran out, but honestly, please don't. But please don't, dog. Please don't leave a like. I want to be done here. I want to move on with my life. I don't want to be only mentioned as the guy that got canceled by looking at Uncle Ruckus. Please! Please! Like, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch. Stay weird, fam!
Today, we're going to be talking about an album called Pulse Demon, which sounds like this. Pulse Demon is an album released by Japanese noise artist Merzbow in the year 1996. It's an album, as one of my friends described it to be after listening to it for the first time, that sounds like you're putting your ear towards an underwater jet in a jacuzzi only that jacuzzi jet is turned up by like 1,000 times. It is also an album that is considered to be one of the most classic and essential releases in the noise music scene from an artist who has obtained an almost legendary status to fans. But for those who haven't heard of this album before, or even the existence of noise music in the first place, I'll give you a hint of probably how your first experience will go when listening to an album or project from this very, very interesting corner of music. You'll stumble across a noise album one day online. You'll probably see someone talking about it or recommending it as some really revolutionary piece or something, and the artwork will look pretty cool, so you'll click it, you'll check it out, and it'll load up. You'll get through about a minute or so of it, and then you'll just, you'll pause it and just be like, what is this shit? It's loud, it's obnoxious, it's rough, harsh, violent, everything. All you can tell yourself is this is definitely ridiculous. Who in the God's name would listen to this? Now, that was me with the album we will be discussing today, Pulse Demon. I first remember seeing this album when I saw a picture of its vinyl re-release a while back on Blood Honey Records, and the look of that thing was just beautiful. So I decided, you know what, let me check the album out before I just buy it for how good looking that vinyl looked. And what happened next, like I said, with what your experience would most likely be like, I got through about 45 seconds of it, waiting for some sort of beat to establish, or kick drum, or just something, you're always expecting something traditional subconsciously, and it never really shows up. It's harsh, it's ear-splitting, it's literally straight up noise. Understanding or finding value in noise music can be extremely difficult for many, even still for myself at times, as I am not ashamed to say at all that I am very, very new to this whole thing, this whole noise music thing. And while attempting to write a script for this video, I've honestly come to realize it would just be a waste of time for me to try and explain why and what makes noise a credible music style or genre. Because even with doing that, you may head on over to Pulse Demon after this video and still say, wow, this is just a bunch of shit. So instead of that, or giving you some super, long breakdown of the genre, I'm going to tell you what Pulse Demon and noise music has personally done for me, because from the surface level, you're really going to say this is just a bunch of noise. But I'm going to tell you how it has evolved my appreciation for music that much more, and what value I have gotten out of by dipping my feet into the noise music world, and I think you will too. We're also going to be diving a little bit into the history of the album, the artist behind the work, and what makes this noise album a classic to its fans, a solid choice for your first listen when diving into this corner of the music. So get cozy, because you and I are going to be exploring the world of noise music and Pulse Demon. Also, if this is your first time here to the channel, please click that subscribe button and throw a like on this video. Helps the channel a whole lot, and I would love for you to be here for my next video. Noise music has a pretty dense history, tracing all the way back to the 1910s with Luigi Russolo. Russolo was an Italian futurist artist who at the time wanted to create more complex sounds in music. Russolo had a belief that the Industrial Revolution evolved a person's desire for more non-traditional sounds. Russolo created a number of noise-generating devices called intonarumori and assembled a noise orchestra to perform with these new instruments of sorts. And to his expectations, people did not react well to these performances. The raw, no directionness perceived by many were a complete turnoff, and no value was found by listeners at the time. It was a failure. Now, let us fast forward all the way to Japan in the 1980s, and while the time in between the 80s and Luigi Russolo had some building blocks that led to what noise music is today, nothing is as pivotal or, just important to the current scene as the influence of Japan noise in the 1980s were. Since the early 80s, Japan has been recognized to provide a significant output of characteristically harsh bands, with one of the most famous artists being the one in focus today, Masami Akita, or how the noise world sees him, Merzbow. Born in Tokyo in the 1950s, Akita was an avid listener of psychedelic music, progressive rock, and later free jazz in his youth, all of which have influenced his production in noise. After attending Tamagawa University to study fine art, Akita had developed a love and interest for data and surrealism. He also discovered Kurt Schwitter's art project Merce. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing. To be honest with you, I don't even know if I'm even saying Merzbow right. Yeah, I just double checked. I just finished recording this whole thing, so it's actually Merzbow. So I'm going to be saying Merzbow for the rest of this video because I'm too lazy to re-record, but it's Merzbow, everybody. I'm sorry, I fucked up. Since 1980, Akita has put out hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of recordings. That was one of the things that really blew my mind when doing the research for this video. Like, this guy put out so much shit, it's crazy. He contributed to over 200 exclusive tracks for compilations. He collaborated with dozens and dozens of musicians and has made a number of guest appearances on recordings by other artists. His discography is massive, including 321 studio albums, 81 live albums, and many other types of releases. I'm gonna flash a little table on the screen here. You're really gonna see just how crazy this is. Akita, or Merzbow, has truly dedicated his life and craft to the noise world, and it is mesmerizing knowing how much work has been put into, you know, a musical project by one human being alone. One vision, one aesthetic, and a lifetime of work and growth. During a European tour in the autumn of 1989, Akita was only able to perform and travel with simple and portable gear, leading to the harsh noise style Merzbow eventually became known for in the 1990s. In the mid-90s specifically, Merzbow began to develop a heavy interest and influence in death metal and grindcore, and in 96 is where Pulse Demon finds its way into this story. So with all of these releases, why is Pulse Demon usually the first thing many think of when discussing Merzbow? Why is Pulse Demon the first thing that pops up after typing in Merzbow on YouTube? I mean, he has all this other stuff, so why this one? What's so special about Pulse Demon? I mean, besides the fact that the album cover is jarringly memorable, that optical illusion will never leave your mind now, what makes this thing stand out so much? First and foremost, Demon Pulse came out at a time where Merzbow was finally being exposed to a Western audience. Pulse Demon released in 1996, and Venereology, yeah, that's how you say it, I think, whatever. And Venereology released 2 years prior, 94. These were Merzbow's first two records on a label outside of Japan, both albums being released on Relapse Records, a record label known for death metal and grindcore. With the internet at the time not being as big as it is today, obviously, everything prior to 94 was pretty much absent to the Western audience, only eventually finding its way to listeners in the upcoming years with the boom of the internet and the accessibility to music from overseas. To fit the label's fan base upon his arrival, he modeled these recordings around a sound more abrasive and pounding compared to his work prior, and something you'll find a lot of in the noise music scene is that many people love this thing, talking about Pulse Demon, many people love this thing, and many people find it to be completely overrated and absent of what originally made Merzbow so great. If you hop on over to Rate Your Music, you will find a complete spectrum of reviews for Pulse Demon, the good and the bad, all making this thing that much more fascinating to me as someone who is just getting into the world of noise music recently. Venereology was recorded almost completely while under the influence of alcohol, and the entire album is stacked full of overdubs. Overdubbing is a technique where a passage has been pre-recorded, and then during the replay, another part is added on top of this. And when you do this, and you keep doing it, you can create that overly executed-esque sound of noise music by just compounding and crushing layers on top of each other. Pulse Demon, on the other hand, was recorded fully live in studio with no overdubs at all, and was recorded completely while Masami Akita was sober. Pulse Demon is simply pure sound, viciously unadulterated static, as Pitchfork puts it, also giving it a very nice 8.7 rating paired with a great review that really hits the nail on the head of what makes this album such a special Merzbow release compositionally. And that's one thing why I'm not really going to break down the album literally musically. I'm going to kind of just briefly talk about it and more so talk about my feelings towards it and why it's given, how I found meaning from it, I guess I can say. So head on over to that review, that article. I'll link it in the description below if you want to read more about like what makes this album so special compositionally. Great read. Definitely a great read. So personally now, I've listened to this album front to back, I would say about 3 or 4 times for the making of this video. And as I keep saying, as someone who's never really found himself diving into the noise music world before, I have definitely developed a new appreciation for this album and what it provides for me as a music listener. Pulse Demon these past couple days has become like a saltine cracker to me. You know those really salty crackers they say you can't physically eat, like 5 or 6 in under a minute? The cracker that's meant to cleanse your palate, allowing whatever you're tasting next to be fully enjoyed without any other previous taste in your mouth. The extreme bending of sound, crazier than anything you've ever heard before. Pulse Demon, it kind of resets your ears as a music listener. There is a more refined appreciation in listening to each individual sound or instrument in a song once you complete and appreciate something like Pulse Demon. Tracks you've heard dozens of times before. After listening to Pulse Demon, you kind of see them in a new light now. You start really noticing every little individual instrument that much more. Because you just, I don't know, you just feel refreshed after listening to something as crazy and wild and harsh as Pulse Demon. And I'm assuming this happens with many, many other noise albums. So, like, let me know and others in the comments below if you have any other recommendations. Just throw them down there. When I actually sat down and listened to the album, focusing in on each individual, and believe me, if you listen hard enough, you'll begin to hear more and more individual sounds, whether they're there or not, who knows. You really start to forget about the world around you, and that was something that I found amazing about Pulse Demon. You forget about the world around you, your stresses, your distractions, it's just gone, because you fully dedicate your attention to the noises presented to you. They are so obnoxious and in your face, you don't even have an opportunity to focus on yourself anymore. It's super hard to dismiss these sounds. They're extremely harsh, abrasive, mind-numbing, especially when lo-fi hip-hop jazz radio, for example, is like our go-to, you know, daily retreat for relaxation. Try using Pulse Demon for relaxation. You'll be pretty surprised if you give it a chance. The interesting thing is, and I've seen many others agree with me on this as well, noise music seems to do an incredible job as becoming a musical retreat, a way to clear your head. The music, the sounds, they just demand your attention. It's that friend that pushes you to go to the gym, regardless of what mood you're in or what's on your mind. Noise music does not give a fuck about how you feel. There goes the ad revenue for this video. Whatever, it just doesn't care about your feelings. Noise music simply exists and insists that you focus your attention on it. And when you begin to get lost in the sounds of something like Pulse Demon, the sheer ferocity alone is enough to truly release your mind from whatever is bothering you in the real world, compared to something more universally agreed upon to be relaxing, like lo-fi hip-hop, which seems to simply just reproduce the feelings of sadness and emotions with its somber production style anyway, where other genres seem to be sympathetically flaky and half-assed towards providing relief by pushing it right back in your face. Noise music actually forces you to get your mind off of whatever's bugging you, because like in that moment all you have are the noises coming out of something like Pulse Demon. It's truly, truly beautiful. Merzbow's critically acclaimed Pulse Demon contains 8 tracks, with one track being almost 25 minutes long. Even though it is an album, Pulse Demon seemingly plays out as almost one continuously long track. At the time in '96, this was Merzbow's loudest, harshest, and most powerful production to date. Sounds pushed and boundaries destroyed far more crazier and wicked than anything he has released prior. Every second of layering this beast contains, there is something new to be found upon every listen, and its replay value is absolutely astonishing. I've really come to learn these past couple of days of how much noise music exists, how many releases have been put out by hundreds of artists, let alone Merzbow's like hundreds of releases. But I know personally, I will be fixated on Pulse Demon for quite a while, due to the fact that I want to keep diving in and seeing what else I can, shovel out of it in this experience of noise. Like the composition itself, there is just so much noise music to dive into. The sheer magnitude, the amount of it is just a definite fun thought trying to comprehend. Ultimately, Pulse Demon and all of this noise music, for that case, seems to constantly demand my attention. And in a time of my life where I find myself attempting to gravitate towards music that'll simply replicate my emotions and attempt to make sense of the things that I may be going through in my life, noise music is a fucking slap in the face. It's a splash of the coldest water ever splashed, screaming at me not to focus on myself so much while listening to music, but instead separate myself from my desires, my stresses, what I think is going wrong in my life, my day-to-day thoughts. I really have nothing less nor more to say about this album or noise music in general. I'm fascinated by what it is, and I'm even more fascinated with its hardcore fans and how the music has become so integrated in their lives. A huge shout out to the Noise Music Discord. They helped me, kind of steered me in the direction of what to listen to, some other Merzbow releases, and just their thoughts on noise music in general, and they are some of the nicest people I think I've ever talked to on the internet. Class acts. Everybody over at the Noise Music Discord, shout out, you guys are killer. Like learning proper meditation, I think noise music will be a long journey for me. Something that I can return to from time to time to cleanse myself with and become more and more friendly with each visit back. It's all weirdly very therapeutic, and I think after a couple dedicated listens, you will also find some extraordinary remedies within the world of these hyper-static adventures. Happy listening, my friend. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you want to contribute to the channel and help me possibly one day do this full time, I'm going to leave a link to my Patreon in the description below. There are a ton of cool exclusive rewards you get by being a patron of mine, so if you want to check that out, click the link below, and until next video, thank you so much. I love you so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'll see you soon. Much love, your boy, Pat Jennington.
Today's video is brought to you by Babbel. Now, as someone who basically failed every English class in school but somehow ended up doing video essays, I can attest to the fact that learning things in the traditional way may not be the best for everyone. And when it comes to learning things like a second language, I feel the same way. Antes de YouTube, durante de los años de universidad, trabajaba en un restaurante donde todos los cocineros allí solo hablaron español con un poco de inglés. Tomé varias clases de español en escuela, pero siento que aprendí más en mi trabajo porque usábalo en realidad. There's something to be said about learning things in a real and practical way, and that's why Babbel is so effective as a language learning app. They actually get you speaking from the very beginning, and they cater their lessons to real-life situations, not just mindless testing. While I'm sure many of you would probably like to reap the benefits of learning a second language, I know many people still view learning a second language as an expensive and time-consuming task. But in reality, with Babbel, it's been shown through various efficacy studies that as little as 15 hours in their app has been equivalent to a full college semester. And considering that the average person spends about 4.8 hours a day on their phone, there's really no reason to think that learning a new language is out of reach anymore. So instead of trying to take on any kind of student loan or debt to learn a language, how about I instead give you a link in the description of this video to get up to 65% off your Babbel subscription. And to take the risk out of this, just know that Babbel stands by their 20-day money-back guarantee in case you decide it's not right for you. So gracias otra vez to Babbel for making this video possible.
Crucial segment tonight, the new payola, a sour note that is tainting the rock music business once again. It was back in the 1950s that payola became a way of life in this industry. Record companies and promoters paying off disc jockeys to plug new releases and to boost sales. Today, the practice appears to be back with a group of independent promoters playing a major role. And federal authorities are investigating a possible mafia connection.
How important the rock music business is to the mafia became clear last month at this New York City hotel. Indicted by a federal grand jury in Newark on racketeering and extortion charges, accused of using violence to get their way in the gambling business, the narcotics business, and the music business.
His association with Mr. Reagan that Frank Sinatra was asked about yesterday.
Tell the same story Cox does about payoffs of cash, cars, expensive watches, drugs, and nights with women.
Jimi Hendrix experience is over. The acid rock musician died today in a London hospital, apparently from an overdose of drugs. Death of another rock musician was disclosed today. Jim Morrison, 27 years old, lead singer of The Doors. His manager said Morrison died 6 days ago in Paris, either of a heart attack or pneumonia. But the death was kept secret to avoid a sensation.
Kurt Cobain, the lead singer of the enormously popular rock band Nirvana, is dead at the age of 27. More now from NBC's Brian Williams.
The international music industry is in shock with the death of rock star Michael Hutchence. The body of the INXS lead singer was discovered in a Sydney hotel room late this morning.
The Hollywood coroner says an overdose of narcotics was responsible for the death of the well-known rock singer Janis Joplin. Ms. Joplin was found dead in her bedroom last night.
Exactly what happened inside the iconic Beverly Hilton remains a mystery. Paramedics raced to the 4th floor and found a lifeless Whitney Houston inside her hotel room bathtub.
Both the Los Angeles Times and CBS News are both now reporting that Michael Jackson has died.
I don't think many people at first glance would regard being a popular musician to be particularly deadly, but looking at the data, we see something rather peculiar. According to a study conducted by the University of Sydney, which sampled 13,000 different artists across 7 decades, it was noted that a popular musician's life expectancy was up to 25 years shorter comparable to the general population. Furthermore, accidental death rates were between 5 and 10 times greater, suicide rates were between 2 and 7 times greater, and homicide rates were up to 8 times greater. The study suggests an average life expectancy for musicians that are male to be in the late 50s and women in the early 60s. At first glance, these numbers are hard to contextualize, so let me give you something to compare it to. This is the same life expectancy you'd expect to see for a police officer in Buffalo, which has been labeled the most dangerous city in New York. Or if we're talking about the 90s, a male musician has a shorter life expectancy than a coal miner in China in the 1980s. These numbers make it clear as day that the true price of fame in the music industry is up to 25 years off your life. But that's not to say that fame is this deadly across the board. In another study that sampled 1,000 different notable people from 2009 to 2011 from all professions, they found that those notable for their work in business, politics, or military generally lived longer than the national average, while writers, performers, and other creative types were only noted to have their lives shortened by a year. So what is going on with the music industry in particular? While we've established that the music industry is particularly deadly, the vast majority of the literature on the phenomena seems to isolate this to just 1 or 2 things, such as the added stresses from fame or the ease of access to substance, or that creative types tend to be more predisposed to mental illness. While there's no denying that these factors definitely play a role in this phenomena, perhaps there's a bit more to this story. While much of the formal research on this topic scrutinizes what is wrong with the artists as an individual, perhaps it's better in this case to focus on what is going on within the industry as a whole. Because if you shift focus away from the individual to the industry, and you pause for a moment to think about the financial incentives of the music world, you'll notice something incredibly concerning. Music is one of the few industries on the planet where someone's work is worth significantly more to a company after their passing. Generations are remembered by the art that they leave behind, and the easiest way to be remembered is to be hailed as a legend from that time period. A premature death can take an artist from a good artist to a legend, which can in some cases solidify an artist's recording catalog to be a cash cow for decades to come. Think about this for a moment. When an artist signs his name on the dotted line to a record company, the record company will in many cases own all of the masters for the songs recorded under that contract. And when an artist signs to a major label, it's safe to say that their death is in many ways factored into the initial investment. And in many ways, after an artist has peaked in popularity, there becomes an awkward point in their career where the artist is worth more to them dead than alive.
Due to the business that he did. Yeah. And I can't even say mad, is that they didn't have a part of it. Let's be real. I'm gonna say it out there straight for everybody listening. My uncle didn't die. He was murdered. I feel the same thing about Prince. We're losing a lot of stars because you have to remember, these are basically insurance policies. Why is there a Motown cartoon out now? Okay, well, obviously when my uncle was alive, he wasn't giving the rights to anybody. But when he dies, all of a sudden,
It's pretty incredible to me that all of us have kind of heard this anecdote about musicians dying at a young age, but every time this happens, nobody casts an ounce of skepticism about this kind of thing, or how much these people are worth dead. That, in my opinion, is the true dark side of the music industry. And it seriously does not help that social media in the modern day has made artists' deaths even more lucrative. As one Nielsen executive had stated in 2016, "If Earth, Wind & Fire's Maurice White passed away 10 years ago, you might have read about it in a paper and then waited until there was a store open," he said. Now the news cycle travels extremely fast, and you get more awareness. The instant gratification is there. You can buy it or stream it, and it magnifies the consumption. Now, instant gratification is definitely an interesting word choice from this Nielsen executive, especially considering some of his other comments in the same article. This was different from other years, Dave Bakula, Nielsen's Senior Vice President of Industry Insights, told the Post. "The news cycle is very viral. I've never seen a year like this before. The number of big-name artists passing away. The music industry is getting an extra boost from the celebration," he added. Notice that the author of the article here had to add this for context, but obviously I am nitpicking a bit. All of you probably know what this executive is talking about. Whenever an artist passes away, everyone comes out to show their respects on social media, and this effect has an uncanny ability to run up sales numbers. While in recent history it's been labeled the Prince effect, we have known for quite some time that an artist passing can be lucrative. But just how lucrative it is, we are just now getting to measure the effects more closely in the modern day. One paper titled Music, Death, and Profits lays this all out for us. Notably, this was the first study of its kind to show the long-term effects of this phenomenon. In their study that monitored 81 artists who passed away from 2015 to 2017, they found something pretty disturbing. Our findings show that a rate of sales does not return to pre-death levels, but instead is in most instances persistently higher even several years after the death shock occurs. Album sales leapt a staggering 226% on average, just on the day the artist died, and they doubled overall on average for the first 100 days. For bigger artists like Prince, the effect was even more pronounced, as he saw a 16,000% increase, while other large artists saw very staggering numbers as well. Furthermore, looking at the album sales for other rappers who have died young, we see that almost all of them see commercial success they never saw in their own lifetime. As if the financial incentives weren't already way too far in the wrong direction, this actually gets a hell of a lot worse. Because there's a clause in record contracts that allows record labels to cash in even more after an artist passing. This has been going on since the early days of the music industry, and it's quite literally a standard practice. It's called the death clause, or the non-performance clause. Now, this is one of those lesser-known details in regards to record contracts, but the former manager of the Grateful Dead, Hank Harrison, wrote about this some years back. Essentially, it goes something like this. Companies shall have the right to secure insurance equivalent to 10 times the estimated value of the artist's earnings from any source of revenue for company's sole benefit. Companies shall be allowed to employ any insurance carrier or combination of the same to assure this benefit and need not consult or require signature compliance from the artist. Companies shall keep such information confidential, except that the company may disclose information to the applicable insurance carriers or as required by law. Artist or artist's estate shall have no right to review or claim the benefit of any such policy obtained by the company. And to quote what Hank Harrison later wrote in this article, he states, "In short, here is what a death clause does in my humble opinion. If an artist fails to perform or pay back advances, the artist becomes more profitable dead." Today, the hit clause still exists, but it is more subtle, and whereas it used to be worth thousands, it's now potentially worth billions. Labels invest millions in new talent, and the insurance policy is a protection against loss or a way of collecting projected profits for music, t-shirts, books, foreign rights, and everything else in all forms. Now, I want to clarify one thing here about the death clause, and it's that this type of life insurance, also known as key man insurance, is actually a standard practice in other industries as well. And depending on how you look at this, it's honestly just a smart business move given how much money they invested into them in the first place. But normally when an employee dies in other industries, there is a pretty significant loss of revenue. This insurance is designed to make it so the company can stay afloat until they find a replacement. But in the music industry, this is just them double dipping. Now, in case you're unfamiliar, record deals are structured like a loan, also known as an advance. A certain amount the artist gets to keep for living expenses, and the rest will usually get poured into the cost of making an album as well as marketing it. While the specifics will vary from deal to deal, the premise is pretty much the same across the board. Only after the label is paid back in full will the artist receive any royalties on the music recorded during that time. And assuming all goes well with the contract, the process will repeat with a new contract and new debt. If they don't succeed though, or paying back the label is taking too long, or the artist is trying to get out of the deal, then the death clause conveniently helps the label collect. What's more, as bad of a reputation as record labels may have, they aren't the only ones with perverse incentives. The artist also has to consider that his own loved ones might be out to get him as well, presuming any family members may be included in their will. And if that wasn't bad enough, it has become a far more common practice for artists nowadays to sell parts of their recording catalog on brokerage sites like Royalty Exchange. And I'm just going to flat out say this right now, it's only a matter of time before something bad happens with one of these Royalty Exchange platforms. As one article from MarketWatch stated, buy some of the rights to a rock star's music and you're likely to see a big bump in your royalties if he or she dies suddenly. It creates some awkward incentives. Don't be surprised if this turns up as the plot to a Hollywood thriller sometime soon. So yeah, nowadays basically an artist has to worry about literally anyone and everyone potentially having a price on their head. Now that you're aware of what a death clause is, I think it's important that I give you a textbook example of this so you can see how this usually plays out. And just know for now, while we will discuss many other mysterious deaths in the music industry later on in this video, for now I'd like to draw your attention to the story of Bobby Fuller. After Fuller moved to LA in 1964, he was signed to a record label by the name of Del-Fi Records, owned by producer Bob Keane. Keane was also the band's manager, and given the fact that it was called the Bobby Fuller 4, Bobby was the frontman. Shortly after the band had scored several hits, like their cover of I Fought the Law, on July 18, 1966, Bobby's success in the music industry would be cut short. After receiving a mysterious phone call in the early hours of the morning, Bobby was believed to have left his Los Angeles apartment at 3 a.m. Before Bobby left, his road manager had been half asleep watching TV in the living room. He vaguely remembered that Bobby might have been going to see a girl named Melody that night. After heading out from the apartment, he took his mother's Oldsmobile and he would set off into the night. As the day turned to morning, Bobby failed to meet up with the other members of his band for rehearsal later that day. Around 5 p.m., a couple other visiting musicians had come to see Bobby at his apartment. They claimed that when they were driving up, Bobby's mother's car was not there. Bobby's mother, Lorraine, also noted this. She had been keeping an eye out all day for Bobby to come home. After the two visitors came into Bobby's apartment, Bobby's mom then went to go get the mail. To her surprise, the car was there. Upon closer inspection, she found Bobby lifeless inside of the car. He was found lying across the seat, where the entire car reeked of the smell of gasoline. There was a 2.5-gallon gas can found below the driver's seat, and a gas hose was also found nearby. Upon discovering Bobby in this state, Lorraine called the police. And when they arrived, they took a quick look at the body, and they ruled that Bobby had taken his own life from drinking gasoline. The authorities quickly discarded the gas can and called it a day. The car was never dusted for prints, the police didn't interview anybody, and all in all, it was an open and shut case. Later, it would be revealed through the autopsy that there was no gasoline found in Bobby's stomach, where the coroner later stated that Bobby had died due to inhalation of gasoline fumes, classifying Bobby's death instead as an accident, a finding that nobody, not least his own mother and family, agreed. Multiple witnesses noted that it appeared that Bobby had been beaten up badly and had a broken finger, There was blood found on his shirt and face. Multiple witnesses, including Lorraine, also made the comment that it looked like he had been dragged on the ground, and his body showed various scrapes and injuries. The coroner claims that they were mistaken. He claimed he found no bruises, no broken bones, and no cuts, or evidence of a beating. Instead stating, "Body in full rigor, skin slip due to high temperature in car." Bobby's body had been found in a full state of rigor mortis, meaning that he had been dead for some time. Considering that the car hadn't been in the lot for more than 15 minutes, this quite literally made it impossible that he could have driven up on his own. Given the sheer amount of gasoline found in the car, it appeared that someone had been just moments away from setting it ablaze. According to an article from Spin magazine, in 1983, Rick Stone reported that he was sure Bobby's head had been doused with gasoline. To this day, Jim Reese maintains that he saw a half-burned book of matches and a burn on the vinyl of the backseat of the car. Assuming the car failed to light, this meant that the persons responsible were lurking nearby. Rather interesting when you factor in that Bob Keane had just so happened to magically appear at the scene within moments. Now, Bobby's story is essentially a cautionary tale of what can happen in the music industry. And to quote Rod Crosby, the lead singer for the band The Intruders, Bobby Fuller was vulnerable by virtue of his honesty and naivety. If he had been a streetwise, bitter person, maybe he would have survived. He lived on a high plane of idealism and fantasy. He was swept into the maelstrom of rock decadence and was a victim of a ruthless business. Essentially, Bobby had become worth more dead than alive behind the scenes. He had a life insurance policy taken out on him for about $850,000, while all of the other members of the band had policies at around $100,000 each. In the days before his death, the band was on the verge of breaking up. One member was getting ready to return to his family after touring. Another member was likely to have been drafted into Vietnam. Infighting was rampant, leading to Bobby replacing one of the members, and the two musicians from earlier were new potential replacements for his current band. Essentially, Bobby Fuller had had enough of his management, between them failing to fulfill orders for his recent single, and the fact that Bob Keane had been micromanaging their sound, often making artistic decisions which led to their worst financial failure, the Magic Touch, which in spite of heavy promotion through payola, it still was not a commercial success. But that wasn't the only financial problem going on behind the scenes. The label had wanted Bobby to continue touring. He decided to bail on that. Had Bobby walked away, the label would have presumably incurred a large financial loss between the recent failure of the Magic Touch and the tour that was cut short. But if he were to conveniently die in an accident, let's say a mysterious car fire, then the label could easily turn a profit. Had the coroner ruled it being self-inflicted, the label would not have been able to collect due to a common clause in life insurance policies. Then in the months after, the coroner switched the death ruling to an accident. Conveniently, this was the most lucrative outcome for the label. Now clearly there was something off about the way the police and the coroner handled this case. I should add that the police have never once refuted the timeline of events I've shared with you. But if you are a frequent viewer of this channel, you know that all too often when you see this type of behavior from officials, it's usually a pretty big hint that you're dealing with matters pertaining to organized crime. Additionally, in Bobby's case, when two private investigators were hired to look into his death, both of them quickly quit the case. Both refused to talk to the press, and one had claimed that they had been threatened. In the days after Fuller's death, three mysterious tough guy types showed up outside the apartment of another band member, Jim Reese. They had essentially broken into his apartment only to find that he wasn't there. Jim to this day swore he had no idea who they were, but it definitely concerned members of the group to the point that they were thinking that they could have been next. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire. So were there any ties to organized crime? Many sources on this subject bring up the silent partner in Bob Keane's business, a man by the name of Larry Nunes. Larry Nunes was essentially the man financing Fuller's career, and Nunes was the actual beneficiary who was set to cash in on Fuller's death. Now the key word here is silent partner. Organized crime is notorious for using frontmen for almost all of their business dealings, and to quote the Chicago Tribune, as the schemes got more complicated, mobsters needed the help of lawyers, politicians, and frontmen with relatively clean criminal records. It was a Faustian bargain. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the term Faustian bargain, it essentially means a deal with the devil. Throughout history, there have been a number of Faustian bargains, but in present day, you'll notice that almost every person who claims this comes from the entertainment industry.
You're still out here doing these songs, you know, you're still on tour.
I do, but I don't take it for granted.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
Now, I should also let you know that Bob Dylan has quite literally been playing a never-ending tour since 1988, adhering to a heavy booking schedule of 100 shows a year. He crossed 3,000 shows in 2019, and despite him being 80 years old, his vocal performances becoming unpredictable, and him randomly changing the lyrics of his songs on a night-by-night basis to the point that they become unrecognizable, he's still touring. It sort of makes you wonder if there's something preventing him from retiring, especially given the fact that the overarching data on this industry shows that most musicians don't live to the age of retirement. But to be fair, perhaps he just really likes playing shows still, or perhaps he was saying this for publicity. And to be clear, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. There's definitely a lot of interpretations for this deal with the devil analogy, but all you need to know for now is the fact that at least one of these interpretations includes making a deal with the underworld. And going into this next section, I want to say that we will tie up the stories with Bob Keane and Larry Nunes and Bobby Fuller here in a bit. But for you to really see how the death clause fits into things, you need to understand the entanglements between organized crime and the music business. So we're going to explore a few of those, because Fuller's case is far from an isolated incident.
Tonight, the first of 5 Segment 3 reports on what we have chosen to call crime rock. There's a lot of corruption in the music business because there's a lot of money in the music business, in records, cassettes, and in live performances. That kind of money attracts all kinds of unsavory characters who don't know much about music, but do know a lot about crime. Brian Ross reporting.
Police say much of the trouble for Rare Earth came from this man, Joe Ulo, a reputed mob enforcer from New York, who moved to California a few years ago and moved into the rock music business. One of his first targets was Rare Earth. In 1969, Rare Earth was on top. Its first album, a double platinum record, selling more than 2 million copies. The good times, the hit albums, and the big money only lasted for 3 years. And then, Rare Earth began having trouble paying its bills and traveling expenses. Police say that's when Ulo and the mob moved in.
When a band or a management company and band run into trouble financially, that's when they come in. And they are heavies. And they'll promise you anything in the world. They say that we'll give you whatever you need, we believe in you, blah, blah, blah. But meanwhile, they have to have a percentage of the business. And I'm talking about loan sharking and all the way down the line.
By 1976, Ulo was boasting to his associates that he had taken over a hidden interest in the rock group Rare Earth by providing mob money and mob muscle to take care of Rare Earth's debts. But the mob's backing did little to help the group's music. Rare Earth's records didn't sell well, and the group that had once made millions was almost out of business. Peter Orlbeck, the group's drummer, says he was getting visits at home from strangers who wanted to know if he was hiding any of the group's money.
You see, we were 6 guys that were creating lots of money in which lots of people were enjoying. And we were a motor. And all of a sudden, the motor stopped running. And when a motor stopped running, it started affecting a lot of people. So you don't know what's going to happen.
Joe Ulo was arrested last year for the former basketball star Jack Molinas. And police say members of Rare Earth are lucky no one got hurt. It was a different story for the Three Dog Night. And police also are investigating Ula's relationship with this rock group. The accountant for the group was shot in the arm and paralyzed in what police believe was a mob dispute over control of Three Dog Night. The group has since broken up, and police are still investigating the shooting. The members of Rare Earth say what happened to them could happen to any rock group trying to make it big in the rock music world.
Anybody that makes a lot of money, they're susceptible to being come on to by certain people if they run into money problems and if they're not smart enough to handle it all.
And that kind of thing can shut down a group.
Oh, instantly. Instantly. Because then the group, if a group becomes paranoid of their safety in any way, shape, or form, you can't go to write a song. I mean, you have to have total relaxation and feel good about yourself in order to write good material that people will accept. I mean, it comes through in the music. You can see it, you can feel it, and you can sense it.
This example with Rare Earth is probably one of the most common hidden arrangements. Art is known for drawing in people with an interest in money laundering, and given how risky it is to invest in musicians, many narcotics traffickers use artists as a way to launder dirty money, and if the musician succeeds, then that's an added bonus which can be used to make even more money if they're able to go on tour. In Rare Earth's case, it was more notably an example of loan sharking, but there's honestly no shortage of examples I can give you from history. There are a lot of bands that were made off drug money. For example, the largest manufacturer of a substance that starts with L and ends in SD was the financier behind the band The Grateful Dead. Had it not been for him, they largely would have never succeeded. In the present day, many DJs are just fronts for selling narcotics. And you'll often see that rap groups are often fronts for illegal activity, but that's not to say that gangsterism is exclusive to rap in any capacity. Frank Sinatra, for example, was known to have been a mob-connected musician, one of the most successful, largely due to his mob ties. While never prosecuted because they could never build a case against him, he was known to have been close with many famous mobsters like Sam Giancana, the legendary mob boss of the Chicago outfit for a time, as well as reputed mob boss Lucky Luciano, the first mob boss of what would later become the Genovese crime family. When Sinatra first started in the music business, he had rose to prominence singing in Tommy Dorsey's band. After his notoriety outlived the band's usefulness, Sinatra was stuck in his contract with Dorsey. The story allegedly goes that Sinatra's management offered $60,000 at first to get him out of that contract, but when Dorsey refused, Sinatra turned to his godfather, Willie Moretti, the New Jersey underboss of the Genovese crime family. Rumor has it he threatened him, and curiously, Dorsey let him out of that contract shortly after for $1. You see, Sinatra had to be watched closely by the powers that be. He had political influence, wealth, and close business dealings with very powerful people. This is why you'll notably see a lot of references to Sinatra in rap music. But this arrangement isn't just found in the American music industry either. In research pertaining to cartels in Mexico, music management is listed as a risk-tolerant method of money laundering. And on top of that, to quote this paper, it is unclear whether the music groups participated willingly or under duress in this scheme. In one version of events, groups were targeted by the organization that forced them to participate, in addition to paying extortion quotas. However, an anonymous music industry expert revealed that some groups that had yet to become popular accepted organization money in exchange for producing records and writing songs that praised the organization. Once the music groups became popular, they could participate in the scheme because they could go on tour. In this sense, the organization would invest in lesser-known groups in the hopes that the songs would become popular and allow them to go on tour. This arrangement was unstable, according to the music industry expert, because once a group becomes famous and no longer needs the capital from an organization, it may seek to pursue an independent music career. However, if a group or any members of the group tried to sever ties with the DTO, they were often executed.
Our segment 3 this evening, part 2 in a series of 5 on crime in the rock music business, or how in some cities they might but don't advertise a rock concert brought to you under the auspices of a band of hoodlums. There is so much money in it, so many guitar players becoming millionaires in their 20s, gangsters have seen an opportunity and moved in, as reported now by Brian Ross.
This is Jerry Michelson, a rock concert promoter in Chicago.
By the way, you ready for this?
This is Arnie Granite, Michelson's partner.
Melissa Manchester just canceled her whole tour.
As rock promoters, they expect problems. Last-minute cancellations, managers, agents, temperamental rock groups.
For the marquee tomorrow night, we cannot fit fabulous poodles across the marquee.
But what they never expected was trouble from the mob, and that they would have to turn down concerts because of the people involved. And in the summer of 1977, Michelson and Granite turned down an offer to be part of promoting 3 of the biggest rock concerts ever held in Chicago. This is Soldier Field, and the 3 big concerts held here were called the Super Bowl of Rock, with estimated ticket sales of well over $2 million, and the biggest names in rock music appearing. A federal grand jury is now investigating allegations that the mob ran these concerts, suspected of bribing city officials to get an exclusive on concerts in Soldier Field, booking rock groups through frontmen, and driving up the price of concert tickets, all part of a huge mob scheme to make big money in the rock concert business. One of the men under federal investigation is Victor Comforti, last photographed 20 years ago when he appeared before the McClellan Senate Rackets Committee. Comforti works out of this heating and air conditioning company on Chicago's west side. A number of rock concert promoters from around the country are believed to be close to Comforti, and federal investigators say this garage has become an important meeting place in the rock concert business. Terry Bruner of the Chicago Better Government Association investigated the concerts. He says Comforti was the godfather of the Soldier Field concerts.
He goes way back in the history of organized crime in Chicago. And I think that it's pretty clear that he was the person who was the go-between between the rock promoters and the city officials who were concerned. If you talk to enough people in the entertainment business or the rock business, they're going to tell you that this kind of thing goes on all over the country and that they know ahead of time. Like, we're not even going to bother with Chicago. There's too much hassle, as they say. And I think that's a code word for you've got to pay off. And I think that it's pretty clear that these people had to pay off in the city of Chicago.
One of the people who says he was a victim of the mob scheme at Soldier Field in Chicago is rock superstar Ted Nugent. Police estimates based on aerial photographs of the crowd at Soldier Field were that as many as 90,000 people were in the stands. But the promoters told Nugent there were only 56,000. And Nugent says he was cheated out of more than $100,000 in his percentage of the ticket sales. You lost a lot of money there, didn't you?
Well, again, you know, it's hard for me to walk away from a gig making $250,000 and realize that I lost money. But yes, the people paid to see Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent should get his money.
You consider yourself an honest businessman?
Oh, totally.
Do you, though?
Yes.
Has that hurt you in this industry?
I would say so. I would say that it's definitely hurt us being honest and operating in an honest way.
It is difficult. Over the years, there's been times when it's been difficult. We've had to make hard decisions like that.
Not to make a payoff, not to skim, not to cheat.
Yeah, those decisions have had to be made. There's been easy money out there at times. There was ours for the taking.
In this hall in Nebraska, it is still possible to put on a rock concert without the mob. But in Chicago, and in a number of cities in this country, promoters, managers, and rock stars have to go along with a lot to put on a rock concert.
Now, this type of criminal entanglement, just like many others going forward, you're going to notice a trend. There are examples of corruption from the very beginning, and there are also examples of circumstances in the modern day. For example, many nightclubs and many concert venues are just fronts to launder dirty money as well. There's no shortage of articles that you can find nowadays about venues getting busted. But this goes far deeper than that. So let's start with Coachella, one of the largest, most famous, and one of the most profitable music festivals in the United States and the world. That was started by one of the biggest traffickers of the Devil's Lettuce in California, Gary Tovar. His promotion front was called Golden Voice Productions, and he would take losses on paper but launder his money through the promotion business, and the shows would give him a cover to also sell more product. Now, there's something very interesting that happens when a venue becomes a front for illegal money, assuming that the management doesn't skim from the artist and there's some actual honest business going on. Relatively speaking, the bands actually get paid very well. To quote an article from OC Weekly, the singer of TSOL, Jack Grissom, explained, When he started paying us more than anyone else in the country would pay us, I mean, it pissed people off. Gary really started paying these bands what they were worth. We'd play a show and the show would be packed and a band would get $100 or $200. Gary was the first punk promoter who actually paid what they deserved. Well, if we all got what we deserved, we'd all be in jail, but it was unlike any other promoter. Everyone wanted to be on Gary's shows, and it only was a short time before he was the biggest promoter around. Now, I can only speak for what is available online, and there's actually a lot of positive stuff said about this guy. Like, he helped a bunch of bands get started, he would fly them out, he took a lot of losses, he was very generous as well. In fact, even when the feds busted him in 1991, a bunch of the groups that he had promoted early shows for would go on to thank him by doing a banquet to raise money for his legal fees. And he was known for promoting a bunch of bands like Red Hot Chili Peppers, Jane's Addiction, Nirvana, and some of their earliest shows, all before they were widely known. Now, obviously, the business wasn't going as good while he was in prison, but in 1998, he was released, and a year later, they would go on to launch Coachella as this one big music festival. While Tovar was no longer the owner, he did join back as a consultant, as he had previously signed over ownership to his employees. Because Tovar was relatively generous with his front business, unlike many others in this industry, it inevitably led to Coachella becoming a success. Now, this one is a surprisingly positive one, given that the industry's history reads like a hall of rogues. But in reality, I had to restore your faith in humanity for a bit just to talk about this next character. Because when it comes to the shady business of music venues and nightclubs being used as fronts for illegal activity, this goes back to the emergence of organized crime in America. In the 1920s, the outlawing of alcohol led to speakeasies where organized crime figures like Al Capone needed a constant supply of talent to keep the drinks and illicit gambling going. This created a need for someone to manage these performers and book them each night, as well as orchestrate them getting to the underground operations. This led to the creation of a company by the name of Music Corporation of America. The guy who founded it was named Julius Caesar Stein. He was already a doctor with a great income, but Prohibition had made it so that this job opportunity was more lucrative than his current one. Seemingly via the use of the Chicago outfit, they managed to extort, cheat, lie, and corrupt their way to the top, to the point that this talent agency had effectively retained a monopoly on all of Hollywood and show business. Their rise to power is straight out of the Mafia playbook, and I want you to think about this for a moment. A business with absolutely no barriers to entry, being a booking agent. Yet they'd consolidated power so much that they'd gained the nickname the Octopus because they had their reaches into everything in show business, and they had to be broken apart by antitrust. The full extent of the mafia relations to MCA to this day is not known. Additionally, the circumstances that led it to becoming what we know now as Universal Music Group were highly questionable, with an active mafia probe into the company going on in 1989, only for the investigation to get shut down by the highest ranks of government, with the prosecutor being completely defanged of his position for trying to pursue this case. Now, we will discuss this further, but for now, let's get back to the early days of Jules Stein. This man is essentially the father of what we know as the music business today.
You struggle to get the contract, and then the contract is sort of, the indentured servitude type of thing. Our first contract was 7 albums, essentially 14 years. So I signed that contract when I was 23.
That's crazy.
Okay, so I'm signing, at 23 years old, I'm signing a contract that's supposed to take me into 37.
You're signing a contract for more than half your life.
And if you look at the shelf life of most artists, it's 4 to... So they're basically anticipating your entire arc.
That's so crazy.
So you don't have any leverage, other than that they want to sign you. You sign the deal, and then it becomes this weird dance of like, can I sustain success?
Yeah.
If you get success and you have leverage, they'll get out of your way because you're making them a lot of money. But the minute you're not making them as much money, then they step in and they start playing these Jedi mind tricks on you. We know what to do. The public's going to forget about you. I mean, I've heard all these things, like, this kind of weird, like, yeah, you're in the room, but, we're the arbiter of whether you can stay in the room.
That's the weird position that record companies had for a long time that they don't seem to have anymore.
I would argue against that because
they still do?
Well, they've moved to a different set of circumstances, and I'm not as conversant as I once was, but one thing they do with certain younger artists, but I think particularly more in the pop realm, is they do these 360 deals where it's like,
right,
if you get a perfume deal, if you,
Yeah.
like your whole world,
They own you.
we own a piece of your whole world. And fame is such a great quotient in American life now that you can see where kids would trade fame and be willing to give away like the profit part.
Well, they'll take a risk at the long-term ownership.
Right. So let me jump in there. So if you actually survive the cut, let's call it phase one. You're successful, you're a name, and now you're in a place to either renegotiate or your deal is up or whatever. I once had a conversation with a very powerful music executive, and I said, and I was friends with the guy, so I was like, give me the insider psychology here. Now that I know the game that you run, what do you tell people like me when they get here? And he says, oh, it's just, there's always a price. So they know that even if you get through the matrix of the whole thing and get out the other side, that there's just a dollar amount that will buy you back in.
Whoa.
They're not worried that you'll go independent. And in fact, if you look at a lot of the machinations of the music business over the last 20 years, especially with the rise of the internet, it's to keep people in the system.
Yes.
They don't want true independence.
It goes without saying that once enough power is consolidated in any industry by limiting competition, the workers in that industry will flock there because that's where the majority of the opportunity is. Taking a look at history, a perfect storm of events enabled Julius Caesar Stein to have a near monopoly on managing talent in the music, film, and radio business. For one, prohibition made illegal business incredibly lucrative. The second of which was the Great Depression, which in turn shifted bureaucratic focus onto other issues. Now, as you can imagine, having the backing of the Chicago outfit made limiting competition in Chicago incredibly easy. It goes without saying that if you did business with a rival gang, the outfit was likely to not be forgiving. Furthermore, clubs that refused exclusive deals with Stein were often targeted to be put out of business. In one particularly humorous example, he hired a mobster to launch a stink bomb during another set of another agency. But what further allowed Stein to expand his exclusivity network was the founding of the Commission within the American Mafia. Essentially, after a large amount of bloodshed and infighting for power within the Mafia, Lucky Luciano ultimately ended up on top of the underworld around 1931. Luciano was incredibly intelligent, and he knew that taking on the role of boss of all bosses would likely lead to a shorter career. So he instead attempted to solidify the power structure within the Mafia by creating a board of directors to mediate disputes within families. The commission consisted of 7 family bosses originally, and after Capone went to prison for tax evasion, Frank Nitti would replace that role for the Chicago outfit within months. This, in theory, should have given Jules Stein a new network of connections through this newly formed alliance, allowing him to extend his exclusivity far beyond Chicago. On top of all of that, as a result of Al Capone going to prison for tax evasion, this meant that the US government was now willing to tax illegal income, and thus stressed a greater importance in working with front businesses. Jules Stein was at the right place at the right time. To quote the book Dark Victory, Ronald Reagan, MCA and the Mob by the author Dan Moldea, which on a side note is a very good book. I highly recommend that you go read it. Whether you like or dislike Ronald Reagan politically, all I will say is that nobody gets to the top without doing a few favors. But getting back to his book, formerly represented by MCA, Jones, like Duke Ellington and Count Basie, had left the agency in 1939. After Willard Alexander, a top MCA agent, had defected to the William Morris Agency. Jones told Maury that MCA controlled most of the big-name bands in America and Canada, and at least 75% of the entire band booking business. How has MCA become so successful, Maury asked. Well, they've devised a system of rotating bands in all of the places they play, Jones replied. The system's so perfect that without the MCA contract, a band leader can't make enough bookings to make a living, and the clubs can't get enough bands unless they sign contracts with MCA. This system that Julius Caesar Stein created is the reason that bands go on tour to this day. Before this, they all had been playing at one location for months at a time.
On special segment tonight, the new payola, a sour note that is tainting the rock music business once again. It was back in the 1950s that payola became a way of life in this industry, record companies and promoters paying off disc jockeys to plug new releases and to boost sales. Today, the practice appears to be back, with a group of independent promoters playing a major role. And federal authorities are investigating a possible mafia connection. NBC's investigative reporter Brian Ross has additional details.
This block on First Avenue on the Lower East Side of New York is a stronghold of the Gambino Mafia family. According to the FBI and New York City Police, the Mafia capo who runs things on this block, and in places far from this block, is Joseph Armone, the man with the glasses, a convicted dealer who on most days can be found conducting mob business at a back table in this pastry shop. For months now, the activities of Armone and others have been watched closely by the FBI and police as far away as Los Angeles, as part of an investigation of corrupt practices in the rock music business and what appears to be the reemergence of payola at rock music radio stations. This was the Waldorf Astoria last month at a black tie celebrity dinner to honor some of the early stars of rock and roll. And among the guests, two of the most powerful and feared men in the rock music business. Joseph Isgro, who authorities say has described Mafia capo Armone as his partner, and Isgro's close associate, Fred DeCipio, who rarely does business without his associate, Mike, by his side. DeCipio and Isgro, each with his own company, are top men in what is called the network. About 30 men, many at this dinner, all known as independent record promoters, who industry executives say are getting millions of dollars a year from record companies to make sure that certain new songs become hits on certain rock music radio stations.
South Florida's hit music station.
Don Cox of Miami, one of the top disc jockeys in the country, says some promoters will do almost anything to get their records played and earn their big fees from the record companies.
Well, do you know how much money you make on having a hit record in this country?
Cox, who's had a drug problem, says he's had to turn away promoters who have offered him cash, cane.
Here, take this ounce and going home. Okay. Couple $1,000. Here, you go take, you know, we can get more, you take this, and I'll give you a call Tuesday.
And what happens Tuesday?
They call you and go, how was that? By the way, I got this record I want you to hear. Now, if you take it, you got to answer the phone.
They cozy up and they corrupt.
It's a job. Cox on the radio.
Cox says at his station, the music staff picks which records to play based on the music.
Miami think those fun.
But disc jockeys and program directors elsewhere, who said they were afraid to go on camera, tell the same story Cox does about payoffs of cash, cars, expensive watches, drugs, and nights with women sent over by the promoters. Another side of the payola scandal, according to industry executives, is suspected fraud involving the weekly Top 40 hits charts, which determine more than anything what's played on the radio in this country.
Okay, what was number 14?
This chart, published by the trade newspaper Radio and Record, is based on calls from 250 leading rock radio stations, reporting what songs they're playing. Authoritative industry sources say independent promoters have been getting certain radio stations to make phony reports, getting records not doing so well, not even getting played, getting those records on the Top 40 chart.
It's a serious thing.
Ken Barnes, the paper's editor, says about 20 radio stations were put on notice for making suspected phony reports, and 2 have been referred to federal authorities.
We're a trade paper. We can't be a cop. We can't really police what goes on at radio stations.
By industry estimates, DeCipio on the East Coast is sometimes paid as much as $150,000 by a record company for handling just one record. DeCipio would not talk to NBC News for this story. And on the West Coast, Isgro has become one of the wealthiest men in the music business, driving around in his Rolls Royce, always accompanied by at least one bodyguard. Isgro would not talk to NBC News for this story. Isgro, shown here with a record company executive, is well known in the music business, and so is his bodyguard. But of 10 record company presidents contacted by NBC News, including the heads of such major labels as CBS, Warner's, RCA, MCA, none would agree to talk on camera about Isgro or DeCipio or the network of independent promoters, some saying they feared repercussions. Off camera, one company president said, "You just can't be in business without them." A second company president said, "It's obvious what's going on." According to figures provided to NBC News by industry sources, Record companies pay independent promoters, many with mafia connections, almost $80 million a year. $80 million. And with this has come a climate of fear in the rock music business. Jay McDaniel says he was threatened by a big promoter when he tried to start a record promotion business, saying publicly he wasn't going to use payola.
Were there threats of violence against you?
Yes.
What was said to you?
It basically came out that I could have my face rearranged.
Just how important the rock music business is to the mafia became clear last month at this New York City hotel. Joseph Armone, the man from the pastry shop, arranged an unusual meeting with the top 3 men in the Gambino Mafia family, including the Gambino family boss, John Gotti. In the view of the FBI, a mob summit meeting. Also observed here, Joseph Isgro, who authorities say meets frequently with Armone and other gangsters. And Fred DeCipio, who according to his lawyer, has never met Gotti, has met Armone only twice, and has no business relationship with mobsters. 1 hour after meeting top people in the American Mafia, Isgro and DeCipio were at the Waldorf, taking their places among the top people in the American music business. Brian Ross, NBC News, New York.
Now, there are oftentimes a lot of misunderstandings when it comes to payola. You can pay to have a radio station play your song, they just have to disclose that they were paid to do it. Now, obviously, in the music business, everyone likes to act like they have a 100% organic come-up, like all their success just came out of nowhere. But in reality, if you know how this business works, you know that it's a bunch of people fighting over the exact same listeners. If we are to believe what industry insiders have been saying, payola never went away. Chart goals. And then the text later showed that once a song hit a chart position goal, they would swap it out for another song. Not surprising if you ask me. Dare I say it, but it's almost like the charts aren't an accurate reflection of what people are choosing to listen to. It almost seems like a closed system of power where only certain people are allowed to cheat. Notice how when an Indian rapper buys views to break the world record on YouTube, he gets stripped of his title and they change the rules, but when Taylor Swift does it, it's completely okay. Notice how when Jay-Z tries to create an artist-owned platform to challenge Spotify, when he fakes a world record, his company gets investigated for data fraud. But when record companies partnered with YouTube launched Vivo in 2009, Vivo magically becomes the #1 most viewed channel on YouTube, with Lady Gaga's Just Dance magically getting 90 million views in 24 hours at a time when most of the world didn't even have smartphones. Actually, if you're paying attention to this chart here, supposedly this video was uploaded in June. Notice that it gets 0 views that entire time, and then the day before Vivo launches, it gets 90 million views in a day. Vivo hadn't even gone live yet. The same pattern of behavior can be found in a number of different videos. And I just want to point out that if this video's views were real, this means that it would have literally been a world record all the way until 2020.
You know, just when there's little contests, and this is #1, and this one wins this, and this is the band of the year and the album of the year, like, says who and why is it a contest?
So check this out. Do you mind if I explain it?
Please do.
Okay. The conversation came up with about the actual album, like Warner Brothers was interested if we wanted to bundle it, which is when you include the record like with a ticket, right? And a lot of people have been doing it, whether you buy a t-shirt and you get a record and it's a digital download link. And I was like, well, how does that work? And I'm like, well, you would give $5 from each ticket back to Warner Brothers, and then you would get a record sale. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense to me and to Dan. And they're like, yeah, well, it's the only way you're gonna get a #1 record. So if you want a #1 record, you got to do that. And I was like, well, it's 1-to-1. Like we get $5 back, and then we get a royalty, and we get a ticket sale. And like, no, you don't get a royalty, and you only get an album sale count if they click the link, and we have a 50% click through. So in other words, we would pay $10 per sale on Nielsen SoundScan by giving the money back that we've sold on tickets to Warner Brothers, to our record label. I was like, that. At this point,
that is a crazy deal.
Check it out. We've sold 250,000 tickets on this tour. So we would give back $1.25 million. Our record advance for this record was less than that. I was like, if Dan and I were just on our own record label, we could give ourselves $5 per ticket and count, and we just take the money from the right hand to the left hand, give you a link, and if you counted it, we get the sale, we keep the money. That's basically what was going on.
Now, what never ceases to amaze me is how people can take an incredibly subjective medium like art and then state that the one that did the most in sales of all things is the objective best. As if sales numbers are anything but a vanity metric. That's not profit. Like, we know for a fact that money laundering takes place in this industry, just like every artistic medium. This is like saying that the best piece of digital art in human existence is this one NFT, because one dude bought it from himself. And my point in bringing this up is that there's a story behind this. But to understand how we got to this point today, you need to understand that the Billboard charts used to be based off of jukebox play data as well as data collected from record store owners. But can you guess who had a huge hand in jukeboxes? They were all cash payments. They could be placed on every corner. An ideal vehicle at the time to launder money. Now, out of the 4 big manufacturing companies for jukeboxes in America, Rockola was founded by businessman David Cullen Rockola, a mob-connected businessman who was later charged with corruption in 1929. AMI was run by Jake Guzik's son-in-law, Frank Garnett. That was until 1949 when it was taken over by the other infamous mobster, Sam Giancana. Many jukebox manufacturers didn't sell to bars and clubs directly. They were sold instead to regional distribution entities, and these distribution entities would sell to operators of jukebox routes. These operators would collect the cash, they would supply the records for the machines, and they would be responsible for the repairs and needed maintenance. The mafia focused its attention at the distribution level. This gave them control over the machines where the cash was picked up, and it also gave them control over what records went inside the jukeboxes. As the 1950s would pass, various mobsters built their empires on jukeboxes, with the Chicago outfit controlling 100,000 of the nation's 575,000 jukeboxes. As a result, this would lead to a situation sort of reminiscent to what we know today as an industry plant. If you recall, the charts were originally based on jukebox data. This now meant that all they had to do was put a new artist's records inside their machines, then simply misreport the amount of plays in the machines to instantly send a new artist to the top of the charts for as long as they wanted. Coincidentally, or perhaps a part of a grander conspiracy, during the 1950s, all of the radio stations across the nation began focusing their programming to the best music, the hits, with most major radio stations adopting the top 40 format. As author Gus Russo stated in his book, The Super Mob, it was Stein who encouraged fellow Lawndale entrepreneur William Paley to boost his new network, the Columbia Broadcasting System, by putting Stein's music acts on air live, turning the rigged top 40 into a national phenomenon. Now, on a bit of a side note, regarding this statement from Russo, I'm not entirely sure where he got this bit of info. Other books I've found seem to suggest the same thing, but other sources I've found list Todd Storrs, a radio DJ from Nebraska, as the originator. I just thought I should clarify that. Continuing on. Now, despite jukeboxes falling out of favor, that didn't mean the mob couldn't still manipulate the charts. All it really took back in the day was paying off a record store owner. To quote the New York Times, until 1991, the pop music charts were notoriously unreliable. Paying off record store employees with free albums, concert tickets, and even vacations and washing machines was a standard music business method of manipulating record sales figures. Even the Billboard magazine charts, considered the most prestigious in the business, were compiled from store managers' oral reports, which were inaccurate to begin with and easily swayed. As a result, this led to the introduction of the SoundScan system in 1991, which would only tally record store sales after a store clerk scanned the barcode at checkout for an album. And after that, the music industry cleaned up its act and nobody ever cheated again. Just kidding. Perhaps the funniest part about the SoundScan system was that data reported often had large discrepancies from the platinum certifications companies claimed. For instance, Michael Jackson's album History, when it was first released, it had been claimed 5 times platinum. But since each album included 2 CDs, each unit counted for 2. Yet despite this, SoundScan only reported 1.3 million sold. These certifications were based on the amount of CDs that were shipped, not actually sold in stores, meaning that a record company could just ship a bunch of boxes to a store and that would count as a platinum record. And then after a period of time, the retailer could just return the boxes for a credit. This meant that they could make it however many times platinum they wanted. As one article from the New York Daily News put it, the inflation of history is far from an isolated case. Often when an album by a major artist begins to slip down the charts, companies slap a gold or platinum symbol as a cover. In just the last few weeks, Warner Brothers had the Rod Stewart album, Spanner in the Works, certified gold as it plunged near the bottom of the top 200. In fact, the album has only sold 211,000 copies so far, according to SoundScan. Likewise, Columbia recently planted a platinum sticker on the Soul Asylum record, which has sold 574,000 to date. While Polygram stuck a 1 million unit insignia on Bon Jovi's These Days, even though the album only sold 357,000 units to date. Such discrepancies put Billboard in an odd position. As a trade publication, the magazine is obliged to print RIAA certifications, which often clashes with the far more accurate SoundScan data. As a result, Ellis says, it's time for the industry to think about the value of those RIAA shipment figures. Now look, I could dedicate an entire episode to explaining how artists game the charts, but for the sake of not getting too off track with this video, I want to just go over a few for now. For instance, after SoundScan's introduction, record labels began holding back singles, then juicing the charts by building up radio play first. Additionally, there are stories of sweetheart deals being arranged with retailers, where they would send a bunch of discounted copies to their store, only for someone to come in that day and then just clear them all off the shelf. And then there's stories of people being paid off to run the same thing through the scanner over and over again. And there's other stories of barcodes being switched around, so then they could just redirect the sales from another popular track all into one. And lastly, the main method of gaming SoundScan back in the day was to send a bunch of copies to independent retailers. Here, each copy would be worth 3 on the charts. The idea here was to give a bunch of extra weight to independent retailers at the time because the SoundScan system hadn't rolled out across every single store yet. Then found in the documents of the Elliot Spitzer payola investigation, the documents accused Sony of keeping people on payroll to basically call in to the radio stations and make fake song requests. Then also found in these documents, it's alleged that radio stations have participated in selling spin packages. This one's really interesting. I always wondered why radio stations sometimes just play like a whole bunch of songs in quick succession during commercial break, but they'll only play like snippets and then they'll say like, you're listening to Pay 0104 or something. Now, I don't know if this is still true today, but it turns out the reason they were doing this is because airplay monitoring companies detect that the song is being played on the radio, even if it's just for a short time, and then they count that towards the charts. While you may have heard that people lie and numbers don't, just know that sometimes we don't get the full story behind those numbers. Now, before we get to this next entanglement, I need to tie up the stories with Bob Keane and Larry Nunes. Then we'll also get back to the death clause. Bob had claimed he'd partnered with Nunes in 1964 when he needed money, and he wrote in his autobiography, "I had wondered if I had made a deal with the devil. I had heard that Larry had a reputation for being associated with the mob, and as it turned out 3 years later, our relationship ended in deception, dishonesty, and murder. I consider myself to be very lucky to have come out of that relationship with Nunes in one piece, virtually unscathed." After Fuller's passing in 1967, Delphi had been dissolved and Bob Keane had moved on. But it's worth noting just how bad Keane had gotten burned within his relationship with not just Nunes, but also his previous financier. Before Delphi existed, there was a company called Keane Records, spelled K-E-E-N. The story behind this goes, Bob Keane was playing clarinet in several bars and clubs around Los Angeles, and one evening he met businessman John Simus, who persuaded Bob to set up a record label with him. Under this position, Keane would go on to manage Sam Cooke for 3 years, who, I should add, he also passed away under disputed circumstances as well. But soon after working with Keane, Sam Cooke came out with a record that included Summertime, and on the other side it had You Send Me. You Send Me ended up reaching the #1 on the charts after it took off in 1957. At this point, despite Keane Records having earned over $1 million from sales from You Send Me, Bob apparently only had an oral contract with Simus. Eventually, Keane was cut out of the picture and he was duped and received nothing and was left out in the dust. Hereafter, Keane would go on to found Delphi. Keane basically had an open door policy for musicians to audition for him. One of the more known was Richie Valens, who after seeing short-lived success, passed away along with Buddy Holly and J.P. Richardson, and pilot Roger Peterson for reasons unknown in a plane crash after failing a takeoff. Now that being said, just because the reasons were undetermined, it's worth mentioning that the weather conditions were incredibly poor, and the pilot wasn't even made aware of the weather that they were flying into. On top of that, the pilot was 21 years old, was not instrument rated, and should not have been flying in a snowstorm. Now, as a result, Keane ended up owning Valens' legacy via his masters, and over the course of the next half-decade with Nunes, he built up a pretty sizable catalog, including Chan Romero, Little Caesar and the Romans, Ron Holden, Johnny Crawford, Brenda Holloway, some of the first records from Frank Zappa, and the Surfaris. But that being said, Bob Keane basically had his entire catalog stolen out from under him. As he wrote in his autobiography, I was trying to resolve the dissolution of Stereophi, and towards the end of 1970, I finally got an agreement with Larry Nunes as to who was going to get what from the company assets. I was to receive all master recordings, including my Delphi tapes, and he got 600 copyrights in the publishing division. I signed the papers and went over to the local storage facility to pick up my property. There was nothing there. Missing, presumed stolen. I don't know who got the recording equipment, but it seems that the now defunct MGM Records was figured in the deal somewhere. MCA was even selling bootleg Richie Valens albums. The Keane story seems to be corroborated by the fact that several 45s turned up in 1973 from MGM Records. However, afterwards, Keane moved on from the music business after losing basically his entire career. Now, with Keane's story out of the way, let's discuss Mr. Larry Nunes. He was what's known as a rack jobber. That would be a person who maintains a distribution network of retail space at various mom-and-pop shops. The purpose of this kind of distributor would be to sell cutouts and overstocks for record companies, usually titles that didn't sell well or that they had overstock of that could be sold off for pennies on the dollar. While this might seem like honest work, this job was also a front for other illegal activity. For one, cutout deals allowed record labels to bypass the artist and not pay them any royalties. And the second use case for illegal activity would be to sell counterfeit records. They say that cutouts and overstocks often are routinely sold, bartered, or given away by the record companies to cutout distributors, favored retail accounts, and even company employees. In most cases, the artist receives no royalties. What's more, the Recording Industry Association of America, a trade group of the major record companies, contends that mass sell-offs create an atmosphere conducive to counterfeiting by providing illegal duplicators with a cover to produce large quantities of the recordings that have been sold by manufacturers as cutouts and overstocks. But in the case of Larry Nunes, what you need to know is that he was a cutout distributor who worked with two companies. One was MCA, and the other one was Roulette Records. If you recall that mysterious phone call in the middle of the night, where the road manager claimed that Bobby was going to see a girl named Melody, Larry Nunes employed Melody, and by all accounts, Melody was a lady of the night.
My relationship with Bobby primarily was to watch him and talk to him. I was like the go-between to talk to Bobby and see what was on his mind, what bothered him and stuff like that.
While Melody later claimed that Nunes was not mobbed up, it's also worth pointing out that Larry Nunes had signed an exclusive distribution deal with Roulette Records. That distribution deal was for the Bobby Fuller 4's last single, The Magic Touch. So following the money here, it takes us back to Roulette Records, owned by a man by the name of Morris Levy.
In a series of reports on this program, NBC investigative reporter Brian Ross has detailed several links between the mob and the songs that make the charts. And tonight, Ross has more.
This is the man federal authorities describe as the godfather of the American music business, Morris Levy, in the custody of FBI agents after his arrest just after 7 this morning at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Boston. Levy, the president of Roulette Records, is little known outside the music business, but federal authorities say Levy is as powerful as any big record company president, using his ties with organized crime to control record companies, record stores, and big-name performers. Also arrested along with Levy this morning were 21 others in Florida, New York, and New Jersey, indicted by a federal grand jury in Newark on racketeering and extortion charges. accused of using violence to get their way in the gambling business, the narcotics business, and the music business. United States Attorney Thomas Grealish.
A Mac 11 machine gun with a silencer is not used for target shooting.
The New Jersey mob investigation began more than 3 years ago with a man identified by federal and state authorities as a mafia boss, Gaetano Vastola, known on the streets of New Jersey and in the recording studios of Hollywood as Corky. By following Vastola and tapping his phone, federal agents were led to Morris Levy, to New York talent agencies, and finally to Hollywood, to the corporate headquarters of the huge entertainment conglomerate MCA, and what authorities describe as some suspicious business deals at MCA Records. The president of MCA Records, Irving Azoff, said earlier this year that his company was the victim of the mob and that MCA had done nothing wrong. But somehow, according to federal authorities, millions of MCA records by Neil Diamond, Elton John, and the rock group The Who and others ended up in the hands of Mob Front Record Company, which were going to sell the records at huge profits to record stores.
The mob showed up. The enforcers came down.
Dennis Eisman is the lawyer for a man who ran one of the mob front companies and is now a protected federal witness in the case. Eisman says his client was beaten up by the mob when he refused to pay for a large shipment of MCA records.
I think it was to show him that if he didn't pay, he was going to get hurt, and maybe hurt worse. I'm not sure if they intended to break his jaw and fracture some bones in his face. I think it was just to show him that he couldn't not pay.
And there has been other violence in the case. Earlier this year, a New York City policeman was while following one of the men involved in the MCA deal, who is expected to be indicted soon by another grand jury. This indictment is the work of one of 5 grand juries now investigating organized crime in the music business. Federal sources say a grand jury in Los Angeles is investigating the role of top MCA executives in all this. Other grand juries in Los Angeles, Cleveland, Philadelphia, and New York are investigating allegations of payola, the use of cash, cocaine, prostitutes, and some mob-controlled promoters to get songs played on the radio. Law enforcement authorities say what's at stake in all these investigations is the mob stronghold in a business that earns $4 billion a year. Brian Ross, NBC News, Newark, New Jersey.
It goes without saying that the circumstances surrounding Bobby Fuller's passing are very questionable. But it's worth pointing out that had things gone a bit differently with Bobby Fuller's mother not keeping an eye out that entire day, then it would be much harder to argue the mysterious circumstances surrounding his death. This entire situation, given the facts available, reeks of a botched, contrived accident. I think some people think that the whole Jeffrey Epstein suicided thing is just some one-off meme. But I should let you know that this is a very real tactic used by organizations like the CIA to take out targets under secretive conditions. They quite literally wrote the book on this. For secret hits, either simple or chase, the contrived accident is the most effective technique. When successfully executed, it causes little excitement and is only casually investigated. On that note, when you understand the full potential of something like a contrived accident, it's very difficult not to be a conspiracy theorist in the music industry, especially given the fact that historically this industry has had ties to organized crime since the very beginning. And as long as humans are corrupt, I would say that those people will continue to rise to the top in those businesses, whether it be the same set of powers that be or another. When a contrived accident is orchestrated correctly, it can be difficult for the general public to understand what they're looking at as a hit. Oftentimes, people won't think twice to question someone who is labeled a junkie or depressed. But you should know that staging of these particular incidents is definitely a real thing that goes on. But don't take my word for it, the CIA will tell you themselves. An overdose of administered as a sedative will cause death without disturbance and is difficult to detect. The size of the dose will depend upon whether the subject has been using regularly. If not, 2 grains will suffice.
Man, I love your show. I like what you're doing. Brilliant. Right? That's why I came here. Fresh out of jail, I'll come check you out, right?
Right.
Why the bulletproof vest?
Oh, it's not. Oh, no, that's just. It's the new style. You've been in the can for a while. This is what everybody. That's what all the talk show hosts are wearing.
This is a new thing, right?
Yeah.
See, if somebody gonna do something about it, see, technology is so high, right?
Right.
So if you shoot somebody, you go to jail forever. So the kids, you don't want to go to jail forever, right? So they got this new thing out there. People sell them all the time. They got this stuff they get blood from somebody with AIDS, and then they shoot you with it.
Oh,
so
well,
the
that
death
seems
don't happen.
bad.
That's
Yeah.
a slow death.
Yeah.
An easy thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay.
Now, as you can imagine, Suge Knight's statement here obviously put him at the center of a conspiracy surrounding Eazy-E. While some people question the possibility of such a plot, others have pointed out that the rate at which Eazy-E went from being diagnosed to passing away was incredibly quickly. Now, while various people have shared their opinions throughout the years regarding that conspiracy, what's incredibly interesting about Suge Knight's statement is that it shows a familiarity with the contrived accident. So with you getting a broader context on the music industry as well as some of its history, it should now be brutally apparent to you how little it has to do with music at all, and how much it actually has to do with crime. Within the next installment of this series, we are going to be diving in further into the contrived accident and various other conspiracies that come from the music industry. Before we go, I want to ask you, the audience, a question. What contributes to the data that we saw at the start of this episode? Is it really just substance and mental illness that contributes to having your life shortened by up to 25 years? It's not like musicians are unique in this problem at all. Substance and mental illness are prevalent in all walks of life, whether you're famous, poor, whatever. Clearly this data shows us that something is seriously wrong with this industry. And before we end this episode, I want to leave you with a clip from NPR, discussing Mexico's music industry. I want you to pay attention to how different the discussion is over in Mexico.
From the year before. So my question is, are these musicians falling into what's a bigger pattern, or do you think there's something unique about the deaths of these musicians which may be attached to these cartels?
The same reason that other people are being killed in Mexico. There are entanglements.
Personal entanglements?
Sure, a lot of personal entanglements. Narcotraficantes are often funding bands, according to anybody in the music industry who you talk to. In other words, actually giving the seed money for a band to get started, to get publicity, to get a record cut, and in return for that are frequently then expecting a cut of the money. Well, money, when it's changing hands, often can lead to misunderstandings and out-and-out deceptions, and the way that drug cartels deal with those sorts of problems is not by filing lawsuits, it's by killing people. Then there's also romantic entanglements. The closer a band is with that world, the more likely that a band member might, say, catch the eye of a powerful drug lord's girlfriend or wife or daughter. And all of these sorts of entanglements can create, very big problems.
Now, it goes without saying that the cartel presence in Mexico is far more pronounced. But it's honestly foolish to think that organized crime doesn't exist in every single society, and it's not something that really ever goes away. They say the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. This is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
Shonen anime, easily the most recognizable genre of its medium, thrilling millions across the world with strange new lands, lovable characters, and edge-of-your-seat action. But what makes these stories so meaningful to me? Hard work, friendship, and victory. These are the three pillars of Shonen Jump. Together they serve as core virtues of the genre, becoming so ubiquitous that nobody even questions their presence anymore. The message they carry is simple yet powerful. If you never give up on your dreams and make friends out of enemies, you'll always succeed in life. That's why these narratives don't just entertain you. They inspire people to take action and become stronger in the face of adversity. With such an empowering foundation, it's easy to see how Shonen became a global phenomenon. But what do you do when your perseverance is at odds with a world that hates you? What do you do when your enemies want your extermination, not your friendship? What do you do when these narratives turn out to be just that, fiction, and you have nothing left to believe? Attack on Titan is a story that means a lot to me. It towers above its contemporaries in a very distinct way, daring to question not just the conventions of its genre, but the morality behind it as well. Immediately when it began airing, everyone knew it wasn't your standard shonen fare. That's part of the reason I think it gained traction so quickly. I was in my second year of college when the anime first aired, and I distinctly remember it spreading like wildfire that spring, with people praising it for being so different to everything else at the time. But why though? On paper, it uses a lot of tropes you'd expect from the average shonen story. You've got a loner protagonist, dead parents, teenagers in combat scenarios. There's even a legendary power locked inside the main character, which he then has to master and save the world with. I mean, we all know how that saving the world part turns out. But nobody saw the twist coming back then, and that's my point. The more subversive elements of the story were not immediately obvious, and yet, people instantly knew there was something special about the show. In my opinion, this is because Attack on Titan actually took its characters seriously, presenting a clear vision of what motivated them and making that its focus from the very beginning. If you look back on the first episode, you might be surprised to see there's not a lot of action in it, especially for a shonen. Instead, there's a much bigger emphasis on establishing themes. The little conflict there is only emerges from Eren's temperament, and it's all done to flesh out his character. From these interactions, we learn a lot about not only him, but the world he lives in. How he doesn't care if everyone thinks he's a fool, he's still gonna pursue freedom. Sets up a philosophical argument for the rest of the series. Even the climax of the episode shows his primary concern, lingering on Eren's despair when his mother's about to die, where lesser stories would just make it as gory as possible. This character-driven approach stands out in an action genre where authors are typically only concerned with plot. It slows down the pacing a little, which carries the risk of people getting bored, but when it works, the audience ends up way more invested in the characters than in the fighting itself, which makes witnessing their growth a more meaningful experience. Think about it for a second. Going on a ninja mission or fighting evil spirits is exciting to watch, I know I love it, but it's not something any of us have actually dealt with. At least I hope not. On the other hand, fighting with parents that want you to conform, having them mislead and use you like a tool for their own ends, hearing them argue about your failures in the other room while you're trying to sleep. You don't need a Fox demon to empathize with this, and while there's certainly character development in these other stories, Attack on Titan takes it to another level by making it its main priority. Every arc is just full of grounded moments that bring the characters to life, constantly asking you to see them as people instead of caricatures. This can also be seen in how the women are written. None of them are one-dimensional, naggy, or borderline abusive like in other shonen. Here, they actually have depth. Their personalities all vary from individual to individual. They often play a vital role during conflicts, and there's not really any fan service involved in them. The closest we get is Mikasa doing sit-ups, which, while provocative to some, I feel like it's because of what it says about her, not because she's there to be leered at. That's why even normies love this story. There's none of the usual anime weirdness like gratuitous panty shots or gravity-defying boobs. More importantly, the themes are so universal, and you can easily share it with folk who don't watch anime, and odds are you're going to enjoy it. I would like to argue, though, that there's a greater message behind using this character-driven style. By prioritizing people who are respectable, Attack on Titan is actually performing its biggest act of subversion and demonstrating a profound respect for life. Now, I know that might sound crazy to some of you, considering how dark the story can get, but please, hear me out. A big criticism one can make of shonen battle manga is how much they trivialize stuff like combat and death. For example, look at Dragon Ball. People die in it all the time, but it rarely leaves an impact because everyone's just brought back to life. Piccolo even goaded Majin Buu into performing a genocide, thinking he could undo it all with a wish. And sure, it worked out in the end, but that logic is still messed up. The few times Dev actually had some weight were with future Gohan or Andre 16, you know, characters who couldn't be resurrected. This isn't the case in Attack on Titan, though. People actually die when they are killed. Tragedy often strikes out of nowhere, and it's always uncomfortable when it happens. The characters that do survive are permanently changed by the experience, never fully getting over it. Even when nameless soldiers are eaten, there was never a point where I personally grew numb to it. The scenes always lingered just long enough to disturb me, but it never glorified the brutality either. In fact, combat is always shown as a nasty affair where even the strongest don't come out unscathed. Furthermore, this attitude is also reflected in how we perceive each protagonist. Goku and Eren are a lot more alike than you would initially expect. They're both stubborn and reckless, they're both obsessed with fighting, and, due to their heritage, they both transform into monstrous versions of themselves and kill their dad/father figure because of it. The only reason we don't see Goku as negatively as Eren is due to the fact that these flaws are basically glossed over in Dragon Ball. It's just not that type of story. There's nothing wrong with this, but as a consequence, the narrative kinda tricks you into seeing these shortcomings as lovable quirks, because there's never really any repercussions to them. What makes Attack on Titan so unique is that it's fully aware of this phenomenon and uses it to its advantage. We're so used to siding with the underdog that we don't really question their flaws until it's too late. That's why it's so easy to root for Eren at the beginning, to the point where later on characters themselves comment on this, wondering if they ever really knew him. Unfortunately, some people can't wrap their heads around this idea, thinking that if the story shows its main character doing something horrible, then obviously it's promoting this act. It can't possibly be trying to get the audience to reflect on themselves. That would be stupid. Ironically enough, this criticism doesn't just apply to the sanctimonious people who call the story fascist. It also applies to the edgelords who defend Eren, calling him a badass despite the fact that he's a monster. And if you feel attacked by any of this, good. That's the point. Your morals are supposed to be challenged by the story. That's what makes it so special to me. It doesn't subvert tropes for shock value. It does it to get you to question their meaning and the role narrative plays in our lives. How easy it is to get swept up in a story because everyone else is doing it, and how things go wrong when they're proven false. Which leads me to... At its core, Attack on Titan is a story about the death of God. Okay, that's a bit of a bold statement, so let me elaborate. I first think it's important to note the setting of the story, which is basically 19th century Germany. In our reality, this is the age when Western civilization began transitioning from a mythological understanding of the world to a more scientific view. One of the first people who noticed this change was a 19th century German philosopher called Friedrich Nietzsche. He actually lived through the time period of Attack on Titan, which makes his observation very relevant to its message. Many people know him because of his famous quote, "God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him." But what did he mean by this? When most people hear the word God, they think of a judgmental figure like Yahweh, an omnipotent skyfather that sees and knows all. But in that statement, Nietzsche wasn't talking about the death of a sentient being like you and me. He was actually referring to a worrying trend that loomed on the horizon for Europe. A great disillusionment in any ideals beyond the material and hedonistic. He even had a word for it called nihilism. This is why I think it's important to see God as less like a person and more like an abstract concept. Something akin to Truth in Full Metal Alchemist, which is also an anime set in a vaguely German country in a similar time period. They even share the same message, but for our discussion, we'll be focusing on their general skepticism of narrative. More specifically, the danger of cynical ideologies that arise when the truth isn't valued anymore. You see, since the dawn of time, humans have used storytelling as a way to codify what they learn and pass it on to future generations so they don't repeat the same mistakes. As these narratives accumulate, you end up with a mythology full of triumphs and warnings from which cultures define their morality. This is because, like I alluded to in the beginning of this video, these stories weren't told just for entertainment's sake. Their lessons were implicitly telling people how to live and distinguish right from wrong. Eventually, after centuries of refinement, the values they upheld solidified into a system of belief from which religion emerged. In essence, God was the ultimate story we invented, a myth people told each other to navigate the world and find meaning in their existence. It wasn't perfect, obviously, but the idea of God was vital to the development of many fields, like art and science. Also, having this one thing in common enabled a lot more diplomacy between cultures that would have otherwise destroyed each other. Seriously. Think of how much the Europeans have waged war among themselves, And then imagine how much worse it could have been if they all followed a different religion. In many ways, the idea of God provided structure to society, sheltering it from the tyranny of chaos, almost like a giant wall. See where I'm going with this? Just like in our reality, the people of Paradis depended on narratives to make sense of their lives. They told themselves they would be safe from titans as long as they stayed inside the walls, making it the basis of their entire religion. Anyone who disagreed was treated with contempt because it attacked their most important value. This is shown right from the start, and it's not very subtle either. Armin's introduction is him saying that humanity should one day go outside the walls, but he gets punched in the face and called a heretic for it. This immediately tells us something important about the setting. Questioning anything about the walls is the same as questioning God. The monarchy also discouraged any discussion about this, using religion as a tool to control the population and quash critical thinking. The story even goes out of its way to show that Armin and Eren are in the minority here. Most people, including Mikasa, were okay with following the narrative because it made them feel safe. With all this in mind, it's easy to see the walls, and therefore God, as less like a useful idea and more like a fence for domesticated cattle. And then, well, you know what happens later that day. The metaphor writes itself. From their perspective, the physical manifestation of God's will is crumbling right before their eyes. Society is forever changed, and denying it will only make things worse. That didn't stop people from deluding themselves, though. Many still kept believing in the narrative long after Wall Maria fell, thinking that if they join the military police and stay inside the inner district, they'll be comfortable for the rest of their lives. And that isn't true at all. In fact, nobody's safe. That realization is what drove Eren in the beginning. He lacked any talent, but outworked most of his peers because he actually understood the gravity of their situation. This tension between people who create their own values versus those who let society decide for them sets the stage for the rest of the series, showing how humans cope when the narratives that hold our world together are proven false. Some grow stronger, creating a better story for themselves, while others just spiral into nihilism. Look at Reiner. He became a warrior because his mother always told him it would get him a father. Gabby turned into a zealot because she needed to believe she was different from the devils of Paradis. In both cases, these stories motivated them to be exceptional and, when taken away, it destroyed their sense of self. The best example of this, however, is Eren's entire journey. Every narrative that was fed to him from birth turned out to be wrong. First, the walls didn't keep anyone safe. In fact, a chunk of it is what doomed his mother. Then, a close friend whom he saw as an older brother was directly responsible for this tragedy. Furthermore, his father was supposed to be a respected doctor, someone who swore an oath to save lives, but he ended up being a resentful murderer from a distant land. As if that wasn't enough, the royal family had been manipulating everyone's memories all along, so their notion of history was completely wrong. And finally, Eren discovers that Titans weren't really monsters, just cursed people, which meant that the anger that drove him needed a different target, or he wouldn't have a reason to live anymore. Oh, did I mention that not only are there humans beyond the walls, but they all want Eldians dead? Because there was also that too. After going through all this, it would be incredibly difficult to believe in anything. And if truth isn't real, and nothing actually matters, it's simple to conclude that the only thing that really does exist is power. On the surface, it's really easy to think that nihilism is the main message of Attack on Titan, or Nietzsche for that matter. This couldn't be farther from the truth, though. Eren isn't meant to be a role model. He's a grim reminder of what happens when the future looks so bleak that people give up on life. If you see everything as a ruthless power struggle without any meaning, there's no point in creating anything that will outlast you because, well, nothing matters. The only purpose of strength is destruction. And that's the biggest problem with Eren's mindset. Nihilism simply isn't a sustainable belief, if you can even call it that. It may sound confusing to some, but even when someone says they don't believe in anything, that's still a guiding principle, just not a very constructive one. Mix this with the fact that most people don't like being wrong, and you end up with a bunch of folk who insist on the meaninglessness of life with an almost religious fervor. Ironic, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's like Kenny Ackerman said. Everybody's drunk on something. Some people are honest and responsible with their alcohol, while others can't even admit they have a drinking problem. This doesn't mean we have to bring back prohibition, though. Values are something that humans create whether we want to or not. So if it's gonna happen anyway, we might as well have the best ones possible. Attack on Titan isn't interested in preaching to you, though. That would defeat the point of questioning narrative and creating your own values. Instead, it encourages you to analyze your own morals by showing where people tend to go wrong with them. This idea is largely explored with 2 points of view, which Nietzsche called master morality and slave morality. Master morality is a kingly or knightly code of ethics. It's concerned with ideals like honor, courage, and strength. A typical hero under this framework would be a warrior, praised for their dominance and leadership on the battlefield. Mythological figures like Achilles or Gilgamesh come to mind here. Despite their legendary feats, they're not exactly what we would call good people. In fact, they're often selfish and spiteful to their own detriment. Find you of anyone? Eren shows an affinity for these values all throughout the story, with his bravery and aggression framed like a virtue at first. This is summed up in one of his iconic lines: "Only those who attack can win." It's literally in the name of the show. And to a certain extent, it's true. Somebody has to go beyond the walls. The alternative is sitting around until humanity goes extinct. For instance, everyone panicked after the Colossal Titan appeared again in Trost, except for Eren. Some gave up as soon as they heard the news. Then Eren spoke up, and the cats actually developed some backbone. He didn't even have to be present to influence people. John only summoned the strength to act after he remembered Eren's courage, leading his comrades to survival. Also, this is Mikasa's whole deal, not just during her tragic backstory, where Eren saves her and literally urges her to fight, but also during her near-death experience, while she's processing Eren's supposed death. We see her give up for a moment, then keep fighting due to her memories of him. I do want to highlight, though, that there's a big difference between the values being shown at the start and the destructive ideology that the Jaegerists eventually embody, but I'll get to that soon. For now, what's important to note is that what people regarded as good was a little different from how we see it now. It used to be a lot more about utility than moral righteousness. Being strong and wealthy was considered good because these things are helpful. On the other hand, being weak and poor was considered bad because these things hindered you. Notice I'm not using the word evil, though. That wasn't really a thing under this framework. If you were powerful enough to get away with something, it was often seen as an admirable trait because you earned it. That's why a hero like Odysseus can end his story by slaughtering a courtyard full of people and be cheered for it. This, however, exposes the biggest flaw in this value system, in that it turns a blind eye to the cruelty it encourages, often at the expense of the weak or less fortunate. You see, while master values definitely have some merit behind them, this type of logic only really works among people who are equally powerful. Two warriors battling over something important can be meaningful and inspiring, but there's nothing impressive about hurting someone weaker than you. Too often, this is how the powerful establish dominance. Another way of thinking about it is high school mentality, where the world is neatly separated into chads, who deserve special treatment due to their alleged superiority, and virgins, who need to know their place and tolerate the bullying. This might sound fair on the surface, if you're a teenager, but it quickly falls apart under scrutiny. Like, sure, a great king might embody these ideals and be worthy of everything he's earned. But it doesn't mean you should build an entire political system around exceptional individuals. They're rare by definition. Even if they do a good job, there's no guarantee the heirs will be any good. In fact, statistically speaking, they're more likely to be worse because they lack the experience of someone who actually worked for the position. So, why should they be in charge? You usually never hear a good answer to this. People who offended always benefit from the status quo and are looking to protect their own interests. Worse than that, this type of thinking slightly implies that those who find themselves at the bottom of society are there because they deserve it. If you didn't want to be a slave, you shouldn't have let yourself be conquered, nerd. Eren actually demonstrates this attitude near the start of the story. After evacuating his home, he saw receiving food as pathetic and would rather starve to death than feel like a parasite. Mikasa quickly knocked some sense into him, but this mentality didn't just go away. During the training corps arc, when candidates started dropping out, Eren had an elitist opinion about their departure, saying that those who were powerless just didn't belong there. That is, until it looked like he would be sent home too. Then he changed his tune real quick, begging for help even when, by his own standards, he wasn't worthy of it. And that's really the problem in a nutshell. Master morality is ultimately hypocritical and self-serving. It ignores the fact that no matter how exceptional a person is, we all need each other's help to keep the world running. And a lot of folk just never get a fair shot at participating to begin with. It never mattered if a slave demonstrated all the qualities a master considered virtuous. At the end of the day, they would always be considered property. Needless to say, this isn't really a sustainable framework. Eventually, people are going to revolt. Sometimes this will result in a violent uprising, but that's not what I'm talking about here, because that type of revolution usually romanticizes aggressive values, ending with yet another ruling class that eventually oppresses people in much the same way. What I'm talking about here is a slave revolt of the mind. You see, while the masters could certainly control the physical conditions of the slaves, they couldn't really force any of them to be happy about it. Or, in other words, they could tell them what to do, but never what to believe. And thus, herd morality is born. In response to unfair treatment, people develop ideals that are opposite to what their oppressors value. Traits like humility, weakness, and mercy then become the highest virtues a person can strive towards, and the previous values, like power or wealth, are seen as evil. One example of this are the 7 deadly sins, which in Christianity are seen as the worst traits a person could have, but under master morality, they could be seen as qualities typical of great people. The results of this moral slave revolt can still be felt today. Even after Western society became more secular, concepts like charity and equality are still foundational to our modern sense of good. Also, attitudes like lusting for power and seeking revenge are still generally frowned upon to this day. This doesn't just apply to the West, though. Japanese culture went through a similar change after World War II. People had witnessed the consequences of imperialism and wanted nothing to do with it, valuing pacifism instead. This could be seen in their shonen manga, which, after the war, couldn't depict combat or even sports competitions due to strict guidelines. Remnants of this attitude can still be seen in more recent stories, like Goku's tendency to spare his enemies or Naruto's famous talk no jutsu. As nice as it sounds, however, this type of thinking is not without its flaws either, and can be even more insidious and destructive than its predecessors. Remember, this was a slave revolt of the spirit. Their avenues of attack were psychological, not physical, because using violence would defeat its purpose. The point was to be as different as possible from the masters, which is difficult if you're killing them. So, in order to claim the moral high ground, herd mentality uses passive-aggressive guilt-tripping instead. It might sound like a joke, but if you've ever seen a self-loathing Catholic, you know what I mean. And if you haven't, well, imagine there's a master punishing a slave, but instead of crying out in pain, the slave just says, "Harder, I deserve it." You'd be weirded out too, right? At the very least, it'll make you stop for a moment and question what you're doing. That's basically how Christianity took over the Roman Empire, and it's also where things start to go wrong with it. Like I mentioned earlier, master morality defines good as that which is helpful to you. Since slave morality only exists to be the opposite of this, it makes the mistake of demonizing values that are helpful and elevating ones that are harmful. More specifically, suffering is seen as a good thing because it's a measure of how unwilling you are to hurt others. This is why the defining symbol of Christianity is a man being tortured to death, and it's woven into the belief system at every level. A good Christian doesn't fight back when confronted with violence. Instead, they have to turn the other cheek. When someone exploits them, they're not supposed to seek justice. They're supposed to swallow their pride and forgive the transgression because God will take care of it in the afterlife. At every point here, instead of being cruel to another person, they choose to be cruel to themselves because they think it's the right thing to do. The epitome of this is the concept of martyrdom, which demands that you ignore your own self-preservation instincts in service of others. Christians don't like to admit it, but nobody wants to be a martyr. Not even Jesus. Seriously, it's in the Bible and it makes complete sense. The most powerful feeling a person can have is the will to live, and under this value system, repressing it is the definition of goodness. Sure, there may be situations where it's the only option, but that doesn't make it an inherently good thing. It'd be better if you were strong enough to prevent its need in the first place. Look at Carla Jaeger, Aaron's mother. When she's pinned under the rubble, Her main priority is making sure the kids are safe, and she's willing to die for it. However, as soon as they are out of earshot, she can't lie to herself anymore, quietly wishing they would turn around and save her. This wasn't just shown to tug at your heartstrings, it was done to send a message. Hurt morality doesn't empower anyone into action or protect them from harm. It just helps people cope with their weakness by surrendering their own autonomy. And that's, well, bad. As uncomfortable as it may sound, cruelty is a necessary part of the human condition. You engage in it every time you assert power over someone. It can be as innocuous as winning a competitive game, or important like enforcing a personal boundary. The point is, you can't simply ask people to never be cruel. It's the same as martyrdom. You're asking them to stop being human. Since this is impossible, people are forced to bottle up this anger and turn it inwards, which inevitably leads to self-hatred being considered a moral good. And if God is dead, it isn't hard to conclude that merely being born is a mistake. In Attack on Titan, this is demonstrated through different members of the Eldian royal family. Karl Fritz, the first king in the walls, held the opinion that Eldians and Titans should have never existed in the first place. In order to feel like a good person, he decided to punish himself in the most selfish way possible, destroying his own empire while dooming the people who lived in it. Frida Reiss later inherited his vow to renounce war, and arrived at the same conclusion. She preached peace and love, but while arguing with Grisha Jaeger, she had no trouble letting her people die for the sake of supposed atonement. This is what I mean by cruelty turned inwards. The decision to protect the world from Eldians by sacrificing them without their knowledge is just as cruel, if not more, than simply going to war. Innocents are gonna suffer either way, and Frida does nothing, all while getting to enjoy the luxurious life of a noble and getting to feel self-righteous about it. This is then taken to its logical extreme in the form of Sieg Jaeger. Unlike his relatives, who at least believed in goodness and the sanctity of life, Sieg is a full-blown nihilist and has no qualms sacrificing others to further his goals. He literally says nobody would have to suffer if they weren't born, and he sees sterilizing the Eldians as both a mercy and a public service. It's tragic, really. Sieg grew up hearing that a person like him shouldn't exist, and his parents worked hard to oppose this, but their approach was so flawed that it had the opposite effect on him. Eren called him out on this to his face, saying he's a pathetic man whose continued denial of his father's wishes is his only means of self-affirmation. And it's true. Sieg needed to believe his parents were completely wrong about everything in order to feel like betraying them was the right choice. Unfortunately, it also came at the cost of having to accept that Eldians were a threat to the world. This is a microcosm of how hurt morality tends to work out after the death of God. It looks harmless on the surface, maybe even rational and kind-hearted, but it's ultimately an anti-life philosophy, saying people are inherently evil due to their cruelty, and in order to be good, one has to avoid being human as much as possible. So, obviously, the story is saying that the world would be a better place if everyone was a Sigma male like Eren, but he's just too base for the normies, right?
Incorrect.
Master morality looks good here by comparison because, despite its flaws, at least it affirms the value of life, even if it's only your own. Whereas slave morality is only created out of spite for someone else. It doesn't care about inspiring good in people, only in punishing evil. But, like I mentioned a while ago, Eren is a nihilist that's only concerned with destruction. He doesn't see the point in creating anything either, which, despite valuing aggression and freedom, warps his mentality into something closer to hurt morality rather than master morality. And the key to understanding this similarity lies in resentment. Although they look like opposites, both the Eldian royal family and the Jaegerist movement share the same origin, in that they're both born from resentment. And resentment, well, it's in the word. It's the echo of a feeling, or resentment. These are negative emotions that can't be acted upon due to a lack of power, so when people are forced to hold on to them, it causes a feedback loop where they're stuck feeling the same emotion over and over long after it had occurred. With enough time, these feelings can possess people and take over their lives without them even realizing it. In the story, This is reinforced by the fact that the royal family's herd morality can be directly traced back to a little slave girl who felt bad for the cattle and decided to free them. Ymir is portrayed as the biggest victim of the world's cruelty, all because of her kindness. She lived to make other people happy, everyone but herself, to the point where she had to deny her own humanity in order to cope with it, and allowed her resentment to brew for a millennium until she just wanted everything destroyed. Eren actually understood this, and that's how he managed to persuade her. You are not a slave, and you are not a god either. You're only human. You don't have to obey anyone. Just decide for yourself. Titans are the literal embodiment of how much she hates the world. This means the royal family's religion is literally built on resentment, because the walls, their object of worship, are made of Titans. Mikasa also alluded to this idea when she first saw Eren in his Titan form. She called him the physical manifestation of humanity's anger, and she was way more correct than she realized. If we analyze Eren's stated goal, slaughter all the Titans, we can clearly see that it too is built on resentment. His objective isn't protecting the people he loves, or exploring the unknown, or reaching truth, or liberating humanity. It's all about revenge for him. This becomes most apparent during the final season after he completes his transition into villainy, but it didn't come out of nowhere. The first incident we can notice this is before Eren gets eaten all the way back in the Battle of Trost. Everything seemed to be on track until one of his fellow cadets, Thomas, got swallowed whole right in front of the squad. Although horrifying, they weren't immediately screwed. They were still capable of completing their objective until, well, Eren pulled an Eren. He instantly gave into his rage and broke formation to avenge his comrade, which caused everyone in his squad to scramble after him and left him an easy target for the Titans. All those deaths were his fault, but while he's being digested, Eren just blames the Titans even more. This is a similar coping strategy to the one Zeke developed over his parents. Eren needed to scapegoat the Titans because the alternative was admitting he got his squad killed. It sounds basic, to the point where most people just gloss over this incident, but I think it's important that, even early on, Eren's resentment is shown to have devastating consequences, and he seems incapable of recognizing this. One can also see this when he saved Mikasa as a child. Although his actions were heroic, the reasoning he gave afterwards was couched in resentment. He called the kidnappers beasts in human clothing that served to be slaughtered, which is unnerving to hear from anyone that recently committed a murder, let alone a child. He also shows a blatant disregard for his own life, which his father rightfully scolds him for. Mikasa's breakthrough during that whole ordeal is also tainted in a similar way. While she's having a revelation about the world, that you're either predator or prey, the musical cue in that scene even takes on a malevolent tone. That might not mean much on its own, but if you compare it to any other triumphant moment in the story, this epiphany is clearly being shown in a negative light. It's the death of Mikasa's innocence. At best, it's a tragic necessity, and at worst, it's a traumatic event that literally reconfigured her brain and optimized it for violence. And then there's the case of Grisha Jaeger. I don't think anyone could fault him for his initial motives. The way his sister died would scar anyone for life. His resentment, though, led him down a path he would eventually regret. Much like his two kids, Grisha also compensated for his trauma by devoting himself wholeheartedly to a dream. Zeke even points it out while begging his parents to quit the resistance movement. That's why he treated Zeke like a tool instead of an individual. Eldian restoration was more important to him than his son, not because it was the right thing to do, but because he cared more about validating his resentment than about raising his child. Even after he started a new life and had seemingly moved on, he fully commits to killing the Rice family when Eren goads him with the memory of his sister and everyone else he lost, proving that in the end he was still ruled by anger. There's a core theme being reinforced here. No matter the context, resentment is always shown to be a toxic source of motivation that should never